One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Circuit Paul Ricard for the first ever running of the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, powered by Hankook. It's round 3 of the 2021 24H series, brought to you by Creventic, of course. And we are going to be racing in under 30 minutes time after a busy day yesterday. 2 sets of qualifying sessions that followed a free practice session of 90 minutes in the morning, then 2 30-minute sessions for TCE and GT, and then the 2 hours of night practice. To put this into some sort of context where it sits in the season, we kicked off in Dubai at the start of the year in January, then a couple of months off before the traditional trip to Tuscany in the north of Italy and the 12 hours of Mugello at the end of March. This meeting has actually been on the calendar for the last 4 years. 2017 was the last time we were racing at RICARD for the 24 hours, so a welcome return to the calendar for the French track. In a month's time we go to Hockenheim for a 12-hour race split across 2 days. The 24 hours of Portimao falls in July for 2021, and the normal date for Barcelona's 24 hours at the start of September. A second visit to Sicily for the Coppa Florio 12 hours at the start of October, and very exciting to announce that it'll be another trip to America, but rather than COTA as in the past, the 24 hours of Sebring, which has never been done before by Creventic, over the weekend of the 18th, 19th and 20th of November. And many people in this weekend's paddock thoroughly looking forward to travelling to the States for that one. So lots to keep in mind for the rest of the season, but let's focus entirely on today's event, the 12 hours of Paul Ricard. And let's head to our man in the pit lane and on the grid, Lukas Gajewski, to get the mood ahead of the race.
Thank you very much, Johnny, and a very good morning to all of you. It's a lovely day here at Circuit Paul Ricard, 12 hours of racing. Coming up, great weather and, of course, a boot full of topics to go through today with a packed grid over there. We got the GT cars, we got the TCE cars, 25 of them. Goodness me, I'm blind. 25 of them in total on the grid. Pole setters yesterday, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the number 11 car. Josef Kral standing over there. He did the qualifying lap and it was a very, very exciting one. He's going to be sharing this number 11 Ferrari, which is on our new herring pole position for the upcoming 12 hours of racing. Here is the driver lineup. There is the Vibo family and Josef Kral, who did the qualifying lap. There they are, standing together. Let's start with Josef. Very good morning to you. Very nice lap yesterday in qualifying. However, now it's the big one coming up.
Well, exactly, because as you said, it was just one lap, and now we have over thousands laps, so it will be a long race. 12 hours is always long, so one lap was nice. It's always nice to be on pole, but now the tough part comes.
And you will be sharing your car with the Vibo family. What does it mean to you to race together with your son here today?
It's totally new experience. We are very, very happy that we did second place in Mugello, which was like next challenge for us is this one. So we will see. But the competition is huge, you know about it, and we will try to do the best. But you know, we race Ferrari Challenge, and this is some different style of race because it's 12 hours anyway. And yeah, we will enjoy that, and I hope everything will be fine. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Matos, your father just mentioned it. You had a very good start to the series last time out at Mugello. So a bit more pressure today for you?
Yeah, I think everyone expects the best from us, but we are still newcomers to the GT3 world, so I think nothing happens if we will not be on the podium, but definitely we'll make our best, to try that.
Thank you very much, guys, and all the best for the race. Thank you. So now we are going to head over there to the second placed car on the grid. It's the number 91 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport. Very experienced team, especially here at Circuit Paul Ricard. We've been here twice so far, 3 times so far, and Herbert has won it twice. Over there is Ralph Bohn. Good morning, Ralph. Everything going well?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks.
You're gonna do the start?
Yes, I will.
Happy?
Well, why not? It's sunny, I'm doing the start, so position 2, why shouldn't I be happy?
And over there is Daniel Allemann, one of your teammates. We're going to go over there, have a word with him as well. Daniel? Oh, he's going away now. Stop it, stop it. The hunt has already begun. Daniel, how are your emotions just before the start of the race?
Oh, I will look what Ralph do on the. We will see what's happened.
All right, will do. And over there, I can see the 2 Renault twins. Let's just head over there. I think they are having a chat with the Scuderia Praha team. Morning, guys. Who is who?
Robbie.
Are you sure? Honestly, sometimes I don't even know if these 2 are able to tell them apart. He is Robert. Okay, Robert, I guess. How's life?
So far, everything great, yeah.
When is it your first time to step into the car today?
To be honest, that's not sure. Maybe second or third. Normally, Daniel goes in a second, and I'm third or fourth. Depends who wants to drive. I think he's third, and I'm fourth.
All right, we'll see anyway. Your expectation?
And then you're jumping in the car, right? Yeah.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. You're good at it. You've won here twice so far in the 24-hour races. Which changes are there now due to the fact that it's only 12 hours this year? A bit closer to the microphone.
In the end, it makes not a big difference if it's 12 hours or 24 hours. You need to take or do it as best as you can and do no mistakes. And have a little bit of good luck.
Thank you very much, guys. All the best for the race. So this is the front of the GT grid. We're going to head forwards, and I'm going to go back to our commentary crew in the UK.
Lukas Gajewski, more from him in a second, but we are going to pause at this point for the French national anthem, which will be sung here at Circuit Paul Ricard by Laetitia Santelli.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans vos campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans vos bras, égorger vos fils et vos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons. Marchons, marchons.
Laetitia Santelli with the French national anthem to really get the juices flowing ahead of the 12 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard. And the reception of that seems very, very warm indeed down on the grid. A number of Creventic staff have managed to display the trophies right at the front of the grid as well. And I reckon, as we had in Mugello, as the cars leave for the rolling lap, they'll go either side of that trophy display. Just remember to collect them between the cars leaving the grid and the race actually starting. Lucas Gajewski still busy on the grid, and no doubt in a moment or two we'll be heading to the TCE part of the field. But who have you got now, Lucas, to catch up with before the start of the race?
I'm actually still running, right?
Okay.
This is the
Do you want me to give you a few minutes?
No, I'm all right. It's all right. Here we are at the top end of the field for the TCE class. It is the Autorama TCR Golf number 112, scoring pole position yesterday with this man at the wheel, Yannick Mettler. Yannick, very good return for you to the TCR cars yesterday.
Indeed, yes. Was good fun to be back, and looking forward to a smooth race today.
Right, who's going to be your starting driver? Is it Reese today, or who's doing the start?
Fabian will do the start. He's an experienced starter. So
Where is he?
I don't know, actually. I just
to the okay.
think he went for a wee, so all normal.
Any decisions yet on how much driving time you'll do in which of the two cars?
No, I think we just decide that depending on how the race goes.
Right, thank you very much, Yannick. Some thoughts from you as well, your expectations for today?
Yeah, looking forward. Hopefully we have a good first few hours and the race will settle down to a nice pace. Just hope for some good reliability and a good race.
All right, best of luck for today. Thank you very much. Guys, over there on third place of the grid, we can see the next Autorama car, third place and pole position of the TCE category. In between is the number 188 Audi, another TCR car in second place of the grid. Home team, actually, it's the AC Motorsport crew from France, ready to go out onto the circuit from second on the grid. I'm just going to ask a question over here. Everything all right? How are you feeling just before the start of the race?
Yes, it's a race of a home race for me. I hope that we have a good pace for the race. After we know that now 12 hours is a sprint race, and we might do the perfect race in a strategy, in pit stop, and on track. And we might think to manage front tire because this is very good challenging for that. And we hope to cross the finish line first. Yeah.
So you think the tire wear will be an issue today over the course of the race?
Yes. It's always with front wheels. It's always a challenge, and here with a long double straight right curve of both sides, double right. It's a very big up temperature, and we might think to manage it and don't to push too more at beginning. And the most important is good average pace and not top lap space.
All right, thank you very much and all the best for the race. We're going to head down a bit more. Apologies, by the way, it's a Belgian team, of course, not from France, but of course, home race for some of the drivers. Now, there is Top Car Sport, also very well known to the TCE grid, just ahead of the start. How's life?
Yes, we are good. We are okay. This is a very good race. We have a very good pace too. We are happy with the car, and we hope a good race.
And how has life been in Spain over the past few weeks and months? Has there any racing been going on?
Yes, there are some races, a lot of restriction, as you say, but there is races too.
And now 12 hours of racing coming up. We were just talking to the AC Motorsport crew. A bit of worries in terms of tire wear. How do you think that's going to affect your Cupra car today?
Yes, it's hot today, so we are going to try to have a pace, normal pace, no so fast, and I will hope to finish the race with the tires. Yes.
All the best to you. Thank you very much for the race today. We're going to head down another row of the grid where we find another set of Cupra cars, the new one, the number 108 over there in fifth on the grid. And then in sixth place, it is the number 101 Red Camel Jordan's car, which has been in the pits last night during night practice to fit a new engine after some technical issues. Oh, there is Ivo. 1 second. He's already next to the camera, and I think he's smiling again. Good morning, Ivo. How are things?
Fine, fine. We had a tough night repairing the car until 4 o'clock in the morning. We replaced the engine. In the process, we also found a broken wishbone. So we replaced also the wishbone. So we think we have taken out all the causes for the poor performance. So the only question for us is if we have a good setup. But we will find out, I think, in half an hour, and we will try to struggle through the race and do the best we can.
So it was a very short night for you, and now it's a very long day coming up.
To be honest, mainly for our mechanics. We went home at 1 o'clock in the night, and our mechanics came back at 4:15 in the hotel. But they're very motivated, and now it's up to the drivers to say thanks to him to try to achieve the best result possible.
Some words on the overall grid, 25 cars, international grid, which I think is very nice to see in these days.
Yeah, it's nice. It's difficult times due to COVID, travel restrictions, etc. So we can all be proud we are here and doing what we love so much, and racing and love of sport, and try to overcome all this difficult situation and looking to the future for better times.
Ivo, thank you very much to you and to all the guys who are part of the team. Thanks, guys. All the best. Looking down to the last row on the grid, these are the two TCX cars. The Ginetta from Colin White, that is class pole position against the second car of the TCX class, and this is the Ligier, another French team on the grid. Home race for them. Last ones on the grid, but still the mood was very, very nice in the pit box last night. So I think they are enjoying themselves as well. Guys, I'm going to head back to you, and then I'm going to see who else is on the GT grid.
Thank you, Lucas. So the grid is steadily being cleared. So if you're going to catch any more drivers, you'll probably have to be fairly quick about it, although a number of personnel attending to the Porsche and Ferraris on the front row are still in position. In a moment or two, we'll run through the grid and how they qualified from the two 30-minute qualifying sessions yesterday. But a good point in proceedings to bring in Joe Bradley, who'll be my co-commentator at least for the first few hours. We'll have Peter Snowden, part of the team, later on today as well. Joe, an early start for you and I. We're not necessarily morning people, but I'm raring to go for this. The second round of the European Championship, and the mood seems to be high, even from those that were up till 4 o'clock this morning, namely Red Camel.
Yeah, absolutely. My heart goes out to the Red Camel team. Been there, got the T-shirt, know exactly how those boys are feeling now. I've got to say, a great job from Lucas. Perhaps the hardest part of any grid walk on a 24H Series grid is telling the Renauer twins apart. Forget it. You're never going to do it now with the COVID masks of today. And it was a great job there from Lucas, just creating a bit of fever, isn't it? We've got this battle for the overall lead in GT between the middle cap Ferrari and the Herbeth cars. I say cars because you can't really put any of those, either the 91 or the 92, out of contention. And if I was a betting man, I wouldn't know exactly where to put my money on those first three cars on the grid. And then we look at the TCE race. That's going to be a ding-dong, because out of contention until this point has been the 101 car. And even though it's had that those problems that they rectified up until 4 a.m., new engine, and finding issues that were probably went in some way towards their poor performance in qualifying. Broken wishbones, that's going to have been moving around. So that car was just not anywhere in qualifying. That's not going to be the case over 12 hours. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the progress that that car's going to make. And it's they'll be up for it now. I mean, that team has put in a lot of effort into the small hours of this morning, and sensible to send the drivers off to get some proper sleep, albeit a 1 o'clock finish is off to the hotel at 1 o'clock isn't exactly a full night's sleep. But the crew can kind of catnap in between pit stops. So, yes, mate, it's going to be a cracker. And just look at the weather down in Paul Ricard. We're going to see highs of 22 degrees, I saw on my forecast, and I saw a 0 chance of rain. So consistent conditions throughout the whole of this race, I'm thinking.
Start of the race is 10 minutes away, and the current ambient temperature 19.1. It'll be a lot warmer than that at track level. And sensibly, well, certainly for the middle cap racing Ferrari, they've got both doors open on the 488 to try and get a bit of crosswind through there and just cool down the working area, the office environment for the starting driver. And probably on the rolling lap, we will be able to give you who's starting each car as well. I know one or two teams revealed the secret to Lucas on the grid, but we'll try and fill in some of the blanks as far as that's concerned as well. But plenty of running that has been available to all of these cars. You had 3 different private tests before the actual race meeting began properly. They were optional. And then a 90-minute free practice session yesterday at midday. The 2 30-minute sessions, you're either in one or the other, depending on whether you've entered into the GT or the TCE series. But then, importantly, 2 hours of darkness running at about the time, or exactly the time, that the race will be coming to an end, from 8 o'clock through till 10. Another quick interview for Lukas Gajewski before the grid is fully cleared.
Well, sadly, there is not even any more time left for an interview. We just wanted to show some other very interesting cars a bit further down the order of the GT grid. Here is the brand new KTM GTX, very spectacular car. Horst Felbermayr Jr. will take the start. This is the pole position in his class, in the GTX class. Next to him is another of the French teams, the Vortex crew, in second place on the grid of the GTX class. And then another very interesting project actually today is the endurance debut of the new 992 generation Porsche Cup car for its first outing in an endurance race. Very interesting point to talk about today, as well as always the 911 Porsche Cup class. Porsche Lorient Racing class pole position at their return to the 24-hour series due to various COVID restrictions. They haven't been able to do a lot of racing over the past few months, and now they're back on pole position in their 991 Porsche Cup class. Guys, it's all set. I'm going to head back to you, and then it's the start of the circuit, of the 12 hours of the circuit Paul Ricard.
Yeah, it's a very interesting area of the grid, that, with some unusually shaped cars, the front row of GTX and that brand new Porsche. Here's the grid in detail then. Josef Kral with a qualifying effort of a 2:02.303 put the middle cap racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari on pole position. He's driving that machine with Miroslav and Matusz Weibar, father and son team from Slovakia. In the Herbert Motorsport first Porsche, the 91 example, it is Ralph Bone to start the car, but Robert Renau put the qualifying time in at 2:02.435. So you've got Kral versus Bone on that front row. And then Bobby Gonzalez will start the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, number 92, from third position after a Marco Seefried qualifying effort of 2:02.451. Kessel Racing Ferrari next up, Marco Frezza, who was the qualifying driver to start that car from fourth position, and he's got a whole Italian lineup to cycle through that Swiss prepared Ferrari. Retronic Racing by TECE, that'll be started by Ilya Earhart, although it was qualified by Pierre Caffa, the Audi R8 LMS GT3 at 2:03.1, and the MP Racing number 58 Mercedes AMG will be started by David Gosner from 6th place. 88 car collection motorsport car as the grid starts to leave now under the control of a green flag, so this is a formation lap. Tim Muller to start the car collection Audi number 88 from 7th. Remember that had troubles yesterday with quite a bit of work needing to be done on it before it could join the session. 2:04.383. The 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes will start from 8th place. 9th position for the Reiter Engineering GTX pole sitter, the 724 KTM Crossbow. Then the Vortex alongside, also from the GTX division, Olivier Gomez to start the 701. Speed Lover GTX Porsche, so this is the brand new Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992 iteration. 979 is the race number, and it'll be Jean-Pierre Verhoeven to start that car from 11th alongside the Porsche Lorient Racing Cup car, but that runs in the 991 class and is therefore the pole sitter in that division. Another Vortex, the 712 from the Vortex V8 team, starts 13th ahead of the Duo Racing 909 Porsche Cup car. A Speed Lover 991 class Porsche starts 15th, the 978. And the GT4 pole sitter is the ST Racing BMW M4 GT4. And it will start alongside a car that couldn't qualify yesterday because there was a significant crash for their main car at Pro Sport Racing. They had to revert to the spare car. It'll be Kurt Henson in 401. And that car starting from the pit lane, as detailed yesterday by Felix, the team manager. And as the GT cars head on to the first part of the Mistral Straight, let's have a look at the AC Motorsport grid, the TCE grid, which is topped by AC Motorsport. Mathieu Detry, who qualified that car, the 188, will start from the pole position. And I'm now wondering what has happened to the 112, because that should be close to the front of the grid. Anyway, the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Golf is certainly close to there as well. I think on the caption we're missing the 112, which should be at the front of them all. 188 second, the number 1 car in third. Then an all-Spanish couple of cars from Tic Tac Tot Car Sport, or TTS, which I'm no doubt going to call them for the bulk of the race. Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre to start that car. And then it will be the 108 Cupra Leon from RC2, the Breukers 101 Cupra from Red Camel Jordans.nl with a brand new engine and a brand new rear wishbone. And the TCX pole position car is the Ginetta G55 of Colin White, John Bruneau and J.M. Littman, followed by the Ligier. We have a selection of onboard views around the grid, and this looks to be from the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches. So this car starting from third place for Bobby Gonzalez, car number 92. Elia Earhart in the number 18 Rootronic Racing by TECE Audi, and hopefully you can really hear the difference between a 4-litre flat 6 and the big V10 that sits in the middle of the Audi, the 5.2 litre. And this is another V8 turbocharged, Marco Fretzer's Kessel Racing Ferrari, 3.9 litre twin turbocharged Ferrari power plant. That sounds glorious. Another V10, this time courtesy of Tim Muller's Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS, that will be giving us some track views throughout the course of the race. This is starting in 7th place, with Tim starting, Milan Doncha and the young talent Robin Rogalski to come in that. Felipe Fernandez starts the number 108 RC2 Junior team by Cabra Racing, Cupra Leon Competición. And this is a brand new car for 2021. We saw it competing at Mugello 4 weeks ago. Brilliant to have the 108 car back again. And also in the TCE part of the grid, the number 1 car of Konstantin Kletzer. And look a couple of cars ahead and you will see the 112 pole-sitting Golf, also for Autorama Motorsport, that machine in its rightful position. Fabian Dance to start it. Luke Breukers in the 101. This engine sounding very potent indeed, as the team should expect. They were up till 4:15 this morning, changing the engine in the front of that car. Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre, we heard from him on the grid with Lucas, drives for TTS in his Cupra TCR DSG. The DSG bit describes what type of gearbox is carried in the car. And Colin White, the man from the West Country, is driving 278 Ginetta G55, which will be the penultimate car on the grid and also the penultimate car in TCX. John Miller installed for the ST Racing BMW for the opening stint there, and ST Racing a full season entry for Nick Whitmer, John Miller who starts, Chandler Hull and Samantha Tan, who is the ST. So this is the second green flag lap ahead of us racing at the end of this. It'll be a rolling start, remember, so all the cars will grid up into a grid formation 2x2 across the line, and then the flag will be waved to get things rumbling. It's a tricky start to the lap, Joe Bradley, a real bottleneck into that first S-bend as you turn left and right.
It really is, it really is. Now, I'm hoping everyone will be able to navigate that part of the track and get on with the race. We heard one of the drivers describe this as it's a sprint, it's a 12-hour sprint, and you may go into this race with the mindset of, right, I'm going to take it easy, I'm going to drive it, say, 7-8 tenths, and then you'll have the driver, the car ahead of you will just eking out a bit of a gap, so you push a little bit more, and before you know it, everyone's driving at 10 tenths, and this is pretty much where we're going to be for the rest of the day. It's going to be an absolute blast until, 10 o'clock tonight?
Yep, that's the plan. As the leading cars have just headed through Double Droite du Beausset, and that's a very tricky corner. It's also very harsh on tyres, as we were hearing from Stéphane Perrin, particularly if you're in a front-wheel drive TCR car. So they'll need to stay on top of the Hankook tyres that are brilliantly designed, and the plan, obviously, when the tyre was born, that it should last across a stint, but the stints vary, and although it's the same compound for every single car in the grid, a stint for a GT3 car basically about an hour, but you can eke out maybe even 90 minutes in a TCR car. So time management definitely a moot point before we get rolling, and also driver time will be crucial as well. That doesn't necessarily sit neatly within the stints these cars will be doing. So from the pole position, the middle cap racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari of Josef Kral. Alongside him, Ralph Bone driving the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And right behind them, Bobby Gonzalez and Marco Fretzer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, respectively. The 12 hours of Paul Ricard gets going now as all red lights are extinguished on the gantry, and it looks to be just about a good getaway for Josef Kral, but the MP Racing Mercedes is off on the scenery. Can it get turned in? It can't, and there's contact into the first corner, and that was all because David Gosner had got forced onto the dirt to driver's left. It's cleaned out the number 8 Ferrari of Marco Fretzer, and that's the last thing we wanted ahead of a 12-hour race. You need to get through that first corner cleanly and safely. What was I saying, Joe, about that tricky first few corners of this lap? It's ended in disaster.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And the MP Racing Mercedes, that car just he actually went off track to driver's left, and he's braking at that point on a dirty surface, and that was inevitable, and a little bit of a panic start in that MP Racing car, the number 58. I thought Gosner really sort of was perhaps a little bit too racy there into the first turn. Thankfully, it hasn't interfered too much with the cars that were on the front row. However, the number 8 Ferrari has got some damage to the front of that car, and using the shortcut routes across the runoffs there to get back to the pits as quickly as possible. Definitely a puncture on the left rear and front bodywork damage, so heavy contact. Let's hope that is just a puncture, Johnny, and nothing amiss with the suspension. But that's put that number 8 right on the back foot from the very, very off.
And this Ferrari was a real strong contender for the race win, I would say, but it more or less takes them out of the hunt, unless there is, well, a lot of Code 60. We tend not to have safety cars in this type of racing, so there's no real chance of catching up this lost ground, which will be very, very costly indeed. I also noticed a spinner when the bulk of the pack got to turns 3, 4 and 5, so into Virage L'Hotel. There was a spinner towards the rear, and I don't know whether there was any contact there as well, but obviously we'll revisit the incident into the first corner, which has left the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari limping its way down the Mistral straight, and at the moment no decision to head into a caution. That slow car is covered by local yellows. Amazingly, David Gosner got out of that reasonably well, considering there was significant contact with 2 other cars. David Gosner is still running in 4th position. Josef Kral leads the first lap of the 12 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard in the middle cap racing Ferrari. He leads by 0.7 of a second over Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 3rd place is the Elia Earhart-driven Rutronic Racing by Teche Audi, and then David Gosner, who caused all the chaos, whether through his own fault or whether he was pushed, of course, to the outside of the track and then just couldn't control the car. It was tricky to read at first investigation, and that's what I mean about being able to maybe describe that incident to you again before I'm fully decided. But it was definitely Gosner then rejoining and just not being able to get the retardation required into the first corner, which ended up with the Mercedes spearing into at least 2 other cars. Tim Muller for Car Collection Motorsport runs in 5th, and Olivier Gomez for Vortex up to 6th place now in the 701 car, so easily the GTX race leader. In TCE, it is Mathieu Detry for AC Motorsport out front from Felipe Fernandez in the Cupra Leon Competition. The other car involved, Joe, was the second of the the Herbert Motorsport Porsches. So car 92 starting third, also in with damage.
Yeah, I was wondering that the Gosner car, the Mercedes, kind of assaulted the Ferrari and then fled the scene.
Yep.
And the Ferrari then speeded into another car. I was about to say, struggling to identify in the melee what that other car was. Well, we can confirm. There's a big clue. The 92 into the pits already, up on the dolly jacks, and that's going to be shuffled round into the garage. The number 8 has not quite made it back yet. I'm not quite sure where that car
It's
is.
nowhere near, Joe. I think this is the chicane on the Mistral Straight. I think it's the cones that tell the drivers to turn left. Yeah, so it's basically got to the chicane and completely run out of steam. And that's no doubt down to the puncture on the rear. This is a rear-wheel drive car, and obviously that tyre is now starting to completely delaminate and break up, and rubbing on the wheel arch, but also the front valance, which is hanging loose on one side, really won't be helping either.
You know what, Johnny? That Ferrari, where that car is on the chicane node on the Mistral, is right at the back of the paddock. And if there is an access gate there, and I saw the marshal go to the driver and kind of indicate behind him, I'm hoping there's an access gate because they will recover that car back to the paddock.
Here we go.
And I think that's happening. There's an access gate on the back end of the paddock. If we can get that car into the paddock, he then doesn't have to continue all the way around the track. And we would have done this with a low loader. We would have gone out there and collected that car onto the back of a truck. Instead, we're able to get that car to the back of the paddock, open up an access gate, and he was going to get that car back to the pit lane perhaps a little bit quicker than if he was recovered by one of the recovery trucks.
Well, I hope to goodness that Marco Fretzer isn't thinking about parking it for good, because you've got best part of 12 hours still to race with ahead of us. But yeah, you'll shout about the fact that is right at the rear of the paddock, and therefore a pretty short drive to the garages. Let's hope that is now the plan for Marco Fretzer, with the help of the marshals on the entry to the chicane Nord. A very sorry state for the 92 Porsche as well. So it's basically the two cars that started on the second row that would have been side by side into the first corner, and very much not expecting a green Mercedes to enter at rapid speed from stage left. And poor old Marco Fretzer and in the 92, Bobby Gonzalez. That's the last thing they would have been expecting, would have been assaulted from their left and pushed into a spin. So sometimes runs endurance racing, and all of a sudden the focus for Herbert Motorsport will shift significantly to the number 91 car. It's made a real mess of the rear left rim as well on the Ferrari. Torn that to shreds, and no wonder the Hankook tyre has gone bang, and it's grounding out. That's the other issue, Joe, is that that section of the sill in front of the rear wheel is right on the floor, and Marco Fretzer, I think, is going to be clambering out of there.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a lift onto a truck as well.
Yeah,
I was thinking he was able to drive that. It looks like the suspension is damaged. Rob Chalmers has tweeted in that he suspects suspension damage because of the camber angle of that rear wheel. The rear wheel's now destroyed itself, whether that's on the drive round or from the impact.
Thinking about it, that will have been the point of impact, won't it? On the left side, where the Mercedes first made contact with the Ferrari. So it's done a lot of damage to the rear wheel where it's caught. And there's then questions about drivetrain and drive shafts and whether they've been pushed further into the gearbox. Yes. So very much a concern for that Ferrari, even if they can get it back. And Marco Fretzer just gesticulating, thinking, what was going on there? We're starting a 12-hour race, and I've been hit at the first corner. But I do think, that doesn't fully explain the story, because why did David Gosner end up on the dirt, which prevented him from slowing the car? I agree that maybe David was a little bit too racy heading down to the first corner, didn't need to be overlapping cars into turn one for the first attempt. But it was just that natural concertina effect that you so often get here at RICARD, where the cars at the front of the grid slow and those behind don't necessarily react in time.
When the lights went out, Johnny, the front view we had from the camera shot, which was a great view, I just thought, you look a little bit too racy for my liking. the whole field was fanned out, and we had cars going really wide and sort of virtually off track, right all the way down to that first turn. And I think that was an overly aggressive start, and it's something that we don't normally see. And maybe the nature of the track here, you mentioned it, mate. You said there's a massive bottleneck into that first sequence of corners, which is quite a tight left-right sequence. And you called it. You said there's a bottleneck there, and that exacerbated the situation somewhat.
Yeah, I've seen it far too many times, unfortunately, here at RICARD, and that's not a fault of the track. Everybody knows where it goes. Everybody knows the areas that you have to work with. Yes, there's a lot of runoff, so there's not necessarily anything hard to hit, but of course, if it turns into a pinball affair where cars start hitting one another, then there's still very much damage that can be incurred. And I can almost accept that if we were in the format that we were in 4 weeks ago at Mugello, where there was a 4-hour race to win first of all, and then 8 hours tomorrow, but we're doing 12 hours altogether here. You are not going to win any trophies on the first lap, and it's about being conservative, certainly for the first few hours, but it's all very well saying these things in hindsight. I'm sure the incident is being looked at by race control, and blame apportioned if it needs to be.
Well, Johnny, all right, we've got a 25-car grid, and we've got 8 GT3 AMs, and, you know, adversity could hit any of those other 7 cars in your class, so it doesn't matter. At this stage, with 11 hours and 49 minutes, well, they had 11 minutes of racing, I would definitely be looking at repairing that car if we've got the spares. And like you mentioned, that impact on the left rear continuing into the gearbox and diff, hoping that that car is repairable. Plus, it gives your drivers seat time, and that's what they're here to do. So I'm pretty sure Kessel will be looking to do as much as they can to get back into this race, because there's still a lot of race left, obviously.
Let's speak a little bit about the TCE Series race. Luke Breukers has already managed to pick off 1 car, and that's actually the car that started on pole position in TCE. Fabian Dance, qualified by Yannick Mettler, the 112 car, but 101 Luke Breukers with the new engine, now up to 7th place in the TCE Series. They are catching the Ligier JS2R of Guillaume Romain from Nordschleifer Racing. So 3 cars totally together there, 6th, 7th and 8th places in the TCE field, but the class is led, or rather the race is led, separate race within TCE. That's led by Mathieu Detry, who we know is fast because he was installed into the AC Motorsport Audi on qualifying duty yesterday and managed to put the car on 2nd position on the grid. So front row start for the Belgian man from Flanders, and he is still fairly early on in his racing career. Only started in 2016 in the TCR Benelux Championship for Ferry Monster Autosport, and a bit of a talent down at AC Motorsport. Sadly, we're having to focus on a couple of cars, or at least 1 car in the pits, the other one trying to get back to the paddock/pits. Herbert Motorsports 92 Porsche with Bobby Gonzalez probably now out of the car because this is lengthy repair work taking place. And focus, Joe, very much on the front and front right, really, which is where the wing had come dislodged. So it's not the action end of a Porsche with the engine in the rear, but you still need the steering to be right and the suspension too.
And let's not forget the radiators for cooling everything are mounted at the front of that car, just in front of the front wheel. So it didn't look as bad as it obviously is, Johnny, and I'm a little bit gutted for the 92 as well as the number 8, because both of those cars were very much contenders for certainly a podium, if not an overall win. And the number 92 Herbert crew will just be getting on with what they have to do and working efficiently and just putting, you know, whatever their thoughts were to one side and just getting on with it. And now it's just a matter of seeing where they end up at 10 o'clock tonight. And a bit of a shame, really, because I was expecting a 3 or 4 car battle. That's maybe now taking that element of what we were promised out of this. And now that I think the overall win is down to perhaps only the 2 cars that we see now at the front of this field, number 11 and 91.
Off-track visit for the 701, and that was at the Mistral chicane, I reckon, just trying to fully identify that. But 701 that was riding high, actually, has had a good start for Olivier Gomez. now rejoining the track. Is a bit further round actually than the chicane, maybe coming out of senior corner. And 701 that was running in 6th place has gone back into the race, but probably lost the GTX lead as a result of that. We can get a quick update from Lucas in the pits.
Yeah, I was just given a sign 1 hour. That's what Herbert Motorsport thinks is necessary to get the car back running. As you said, guys, they started working on the right-hand side of the car, then on the left as well, and I might run out of English now in terms of technical terms, but you can see some of the parts being here, being worked on. The underfloor just came off as well. That's, of course, necessary for the mechanics to reach everything. You just mentioned cooling. As far as I'm concerned, everything is all right in terms of cooling. I think it's all suspension related.
Okay, useful update, thank you. So on the Ferrari, Joe, they've managed to locate a couple of dolly jacks and amazingly got the car up onto those using the internal jacks. I was going to ask where the crane was that had done that, but no, this is purely from plugging an airline into the side of the car and trying to lift it up. The problem is it's come to a halt on gravel, so that is not the cleanest surface to be dealing with, and the dolly jacks have now been removed, so obviously they weren't happy with that, but slowly it's progressing, is the recovery of that Ferrari.
It's at the back of the paddock, like we said. It's used an access gate at the back of the paddock, which is just off the Mistral straight, and that was a sensible approach then. I'm wondering if the driver himself, Michael Fretzer, knew that, and that's why he pulled off at that point. Just wasn't quite sure where that access gate would be. But it's still a tricky job. That car was certainly beached on its belly, so to speak, and when I was teaching motorsport engineering at Gateshead College, one of the exercises I used to play to the students was how to get a car that's off its wheels, on its grounded, how to move that car just 5 meters, which is kind of what we're seeing there, and it was quite an exercise. And I used to use a pallet with a load of sacks of sand on it, and it was basically get that pallet from there to over there, and that's what we're seeing the Kessel Racing team, albeit the pallet and the sand have been replaced by a beautiful Ferrari 288. Still the same exercise.
Prime time now, whilst that repair work continues, both at Herbert and recovery work at Kessel Racing, to have a little look at this Paul Ricard circuit, which really does present a huge challenge, as displayed for all the wrong reasons by that first corner. So Retronic Racing, the number 18 Audi, with that wailing V10 right behind the driver, heading towards the end of the lap. Virage du Lac, and then Virage du Pont, which sadly is faced by empty grandstands for obvious reasons, but we hope certainly on our next visit to Circuit Paul Ricard to have those grandstands nice and full of 24H Series fans. The car streaks across the line underneath the various advertising bridges, and this was the point of the contact on the opening lap where Elliot Earhart cleanly hits his apex at turn 1, slight rise in the track through 2, and then although it looks fairly straight on a track map, you have got a couple of kinks to deal with between turn 2 and Virage L'Hôtel, turn 3, the right-hander. Some awkward bollards right on the apex there, keeping you away from the apex itself. We've also now, before we head onto the Mistral straight for Elliot Earhart, got an issue for Colin White's Ginetta, the CWS Engineering G55. Just heads to a halt there, running in 5th position in the TCE series part of the race, so his progress had been good to this point, but the Ginetta grinds to a halt for whatever reason. Maybe Colin is going through some sort of restart cycle here in the Ginetta, but the 278 running in 5th. This is at turn 6, Joe. Yeah. And the last thing they wanted for such a long race, we're barely 20 minutes into it and already a mechanical drama it would seem. And the 701 Vortex, which was spinning not too long ago in the final sector, that's also come into the pits with possible damage. They're dropping like flies at the moment, Joe.
I did not expect attrition to come into play at this stage, Johnny. 11 hours and 41 left. There's plenty of time for this to come into play. Looks like the 701 has actually hit something, or something has hit it, with quite a bit of damage to that left rear corner. Now we're seeing an errant wheel nut.
Yeah, we think, Joe, that's from the Ginetta.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that from the Ginetta? Is that a wheel nut or the end of a drive shaft or something? It's a chunk of metal that looks like a wheel nut. And
well,
if anyone
a few people
knows
have actually seen that detach from the car and go straight
right.
on, and as the Ginetta was turning right at Beausset, I think. No, turn 6, it's earlier on in the lap. It's the right-hander prior to the left-hander that takes you onto the Mistral straight. So, will the wheel still be on the car is the next question. Colin's going to get out, and we may need to go code 60.
If Colin knows where the wheel nut is, he'll retrieve it and put it on the car to get him back to the pits. Colin White getting out of the car and being ushered over the barrier. That car's not necessarily out of the race, though, for all of our viewers and listeners that are new to this series. We don't retire cars in the 24H series. We recover them by any way that we can back to the paddock, back to the pits, and the team can fix the car and get it back in the race. So I'm pretty sure Colin White is not out of this race. He's just been slightly delayed.
Well, Colin's the sort of guy to pick that wheel nut up and screw it back on with his bare hands, frankly.
Yes,
given the chance. The problem is he's on the inside of the track and the wheel nut is on the outside of the circuit at turn 4 or 5. Plenty happening. Yes, Joe?
Just getting a message from GM Littman, who's a driver in that Ginetta, drive shaft failure.
Oh, you're kidding. So it's a bit, it is a bit worse than a wheel nut falling off. Wow,
so
okay.
So I did think that piece of metal did look like the end of a drive shaft or a wheel nut.
Yes.
And so unfortunately, my perception was correct. So thanks GM for keeping us up to date on the Ginetta. Now it's just a case of getting that car back to the pits as quickly as possible.
Well, there's plenty happening in pit lane. Sadly, Colin's a little way away from returning to there, but Lukas Gajewski is in the pits watching all manner of cars being seen to by teams.
It's absolutely incredible. Now you can see the Kessel car, the number 8 car that was involved into the collision right after the start. That has been brought back to the pits. Marco Fretzer is still in the car. It seems he's going to stay in there for a second, but I think because of the damage on the rear left, this is going to take a couple of minutes. We've also been down to the Vortex pits. I haven't been able to speak to anyone yet because obviously they are trying to fix the car, and that to me looked like damage on the rear left suspension there.
Yeah, certainly carrying some damage on one of the wheel rims, I noticed as well, so possibly a legacy of some contact for the 701 as well. It's certainly very, very busy around the Circuit Paul Ricard track with only 25 cars. I had hoped that the survival rate would have been slightly better than this, at least for the first half an hour, but it's very, very busy, and the wrong side of the pit wall, sadly, with, 3 cars appearing there already, and now the Colin White stricken car as well. I can describe to you a little bit more in detail what happened at turn 1 with the Mercedes off on the dirt and not able to slow. The initial contact was actually David Gosner into Bobby Gonzalez because the Porsche 92 sat between the Mercedes and the Ferrari, and it was as a result of David Gosner running side by side with the Rutronic Racing Audi, and there was actually a touch between the Mercedes and the Audi which speared the Mercedes out to almost a concrete wall. Then Mercedes, rejoining the track, went sideways into Bobby Gonzalez, who then connected with Marco Fretzer and the Ferrari that was on the outside. Spin for the Ferrari. The 20 Mercedes had to go off the track as well. And amazingly, David Gosner, who made the corner, he wouldn't have done were it not for that contact, but David Gosner scampered away from the scene in 4th position. We're under code 60, and this has to be to recover the Colin White Ginetta at turn 6. Also another Vortex on pit road, which is something I don't necessarily like to see, unless they're taking the opportunity to get some fuel into that car. 712 is rejoining the race, so that was a very quick stop indeed for the 712 Vortex. There is a code 60 flag right at the end of the pit lane as well to remind driver of the 712, who at this stage is Pierre Fontaine, that we are under caution, and Pierre came into the pits under green, so if that car did quickly go for fuel, they would have been able to take the full allocation. I think that was just a trip to the team though, Joe, maybe to check something out and get the car back in the race.
The pit stop time showed up in purple though, Johnny, so I'm not sure.
Oh, did it?
And because of that car's now gone through the pit lane and is back out. I'm a little bit puzzled as what has happened to the 712. because I noticed that the pit stop timer was in purple,
Yeah.
and it was only at something like 44 seconds.
And that's
So
exactly
it's
what's
only
happening with the top 3 cars that are coming in now. Just to explain, if you pit under code 60, there are certain restrictions to your pit stop. Namely, you can only take on 50% of your normal fuel allocation. And to be honest, I'd missed that because the Vortex was already back in the race by the time I checked. So good spot, Joe. Purple for Pierre Fontaine.
He hasn't done anything though, Johnny.
No.
He's literally spent 44 seconds, which is effectively a drive-through. So he's come on a pit lane under purple, and then here it is.
Yes.
I think he's missed the fuel turn. I think he's come in, missed the fuel entrance into fueling, which is at pit in. Just to explain to people tuning in for the first time this weekend, the fueling area, if you'll be familiar with the 24H series, is not in the pit lane. It's at the back of the paddock, and it's at pit in. And it's quite early at pit in that you have to, instead of continuing down the pit lane, you have to turn right. And I wouldn't be surprised if Pierre Fontaine has missed that turning, which explains why he's just effectively done a drive-through. 44 seconds was the stop time. That's a drive-through.
Yep, and a number of us are looking through the penalty notices to see whether 712 features anywhere, but can't see that number at all. So it's not as if it's been called in for a mysterious drive-through. I think that's a good shout. It's an awkward fueling entry here at RICARD, and if Pierre Fontaine hasn't experienced that enough, he might have got a very, very late call because it's code 60. Get in now, get to fuel. And in all the excitement, has just missed that crucial turn in. You need to be down to the right sort of speed as well, remember, because although the run through the pits is 40 kilometres per hour, you have to be down to 20 kph in the fueling area when you're venturing to the car park in the paddock. Flatbed now with Colin White. His Ginetta is being inched onto the rollback. So this will be an easier recovery than Marco Fretzer experienced. No need for dolly jacks here. But just a terrible start for a number of teams who would have been probably a lot of people's favourites before we actually got going. So we're going to have a slightly unusual result. I mean, David Gosner, who arguably caused the Turn 1 incident, now leads the race, bizarrely, because he hasn't come in to take a stop. But that might be costly for MP Racing. There's still the option, quite possibly, to do that at the end of this lap. But those in the know, you have to think, like Middlecat Racing, like Herbert Motorsport, certainly, Car Collection Motorsport, they've all opted to come in for fuel, Joe.
Yeah, I think that's a good call at this stage, just extending that fuel window into the early stages of this race. They'll not have changed tyres, they'll just have basically gone into fueling, taken on and topped off the tanks, because I would have thought that the cars would have started with absolutely brimmed fuel tanks. They'll have topped those tanks off, and now we kind of have we press the restart button and we go again and stretch that driver stint, which basically is the fuel stint, until we get towards the 2-hour maximum mark, and then it starts getting very complicated. It is. I did expect a race of attrition. I think the nature of the Paul Ricard track sort of brings that. It's quite hard on braking. It's hard on tyres. There's lots of the way that the cars load up through the turns and stuff, and also the added complication of drivers trying to circumnavigate around one another. It wouldn't have come as any surprise, and I was expecting a little bit of a race of attrition. However, I'm absolutely gobsmacked that with less than 28 minutes of this race, we were already seeing attrition come at us at quite a pace. 712 we saw going into the pits and then straight out. I'm wondering, Johnny, if 712 is that's still on its outlap. I'm wondering if that car is going to come back into the pits and finish off what it started effectively.
Certainly the right side of the blend line to make it look like it's heading for the pits. It's exactly what it's doing. So you have to stay well onto the right-hand side through turn 13 to make it obvious to those around you that you want to stop, although 712 entirely on its own as it comes back in. And will the 712 turn right this time? That's exactly what it's doing, yes, and heading for fuel. So we reckon that's what Olivier Gomez was trying to do a lap ago as the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes comes back out of the fueling area in the other way. It's very tight, isn't it, as you head in and out. You've got a car going inward and one returning to the track. You've got to be so careful. Tuck your elbows in and squeeze through. So that gives you a really good idea of the close quarters that pit lane here at RICARD involves. It's always been a tight pit lane at Circuit Paul Ricard, and even more so with the 24H Series visit. 88 back into the race, but a number of cars remain on pit road, including one of the Vortex. Here's Lukas Gajewski.
Yes, guys, we just came down to the pit entrance to show exactly what you mentioned. Maybe, Sepp, we can take a few more over there to show the signs again our commentators mentioned. There you see there is one arrow pointing to the right where it says refueling, and then another one pointing to the left where it says pit lane. Now, you would think it's pretty straightforward. However, sitting in a cockpit, you might actually get it wrong. I think we're just going to head down towards the Vortex pit garage to check for any of the reasons.
Yeah, so the Vortex was the car that went straight on, we reckon, and Lucas can ask a few exploratory questions, shall we say, to find out exactly whether there was an issue there or not. It depends how much they want to give away, I suppose.
Yeah. A few careful questions, Johnny?
Carefully placed questions, indeed. Josef Kral remaining at the wheel of the number 11 Ferrari of Middle Cat Racing, back in the race, and we are back to racing, in fact, with side-by-side TCR cars, the 123 TTS entry, which is a Cupra, right on the boot lid of the number 1 Autorama Motorsport Golf, and also involved in the battle is the 108 Cupra Leon. So 108 going across the line, and they're not a million miles away from Mathieu Detry, who leads the race. So the orange 108 car driven by Felipe Fernandez, second. Third position for Konstantin Kletzer in that number 1 Golf, and fourth place for Alvaro Rodriguez Sestra, in the Cupra. So even though we've had half an hour's worth of running, the second place, rather the first place fight, that is for the lead in TCE, is right together, Joe.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a TCR sprint race breakout, haven't we?
Yeah.
With that battle for the lead, to the full way fight, absolutely line astern, as you say, Johnny. We'll keep an eye on this for a short time, because I think as we settle into this, now we've gone green, we're going to settle back into a race pace, and we're going to see whether or not any of those cars have got a performance advantage over the cars they're racing with. At the moment, it doesn't look so. It looks like it's a pretty tight scrap.
You also, for second place now, got Josef Kral trying to fend off Elia Earhart. So Middle Cat versus Rutronic. And the Audi, at the moment, looks a little bit quicker through the sequence of turns 3, 4 and 5. Interested to see, as far as the balance of performance is concerned, which is the more favourable of the two cars on the straight. Does look like Kral is just inching away now in that Ferrari up ahead. The winking tail lights that are actually on constantly, but because they're LEDs being viewed through a camera, looks like they're flashing. As the 11 and the 18 totally together. The Audi can live with the pace here at the Ferrari, Joe, and in the draft, almost close in on it. So this is promising for the next few hours too.
Yeah, it's great to see that Audi right on the tail of the number 11. They're currently second and third, by dint of the MP car, the Mercedes of David Gosner, not choosing to pit stop under that code 60. So the leading car, the 58 Mercedes, owing us a pit stop. And as we continue monitoring this battle for second in GT and second and third overall, the Audi getting very close into the braking areas on the Ferrari, but just beginning to sort of ebb away as the Ferrari shows its true pace. Tyres just coming back up to optimum tyre temperature and pressures now, and the Ferrari there would have gotten, I reckon, Josef Kral, as they come towards the end of what will be lap 14 as they go through the final turn, Josef Kral would have looked in his mirrors and saw his mirrors very full of a red and black Audi R8, and he'll have gotten a bit of a shot there, and he's responded, and he's got a bit of a gap as they come across the line. Just waiting for that to click in. It's under a second, Johnny, so still nose to tail.
Yeah, Interesting to see that the two cars ran very deep into turn 12, deliberately so, nowhere near the apex. That gives you a better approach to turn 13 then. And 14 is where the pit lane entry these days peels off to driver's right. Let's get a quick update again from Lukas Gajewski in the pits.
Yes, we're down at Herbert Motorsport, and you can obviously see why they said it's going to be at least an hour until this car is back running. Actually quite interesting to see some of the Kessel Racing guys just came over to have a look how things stand. Obviously they are still repairing their car and they are incredibly frustrated. They didn't want to talk in front of the camera. I mean, you can kind of understand if the race is basically over after a couple of 100 meters.
Totally so. And the 92, the Innocent Party, Marco Fretzer, who actually was walking past the Herbert Motorsport garage whilst the work continues on, he was on the outside of it all. So it was a double ricochet into the number 8 Ferrari, all caused by the Mercedes. But was that whole incident actually started by contact further back between the Rutronic Audi and the green Mercedes from MP Racing? Be interesting to get David Gosner's thoughts on the whole incident, whether he was put out there out of his control into the dirt, which then led to the second and third impact, in fact. But it was just the stars aligning in all the wrong sort of senses to cause that problem at the start of a 12-hour race. And we have two very heavily damaged cars, one certainly being fixed. It'll take the best part of 60 minutes to do so. Not sure how Kessel are approaching this, though, because they've got a lot of work to do on their number 8 Ferrari.
Couldn't really tell from the perspective of the starting shot, Johnny, as it was a head-on shot, but it could well have been 3 or 4 wide there heading down towards turn 1 with the Mercedes right the way across on driver's left and having to go off track. That's always gonna result in a few tears, because you're off track, you're needing the brakes, you're needing to brake very, very well. You can't, because you're on a dirty off-track piece of real estate, if you like, and that's never going to work. And that's what we saw. And we saw the car not being able to slow down enough to. And it's pretty tight, turn 1 and 2 here. It's not like in the I'm going to say the old days where the first turns here at Paul Ricard were a very, very fast sweeping left and right. It's a bit different. The redesign of Paul Ricard has created that turn 1 and 2 to be a very, very tight left-hander into an equally tight right-hander. It's more of an elongated chicane, isn't it, than a sweeping S.
Yeah, and it was a combination of the approach angle of David Gosner's Mercedes and the speed that he just couldn't shave off sufficiently, which caused the incident. But as I say, question marks as to why he ended up there, and the initial contact with the Rutronic Audi. That will rumble on, but we'll focus on the current stint for the Josef Kral-driven Ferrari of Middle Cap Racing, who is at the moment chasing David Gosner. But of course, Josef Kral, Elia Earhart, Ralph Bone all have a Code 60 pit stop in hand. David Gosner's MP Racing Mercedes that leads the motor race hasn't yet made its first stop. Lukas Gajewski in the pits again.
With Bobby Gonzalez, who was the unfortunate man behind the wheel of the number 92 Herbert Porsche. Horror is the word he just used to describe what happened down there at the first corner, Bobby. What an awful way to start such a race without any fault of yours.
It was really a horror start. First turn to end the race is really a horror scenario. So from my point of view, it was a row of mistakes. So the beginning was the start of Kral at P1. Definitely he drives too slow, around about 30 kilometers per hour, because I was in the first gear and I can't push the throttle because he was in front of me. Definitely too slow, so the field was too tight. And then immediately the green lamps go on and we can push. So the field was very tight together. And then in the back side of me was Elia Earhart. He rams Kostner, and Kostner tried to keep on the gas on the dirty side, so he can't brake. I'm sure he can't brake, but he think to have maybe an advantage about this situation. And as you see, it was not an advantage for us. For him, yes. So I'm really pissed. So a 12-hour race have not to be finished at the first turn. So we have to drive 12 hours. Also, for the M driver, it's incredible. We was a very good position and we have a good pace. Also, the M driver of us, and we expected really a good results for this weekend. So I'm really disappointed about this.
Did you see the video images of the accident?
Yes, I saw it. I saw it twice, and it's really unlucky. Better I don't see it again.
Okay, so what do you think caused it? Because actually, I mean, you mentioned the slow start of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, but the accident itself started behind you.
Yes, it was a ramming between Elia Earhart and David Kostner. So, and David was outside the track, and I think he still accelerated, yeah, on the dirty side, and for sure he can't brake like on the track. So he have much dirt on his tires. That is only the thing what I guess, yeah. But the P3 and P4 is out of the race now, so I can't tell you more about it. Yeah.
So guys in the background working hard to get the car back out onto the circuits. Will we still see you enjoying the remainder of this race? Hopefully.
Yes, we will see how the repairing will go on, and then we will see if we start just for fun and to see how is our pace still. But we have to see how is the repairing proceeding, and hopefully maybe some rounds.
I mean, let's talk about the bright stuff. Someone could argue that your car is the best sounding of the grid, because I think you use your special open exhaust system again here.
Oh, I don't hear it so much inside the car, so I can't compare, but it sounds really good.
It does, I can tell you.
Yes, it's nice also to drive. We have a lot of fun, so hopefully the visitors or the spectators can enjoy it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bobby. All the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, a real shame for Bobby Gonzalez. He's very early on in his racing career, competed at Mugello in the 12 hours last month, but that's pretty much it as far as his racing record is concerned. They got a good result there, 4th position with the rest of the team in the 92. Jürgen Hering, Stefan Aust and Marco Seefried. It's pretty much the same lineup in the 92 again this time. But I think he called that exactly right. Now, Joe, I have had an opportunity to see the incident again a few times, and it's Elia Earhart going into the side of David Gosner, forcing the Mercedes out onto the dirt, and then Gosner just couldn't get the car slowed down at all. But I'm sure the initial side-to-side contact between the Audi and the Mercedes will be looked at again a few times. And the innocent parties being Fretzer in the Ferrari and Bobby, who we've just heard from in the Porsche.
Yeah, and they won't have known anything about that, Johnny, until they turned into the apex of turn 1 mid-corner, and then bang, that's when they'll have become aware that something was going on. And it really is a shame. As we've said, 2 of the main contenders, the 92 Porsche of Herbert and the Kessel Ferrari number 8, contenders really in the top 4.
Very much.
And very much contenders there. But talking about contenders, we've still got that cracking battle going on for TCE, and it's mainly the TCR class that's leading that, and it's still pretty relatively nose to tail, I'd say.
Yeah, 4th position for Konstantin Kletzer and Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre. He's in 4th. The Golf in front is in 3rd, therefore, and the class and race, TCE race, continues to be led by Mathieu Detry, who to a certain extent has just extended the gap a little bit now, taken with him Felipe Fernandez in the Cupra Leon Competition. So there's only half a second between those 2 cars, but no longer do we have 4 in a line, because Kletzer's pace not quite equal to those 2 cars ahead. And you just wonder whether Alvaro, tucked in behind, if he can wriggle free of the Golf, might be able to go after Detry and Fernandez, who now compete for the race lead.
Once again, 0221 and their TV pictures being complimented, and some excellent footage there. Very, very different perspective from the Webhead's cam, the drone cam, let's call it. The drone cam there just above the part of the circuit, Virage du Camp and the Virage Saint-Baume. which is just before the Mistral straight, and you get a really great perspective of just how tricky this circuit is and the constant radius turns of Paul Ricard that sometimes ask a driver to maybe have not one apex on the turn, but at least 2 or 3 to get round the long sweeping corners and then onto the Mistral. Beautiful perspective there from the web edge drone.
Far from the ideal start for a number of cars, including the Ginetta G55 of CWS Engineering. Let's head to Lucas for an update on the Ginetta.
Yes, I am with Colin White and the Corpus Delicti. And Colin, you already told me it's not actually drive shaft related.
No, it's the front hub insert that actually holds the wheel on that comes through, and there's a lot of forces here, and then real high speed corners. Lucky enough, it broke on the slowest corner there is, yeah, it's just one of those things. And we change them regular, but there seems to be a bit of a design issue, really. This has happened a few times now. There is an upgrade now they're doing. They've produced a new car with a new upgrade, a new engine, all sorts, so we're going to be looking at that from now on, I think.
And the great thing is, I mean, obviously you are the driver, but as we can see, you have no problem with getting your fingernails dirty as well. That's a beautiful part of endurance racing somehow, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to be able to work on the cars with the Ginetta, I'm afraid. It's the famous British sports car, isn't it? You know, you've got to be able to do the work. Really, you want a bag of spares in the back and stop and the toolkit, you know, with you. But yeah, as part of the fun of it is working on it. But I think this is to the extremes now. Each weekend we're having a problem. We get there, we do really well, then it all breaks on us. So we'll have to review what we're doing, I think.
And how long do you think will it take to get the car back onto the circuit?
About 15 minutes.
All right, Colin. Thank you very much. All the best.
Welcome. Okay, cheers.
Well, there is a guy who's happy to muck in wherever necessary, but you just get the feeling from the tone of his voice, Joe, that he's just tired of all this now. And I mean, you know, Ginettas are designed principally for the Super Cup Championship that runs in the UK. They are sprint races of 25 minutes-ish. But then we do see Ginettas in British GT that run to 3-hour races at times. And then you get to a 12-hour race. But we're only talking, what was it, 20 minutes? Maybe half an hour, but when this problem hit, and he said we change them regularly as well, so it's not as if it's been an oversight. They'd thought about that part failing, and it's happened again. So are we almost at a crossroads here in Colin White's 24H Series career where he thinks about a completely different car?
That's a good one. Perhaps only Colin can answer that one. He's got a lot of time and money invested in the Ginetta, and
that's the trouble, isn't it? Yeah.
That's the problem, and he does know the car inside out. He's rebuilt that car, built it up from the ground up, and rebuilt it again and again and again. And you get to know something like that, and Colin was able to go to it straight away and say that is what has happened here, and it's one of those things. I mean, the tag hashtag this is endurance. That is endurance, and as we've said so many times, and I'm going to say it so many more times, it's just bits of metal bolted together, bolted and glued in some way or other, and things can go wrong and things can wear, and you can hit a curb 1,000 times, and then the 1,001 time that you hit it, something breaks, and who's to say? It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah,
it's motor racing, and nobody knows that better than Colin White, and it kind of reminds me of a question I asked of Elton Julian, who runs a team at Le Mans, and I said, this must be very character building for you, and he absolutely tore a strip off me, saying anyone who has been in motor racing for any amount of time has already built enough character. They don't need any more character building. And I thought, oh my God, that is so right. That is so right. This sport, it's I suppose, Johnny, when it does come off and when you are successful, it makes that feeling even richer for all the times that the kind of thing that Colin, he looks dejected. He's had a great week here at Paul Ricard. He gets to the race within 30 minutes. It's kind of like someone's come in and nicked your telly, isn't it? It's like, it's so hard to lift yourself from that. And I'm pretty sure that, the kettle will be on, he'll have a cup of tea, he'll roll his sleeves up. Right, lads, we've got this car running. And, with the short grid, the small grid that we have, it's going to be worth repairing your car no matter what happens today. Repair your car, get back out, because the same issues that you've encountered, your competitors could easily encounter the same. So, it's all about getting that car to the finish. That's the primary objective in any endurance race.
Yeah, a moment of reflection, probably over a cuppa, will no doubt refocus the mind, and the big decisions, if there are any to be made, can be done away from this weekend. I think that's probably better after some time to process. The 20 Mercedes has now, right behind it, the Ligier JS2R, I noticed. So the 20 car being driven by Christian Hook, and the Ligier that sits behind it is actually a lap down, driven by Guillaume Romain for Nordschleifer Racing. That is, of course, the car that is also in Colin White's class, the other TCX entry, and the Ligier JS2R motoring on. Fifth position in the TCE series and getting a number of laps on Colin White's car for the time being. Hopefully, though, in the next 15 minutes, we will see the CWS Engineering entry returning to the track as David Gosner will head across the line again. Still burning fuel and less of it in the tank than the cars that are doing the chasing currently, because although 15 seconds separate MP Racing from Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha, the Ferrari together with the Audi behind and the Porsche are in a better position than the race leading Mercedes with those pit stops already done. 979, the brand new Porsche Cup car, running alongside the number 1 Konstantin Kletzer driven Golf from Altarama Motorsport. And doing the opening stint in 979 is Jean-Pierre Verhoeven in the Speed Lover Porsche, ahead of Christian Hook in the SPS Automotive Performance car. So there's only a couple of seconds between those two machines, actually. They're in different classes, but battling over overall places in the GT series part of the race. Bonnet lid flapping very slightly on our race leader. I think that's absolutely fine. I've probably been doing that for the whole of the race. The clip's showing no signs of giving up as David Gosner works his way through the Mistral chicane, and the great sounding 6.2 litre V8 in the nose of that Mercedes again powers into action as the car heads out of the chicane and on towards Senior Corner at the top of the hill. And
talking of bonnets flapping, Johnny, something spotted by one of the collective, Yoda's uncle, has noticed that the 108, which is the Felipe Fernandez RC2 Junior Cupra, from the front on view, it looks like there's some front end damage and the bonnet appears to be lifting. We'll check that out, but I'm not sure what that is caused by or whether that's having any effect, because that car currently in second place, just under 2 seconds behind the leading number 188 Audi there. But we'll try and get a look at that. Well spotted there. And I'll be firing out some Twitter handles in a moment and getting everyone to join in and be part of the collective throughout this race.
Excellent, as you normally do. Just a thought about Nico Verdonk in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. He's probably very, very pleased to be joining the race from the pit lane, because he was nowhere close to being involved in the Turn 1 incident, therefore. And normally they give it sort of 10 seconds or so before cars from the pit lane do join the race, because the last thing you want to be doing is having a first corner incident and then launching more cars from the pit lane straight into it. So it's often a count to 10 and then turn the light to green at the end of the pit lane, and 401 was able to safely join the race. It is leading its class now, the GT4 part of the GT Series race, and wedged between the two 991 leaders for Porsche Lorient Racing and Duvo Racing. So Nico Verdonk, certainly lap times are good, and you would expect nothing less from Nico. So all that work that was done yesterday, switching from the planned car to the spare, coming good at this stage. But we are barely an hour into this 12-hour race, and plenty more laps to do, plenty more kilometres to compete in, with Luke Broikers also settling in to a re-engined 101 Cupra run by redcameljordans.nl. Luke installed for the opening stint. We'll see a bit of Evo later on, and I wonder whether Rick will be kept back for the closing hours. Well, he'll have to do some stints as well before half distance, most probably, to evenly distribute the work. And that's the reason why the 101 have gone back to 3 drivers. 12 hours all in one go means you're very hard pushed to do it just on 2, which is actually what a number of teams did at Mugello, but that was slightly easier to approach, it being a split race with 4 hours one day and 8 hours the next. It's 12 hours in one day here at Circuit Paul Ricard. We'll go back to the pits and Lucas.
Yes, there is still some catching up to do with the Vortex crew. 2 cars facing issues. Arnaud, the team manager, is hopefully able to answer them. Arnaud, the 701 car is still in the pits. What went wrong there?
Yes, after a good start, we was P6 overall and P1 in class, and one GT3 forget to brake at the turn 1 and bump the car at the rear. We repair, I think in few minutes we take the track.
I actually didn't see that this was also caused in the first corner accident, so that's interesting to know. What about the second car, the 712 car? We reckon it just came into the pits, missed the refueling area and went out again.
Yes, all is okay for the car. Just the driver miss the entry of the fuel, so we make one of the lap, and after he's refueling in the code 16.
Now you would think it's quite clear because there are 2 signs, one pointing to the right, one to the left. But in the heat of the moment, as a driver, you might actually get it wrong.
I don't understand.
You know, you think it's quite easy to figure out where to drive at the pit entrance, but, you know, in the cockpit, when there is racing going on, you might just do that mistake and take the wrong turn.
Yes. It's not easy, but they know that the entry is very short, but we discuss in the radio. He don't understand that he go to the refueling and he's going into the pit lane.
Did he not go to the refueling area in practice before?
Yes. Each driver going 3 times in the refueling area.
All right, still early days. Thank you very much, Arnaud, and back to you.
It's one of those mistakes you're probably only going to make once, because a little bit of a red face, I'm sure, for Olivier Gomez, but he was absolutely fine the following time into the pits. So a turn 1 incident, Joe. I've just looked back at the opening lap turn 1 incident, and both Vortex got through safely. So this is a separate problem that Arnaud was describing when another GT3 forgot to brake, as he put it, and has done significant damage to one of the wheel rims of Vortex 701.
Yeah, there was the typical for the you know, once again, Johnny, I think the nature of the first turns here at Paul Ricard, very tight left-hander into a tight right-hander. It's, like I said, an elongated chicane. That's never going to work for such a bottleneck. And also when you've got this eclectic mix of cars, which has varying degrees of acceleration and braking efficiencies, and then grip levels of varying degrees, it's only ever going to be that first turn where you're going to get that really exaggerated, and because of that you then have to be very, very cautious and careful, and for me, a 12-hour race, the first turn, I mean, that's probably why I'm sat behind a microphone and not driving one of these cars. But if you ask one of if you ask any of the really experienced drivers, it'll be discretion being the better part of valor, because one moment of indiscretion is going to cost you over an hour in the pits.
Yep.
And that's what we've seen. I think the biggest kind of crime that we've seen today is the fact that perhaps the car that was kind of the cause, I'm not going to say the complete cause of what happened, because as we're saying, there were various degrees of incident all the way down the field, but the 58 Mercedes, perhaps the car that got away with it the lightest, and that was the car off the track, on the dirty track, unable to brake and making contact. Whether that was cause or effect, I don't know, but that car getting away with it very lightly and leading this race, albeit he does owe us a pit stop. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, well, I'm still convinced that David Gosner basically only made turn 1 and kept within the track limits because he smashed into 2 other cars, but it may well have been not of his own making, as we've said several times. but scampered away from the scene in 4th, and now out front in the 58 car, this car which takes on a very different complexion at night when there's all manner of green LEDs that are switched on around the grille of the car. And this is one of the new spec Mercedes, isn't it? Yes, with the wider grille, so the 2020 edition of the AMG, as the AC Motorsport Audi locks one of its front tyres on the run into turn 3. Mathieu Detry still leading the TCE part of the race from Felipe Fernandez. There's only 2 seconds between those two cars, so that's the level of pressure that Mathieu Detry is having to deal with every single lap. More comfortable at this stage for David Gosner, but once that Mercedes does make its pit stop, that will leave us with Josef Kral leading the race by 7 seconds over Elia Earhart in the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi. Porsche still in the top 4 at this stage, will become the top 3 with Ralph Bone in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And another Audi in 5th currently is the Tim Muller driven Car Collection Motorsport Audi number 88, the one with the various issues yesterday that needed to be sorted out, but that car going nicely at this stage, as is the ST Racing BMW of John Miller, put in for the opening stint, car number 438. And this car second in its class, which is GT4. So therefore Nico Verdonk leads GT4, and there's about 25 seconds between the Aston Martin and the BMW.
Information coming from the officials, Johnny. Both of our race leaders, both in GT and in TCE, have been issued penalties. So the MP Racing Car 58 has been given a 30-second penalty for overtaking a car under the yellow flags. So nothing to do with the first corner incident. That car's been deemed to have overtaken under the yellow flags. And also the AC Motorsport 188, the Audi, that's currently leading TCE. That car has been given a 10-second penalty for not maintaining grid formation before the start. Now, we haven't seen those penalties being taken because those cars have not been in the pits yet. So when we do see those cars finally pit, they'll go off into the fielding area, they'll come back onto pit lane, and I'm not sure where the penalty box is because we've not seen it so far this weekend. I don't know whether that's a pit in or pit out. You'll see those cars soak up for the 58, a 30-second penalty, and for the 188, a 10-second penalty.
So interesting that the 58 judged to be overtaking under yellow flags. Remember, the yellows came out to cover Colin White's Ginetta at turn 6 initially, and then we did go code 60, but there was quite a long spell of yellow flag. So that car obviously didn't spot the marshals waving yellows. It's far more difficult to do any overtaking under code 60 because that's just a matter of pressing a button, a speed restrictor in the cockpit, which should maintain the 60 kph speed required under the full circuit caution, but far easier, David Gosner will explain, to miss one of the yellow flags depending on where the marshal post is. You're fully focused on racing, but you still need to be eyes out, looking for the flag warnings from the marshals, because of course there could be track staff down on the track dealing with a stricken car, which is exactly what was going on. So 58, it'll be a 30-second penalty in the pit box, which I'm hearing is right in the middle of the pit lane, Joe. So probably where the two bits of the pit lane are separated with that right-hand kink, and you can access the paddock through the gap in the pit buildings as well. So somewhere in that vicinity, right in the middle of the pit lane, you'll come to a halt. The Mercedes will come to a halt for 30 seconds. It'll be a lot more time than that, though, added to their race time, because you've got to negotiate the pit lane both in and out before you even got to the penalty box itself. So that is going to be a costly error, plus the fact that the car's going to have to make a scheduled pit stop. Now, under 24H series rules, I think you can incorporate the two, can't you? You can take on fuel and also be serviced by the team, as well as taking the penalty stop. You don't have to come in for a separate time.
That's right, Johnny.
Yeah, I thought so.
You take the penalty at the time of your pit stop, so it's a little bit different. If you're given a drive-through, then you pretty much have to come into the pits and go straight back out, and that's a drive-through penalty. But any time penalties, you basically will see this throughout the 12-hour race, where we'll see cars then peeling off into wherever the pit box may be. And like you've just described, it depends on where your pit is. You'll either take the penalty after your pit stop or before, but certainly after refueling, because the first option you've got is turn right for fuel or straight on, and invariably you're going to be needing fuel if you pit stop, because that's what's going to bring you into the pits under perfect circumstances. So yeah, we're going to see that. It's just going to perhaps certainly throw the TCE to the wind. The AC Motorsport car, Mathieu Detry, has absolutely dominated, I'd say, the way that they've run. Felipe Fernandez, it's kind of been hanging onto his shirt tails. The gap out to 2 seconds now, but these two have just driven away from the other TCE runners, and they're in pretty strong. They're in a pretty strong formation, but that 10 seconds is not going to help the Audi at all, is it?
Certainly not. With the 108 getting very close indeed, and yeah, that will open up the TCE battle, with Felipe Fernandez only in his second ever 24H Series race, incidentally. Done very little racing prior to this year, but he's not showing it, because taking the fight to Mathieu Detry, who is far more experienced with AC Motorsport. But yes, that penalty is going to shake up the scrap for the TCE race as well. So into Virage du Lac goes the 108 car, only 2 seconds away from the AC Motorsport Detry-driven Audi RS3, and across the line it will go. This is a new car to the championship as well, but they'll be very, very pleased with the pace that it is offering, because occupying the same portion of start-finish straight now are the two race leaders in the TCE series, and that really does give you more of a shot in the arm if you can have visible contact with the car in front that you are chasing, rather than thinking, oh, he's 30 seconds ahead, can we just chisel away a few seconds from that. If you can actually keep tabs on the car you're chasing, just gives you that little bit more momentum. 88 right behind the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, and the 88 car of Tim Muller has best part of a minute, or a little bit over a minute now, to Ralph Bone. So the top four in GT are starting to step away from the rest of the field. It's close between that top four, only 24 seconds separating the David Gosner Mercedes from the Middle Cap Racing Ferrari of Josef Kral, the Elliott Earhart Audi, and the Ralph Bone Porsche. It'll be even closer than that, by about 20 seconds, once David Gosner comes in to serve the next pit stop and that 30-second stop and go. Over the line goes the 88 Audi of Tim Muller, and then right behind him is the Horst Felbermayr Jr. driven KTM. Now this is for position. The KTM leads the GTX category, KTM Crossbow from Reiter Engineering, and Austrian driver Horst Felbermayr 724 closing in on that car in front.
I can't help but see Daytona Prototype looking at that KTM, Johnny, every time. It's like a scaled down, barely scaled down Daytona Prototype. It looks fantastic. I love the rebodied crossbow. I really do. And seeing that car going very, very well indeed. And the fast GT3 spec car ahead of it, it kind of really has no right, really, to be pressuring that Audi at all, does it?
No, but that is testament to the development work that Reiter Engineering have been doing over the last 4 or 5 years on the KTM. Yes, this is a new car, and looking resplendent in the Felbermayr blue and yellow livery that we're so used to adorning Porsches through the years at Le Mans. But it's taken to that to the swoops of the KTM very nicely indeed. Yeah, but it looks so futuristic. The KTM Crossbow has always looked svelte. Yeah. Remember, we used to have fully open top cars, then that clamshell roof that closes in around the driver, and that's been adopted in the new shape KTM Crossbow as well. But that's possibly the best yet designed car.
Yeah, they've always had what I would say was a quirky design, quite unique. Not you know, you couldn't say, oh, that's like whatever. It just was unlike anything, and that's what made them so popular and so great. But I'm loving this current body shape because it does look fantastic. It looks as it is. It's it's effectively getting towards being a prototype sports car, isn't it? And it's all right. It's a road car. They created for the road, but in racing spec, this car looks fantastic, and it's great to see this car. It's not being dropped by the GT3 Audi of Tim Muller at all. It's hanging on to that Audi R8 very, very well indeed, and looking great in doing so. And I'm loving not just the body shape, but the Felbermeyer livery, the blue and yellow. Just really, it's a really great design job on that car, and it really does. I'd love to see a grid of 20 of these, Johnny. That would be fantastic.
Yeah,
Let's
really
add
cool.
20 of these cars to this grid. 20 cars in GTX. That'd be mega. I'm going to start on that now.
Yeah, well,
try and get some customers on board.
Get into Dragon's Den with that idea and put a patent on it quickly. I'm pretty sure this car's these days powered by a 2.5-litre Audi engine. They were always a 2-litre turbocharged Audi, but it's an inline 5 engine these days, I reckon, in the middle of that KTM. But sounds very good, looks even better, I reckon, and amazingly still taking the fight to that 88 Audi, which is Tim Muller's certainly no slouch. But Horst Felbermeyer Jr., very experienced through the years at the 24 Hours of Le Mans and in the European Le Mans Series as well.
Jimmy Peter Ennis is, as ever, our super fan, joining us. Big fan of the 24H series. He's with us today. He's just informed me that the KTM is actually a GT2 spec with a 2.5 5-cylinder Audi engine, so it's going to be on a par with that car ahead of it, and apparently he believes that they have more power than the GT3 but less aero, and so if that is the case and if that is the spec of this car, I'm not sure how we've adjusted it with the BOP and the way the BOP of the series works, but that's perhaps why we're seeing these cars circulating together, more power but less aero.
Yeah.
So it's kind of losing out in the sweeps, but on the long Mistral, the two sections of the Mistral, now that the more power's coming into it and keeping these cars together, so producing similar lap times but in very different ways.
Well, the Audi has all the extra dive planes, front left, front right, massive rear wing, and that front splitter's doing a cracking job keeping the nose down as well. So, as you say, through the twists and the turns, of which there are many around the Circuit Paul Ricard, the Audi's more planted. You've got those vanes on the rear as well, almost like a mini ladders right behind the rear wheel of the Audis, and that's all to channel the air in the best possible way through the car, over it, under it, around it. And the KTM looks very aerodynamic, but actually the best part of the lap for it is the main straight, and particularly the two parts of the Mistral separated in this configuration by the left and right Nord chicane. But the Audi goes a little bit off track, actually, out of turn 6 there. Needs to be cautious of track limits, and particularly on the exit as well. And that's where the KTM looks very strong. It's closed up hugely because the Audi was off the track on the left, off the track on the right, and the KTM kept it between the white lines and gets a very good vault from turns 6 and 7. Returning to the racetrack, Joe, I reckon this is the 92. It is, of Marco Seefried. After all that repair work from Herbert, it has taken about an hour, but number 92 is back in the race.
That is great to see, Johnny, and it's a case of the Herbert team. You know, they're so well drilled, they're so well disciplined. You know, that they've got the drives together. Okay, Jürgen Haring, Bobby Gonzalez, Stefan Aust, Marco Seefried. Okay, guys, we might be on the back foot, but let's see just what we can glean from this race now. There's nothing to lose now, Johnny. You can't go any further back. All you can do is continue forward. And we're going to see that it's going to be interesting to see this car pick up the pace. It is about 30 laps down, I would say, perhaps 31 laps down. So it's now just a let's go, let's see what we can get. And they're going to throw caution to the wind and just pretty much go for it for the next just over 11 hours.
Yeah, 30 laps, over 2 minutes a lap, so that's over an hour behind, sadly, the race leader, and it's going to take quite some work outside of their control to catch any of that time back up again. They're looking now for some bad luck to land upon other teams. Not that we wish that, of course, but after you've had a horror start, as described by Bobby Gonzalez, you now just need to keep neat and tidy, try and stay out of trouble, and of course that's exactly what they were trying to do on the opening lap. And the incident was very much away from their control. But Marco Seefried is someone who will drive the wheels off that car now. And we've got other real talents within the 92 as well. We've already heard about Bobby Gonzalez, Stefan Aust and Jürgen Hering. They were capable of a 4th place finish at Mugello. Not sure that's going to be repeated this weekend, but let's see how far up the GT field they can go as the Middle Cap Racing Ferrari heads out of turn 7 and into the fueling area comes our race leader, Joe, David Gosner for MP Racing. So this is the expected pit stop. And in a moment or two, when it goes back to pit lane properly, it will have to come to a halt for those 30 seconds in the penalty box.
Let's not forget that during this pit stop, that number 58 Mercedes owes us a 30-second penalty. We'll see where that pops out of the pits. More good news from the pits, though, Johnny, and this time it's Ginetta news. GM Littman messages me, the Ginetta lives. No surprise there, to be honest, GM. We always knew Colin would have a cup of tea and perk himself up and get down to the repair. Out on track in 5 minutes, and that was 3 minutes ago, so we're due to see the Ginetta back out.
Excellent. Well, he suggested it wasn't going to be a lengthy repair, and now we keep our fingers crossed that that crucial component lasts the distance for another 10 hours and 45 minutes. Audi versus KTM carrying on to entice and enthrall. Tim Muller just cannot shake Horst Felbermayr Jr. for that 5th place. And Christian Hook now not very far away from getting involved as well in the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. David Gosner still in the fueling area, loses places then to those 3 cars. So it's now for 4th position, this scrap at turn 1. And actually the positional numbers on the side of these cars update accordingly. So the number 4 in the window of the Audi tells us where it is in the GT Series part of the race. Oh, that's a bit tight, heading into turn number 3 up the inside of the 112 Volkswagen Golf. The Golf is being driven by Fabian Dance. He's been in the car since the start of the race for Autorama Motorsport. And actually, Audi was able to slot through at 3. The KTM had to wait a little bit longer before it could wriggle past the Golf. And now in a moment or two, looks like the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes will do the same as they head onto the Mistral. But it's about being clinical and decisive through traffic, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And decisive down the inside into that chicane. Looked like he took the number 1 driver by surprise, Konstantin Kletzer. Looking a little bit surprised, went to turn into the first apex, the left-hander at the chicane, and the chicane du Nord at the on the Mistral. I was a little bit surprised to see an Audi there. I'm not sure lack of use of mirrors there came into play, but the Audi very decisive there, and also the KTM behind the Audi, making sure it got past the number 1 Volkswagen pretty swiftly. You know what, Johnny? Those drivers in that Audi and KTM, they'll be loving this. They're having an absolute ball. It's Tim Muller and Horst Felbermayr Jr. Are the drivers that I'm talking about, and they'll be loving this because it's great when you can, sometime within an endurance race, you're going to find someone to race with, and it doesn't matter whether it's a Pro Kart endurance race or the Le Mans 24 hours. It's all about the same thing, and if you can somewhere within your stint have this, what we're seeing now, happen in front of us, where you're chasing down someone or being chased down by someone, this is why you go racing. And as I say that, the 58 has joined us on pit lane, and it's in the penalty box, Johnny. It's in the penalty box, and that 30 seconds will feel like 3 hours.
Right next to race control in the middle of the pit lane. So there are garages either side of this penalty box, and the speed that the MP Racing Mercedes has got to the penalty box, I'm going to suggest that MP Racing are based in the second portion of the pit lane. So David has not actually reached the team yet. 30 seconds went, and then the Mercedes struggled to restart, it would seem, but has now fired into life. And there's the right-hand kink for the Mercedes partway down pit road. And it's going to just rejoin, isn't it? Yeah, so no need to visit the team. They're happy, presumably, with the set of tyres. David Gosner is staying at the wheel, unless I've missed the stop, and they've done it amazingly quickly. No, David Gosner still piloting the Mercedes. They're apparently in the very last pit box, so definitely deciding not to stop with the team, purely fuel and those 30 seconds served for the penalty, Joe.
Yeah, and we saw the cars ahead of this Mercedes. They came in and stretched their fuel window over that very early, over the course of that very early Code 60. So we're not kind of seeing where they are with regards to strategies from the number 11 or the number 18 or indeed the 91, the cars in the first three positions. So it's interesting to see that the MP Racing Mercedes is double stinting the driver and also double stinting the tyres. They weren't drawn away from that strategy at all by that Code 60. They've kept to their plan, and it's going to give us a situation, Johnny, if the pace of this 58 can be maintained, it's going to give us a situation very shortly when we have the cars ahead of this car. They're going to come into the pits and take on a fresh set of tyres and fuel, perhaps. That's going to allow the 58 back into the lead of the race, and we're going to see that flip-flop go throughout the 12 hours if the Mercedes can keep up that pace.
The Gosner family, hailing from Bolzano in Italy, and David, the 34-year-old, he's the son. You've got Thomas, who's the dad of three racing siblings, in fact. So Manuela Gosner, not actually part of the lineup this weekend, but regular in the European Le Mans Series for the Iron Lynx team, driving Ferraris as part of the Iron Dames lineup. Michelle Gatting and Rahel Fry are the other two within that team. So that might sort of place the Gosner family with fans of the ELMS. But we've got her sister Karina racing in that 58 Mercedes, dad Thomas and brother David. And David, I think generally on the lap times the quickest of the three. That's the reason why he was installed for the first couple of stints. But the fact that they've had to pit outside of the Code 60 will prove costly because, and of course that 30-second penalty, hugely costly. Everybody else, whilst the pit stop was taking place, was pounding round at green flag speeds. And that's the reason why Josef Kral for Middle Cap Racing is back at the sharp end by 7 seconds from Elliot Earhart. But the Rutronic Racing Audi is very much in the hunt. Ralph Bone in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche that also pitted during our one and only Code 60 to date. That car is only 17 seconds away from the race lead. And the Horst Felbermeyer Jr. driven KTM looks to have now got in front of the 88 Audi. So a change for fourth position overall in GT, with the GTX leader now in front of the car collection Audi. And that was threatening to happen for a couple of times prior to it actually occurring. Tim Muller's lines looked a bit ragged through turns 6 and 7 on one occasion. I wonder where the KTM actually picked off the 88, but crucially it is through and now up to fourth position overall.
Yeah, that happened out of our sight. And it's a good point you made there, Johnny, about that the Mercedes, the MP Mercedes, pitting under green and a 30-second penalty. That might stop that car retaking the lead when the cars ahead of it pit stop themselves. And of course, it's at this point that the cars ahead are perhaps hoping for another Code 60 where they'll be able to get a quick slurp of 50% fuel allocation. If that doesn't come, then we're going to be very close. We're getting towards that fuel window of these cars needing fuel and needing to pit stop, and that's when we'll see maybe some of these teams showing their cards. What's their strategy? Are they going to double stint the tyres? Are they going to double stint the drivers? Are we going to see them stretch the driver out a little bit more? I think not, because of the 2-hour limitation on driver time, and plus the tyres have done more than what the Mercedes done, because the tyres are going to be now, those tyres are still on the car from the start. They pitted, they stretched their fuel window, so their tyres are going to be life a little bit longer than what we saw the Mercedes tyres. So they're not going to perhaps be able to do that. Perhaps now we're going to see the cars ahead of that Mercedes be able to pit and come out and keep the Mercedes behind them.
So the 58 taking a little bit of curb, both on the right and the left through 6 and 7. And now onto a relatively empty Mistral straight. Behind David Gosner is the recovering Ginetta G55 of Colin White, gaining a place on the last lap because the Olivier Gomez Vortex 701 is still in the garage being tended to. That's been a lengthy stop now of over an hour for Olivier Gomez because of the rear damage to car 701. So Colin White picks off a place as a result of that. And now a gleaming Kessel Racing Ferrari number 8, which looks no longer second hand, is lowered to the ground. It's been returned to pit lane from the garage and is finally moving again. So finally the 8 car, which hasn't got a lap to its name yet, is going to rejoin the race and hopefully rectify that, Joe.
Round of applause to everybody at Kessel One for staying in this race. It would have been very easy just to say, okay lads, let's just pack up, you know, the race is gone, but they haven't. Truly, you know, the spirit of hashtag this is endurance.
It's not going anywhere though. It's not
to a halt.
Yes, it's not going anywhere, Joe, at the point where I expected it to explode into life. And also there's a drama now for Luke Breukers as well in the troubled 101 car. Think about the day that these guys had yesterday, changing the engine, the 2-litre engine on the Tractive sponsored 101 Red Camel Jordans.nl car. They also fixed a wishbone, but there's another problem now for Luke Breukers, and the 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari has got as far as turn 1. My. Do you ever feel like it's really not your day, or in the case of 101, really not your weekend?
No, I mean, if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. And look, Breukers has pulled that car off at the back of the paddock, just off the Mistral, just adjacent to the chicane du Nord. And I think, I'm not sure what he's looking at exactly, but he's got the bonnet of the Cupra up, and he's fiddling with some sort of connection there. He's now jumping back in to see, maybe he's looking at the battery. I'm not sure where the battery is housed. I would have thought the battery was inside the car.
Whilst we have a little thought about that, Lucas has got an update, maybe related, maybe about something entirely different. Let's head to him.
Actually something entirely different, but just another car also facing problems. It's the number 978 Speed Lover 991 Cup Porsche. Came into the pits a couple of minutes ago already. We tried to set up 2 interviews, but we always got interrupted because there was some news on the car all the time. It doesn't want to downshift anymore. They are not only working on the gearbox, but also on the dashboard computer. So that's quite a huge drama as well. So another car hitting trouble early.
Dear me. So
Wow.
978 in the garage, very un-Porsche like that. Thank you, Lucas, for bringing us news from Speed Lover. So Luke Breukers has basically found the bit of track that Marco Fretzer got to much earlier on in the race, Joe. That's the same gate, isn't it? From the chicane, as you said, to the back of the paddock.
Yeah, and Luke, I would imagine his team is making their way out to the back of the paddock to help Luke out. He's fiddling with some kind of electrical connection there. So I'm suspecting that the car has just died. And you know what, Johnny? I was going to mention this earlier on. I was going to say, having done a complete brand new engine installation on that car, they finished work at 4 o'clock in the morning. And without a morning warm-up, my OCD was really kicking in. I would have liked to have had a shakedown. I've got to have a shakedown. I've got to run that car, make sure everything's tight, make sure everything's working. And without that shakedown, that would have, maybe had, worked loose a few connections or whatever, just to ensuring that the job is complete. And maybe that is a problem that has arisen because of that. And the team have not had a chance to check. Once the car's gone out on track, you would bring the car straight back in, you would have a visual check, you would pull things and tug things and make sure that everything was tight. And I'm pretty sure that's got something to do with it. That's, again, my OCD never failing me.
You and me both. So the TCE runners heading into the fueling area. Now, this isn't because of an anticipated code 60. I think it's just because they've got to a point now, 90 minutes into the race, where it is sensible to stop because they're not going to be able to go much further. The fuel will have burnt off. There's been a little bit of code 60, but otherwise we've been under green. Ferrari number 8 passes the scene where it came to a halt an hour and a half or so ago, so doesn't feel the need to turn right where Luke Breukers has ended up, and carries on. But well, it's very, very dirty offline. It's thankfully not bringing any gravel onto the track because there are hardly any gravel traps, if any at all, around this place. It's all high friction runoff. But all that work to repair the bodywork on the number 8 car. However, this was probably always planned as a bit of an exploratory lap, maybe an out and an in lap together, and it hasn't got much further than turn 1. The marshals helped out with firing the car back into life, but this is not something I want to see with an hour and a half gone, and the focus really at this stage is cars off the track rather than them fighting for position on it.
You know what, Johnny, the rate of attrition that we've already seen with, you know, hardly any of this race completed yet. Yeah, hopefully we've got, you know, some cars left at the end of this race. Again, it just kind of brings home the reasons why the likes of Colin White need to get this car, you know, fix the car. Doesn't matter what's going to happen, get the car back out there and back in the race, because anything can happen to your competitors, and we're seeing this. And who'd have thought that number 8 Ferrari, having got the car fixed and fired up and then out there, it then has a problem pretty much as it's pulling out the pits. That is just no luck at all, is it?
No.
The 101, I can see having a tow rope attached to it. Paul Truswell, who's got a direct link to the team, who has an in-car direct link on that car. Paul kind of remotely helping with strategy, I believe, for the Red Camels team. He's lost that link to that camera. So that, coupled with what I saw Luke doing under the bonnet, like jiggling bits and pieces of connections and that, I'd say that's the electrics on that car have just completely shut down. That would be my assumption at this point.
That's a fair assessment. By the way, the 188 has come into, well, it came in for fuel. It's also served a 10-second penalty for a false start. Now, that penalty is showing up on my screen in yellow. It's saying status served. It did seem quite a quick 10 seconds, but there was a guy down there with a stopwatch. Does the yellow mean that they fell short by a couple of seconds? We didn't get the yellow. We didn't get the message turning yellow for the 58 Mercedes when it came in for its 30-second penalty. I just wonder whether there's a bit of concern regarding the 188 and the fact that it has served all of the 10 seconds. That might be me just being a bit overly concerned about things. Anyway, it's a very busy pit penalty box right now, with a couple of cars in and out. The 123 is the latest visitor, and that was because of an infringement under the code 60, exceeding the 60 kilometres per hour. So car 1 quickly in, car 1, 2, 3 quickly in. They've all turned yellow now, so I think that's actually just to say that it's very recently been served and can be wiped from the record. So at a jaunty angle, the number 1 car from Konstantin Kletzer stops with the team. Meanwhile, the number 8 car has finally, well, virtually made its way back to the pits at a much reduced speed. And Marco Fretzer will be able to tick off 1 completed lap around Circuit Paul Ricard, as a busy start-finish straight involves the Ginetta G55 being overtaken by a couple of Porsches and the race leader in the GT series. So Josef Kral flashing the lights. He's able to get up alongside the 979 Porsche, and the 991 class leader from Porsche Lorient Racing overtaken as well. More accurately lapped, in fact. The French squad staying well out of the way of that GT series race leading middle cap racing Ferrari. And the other Ferrari that will have started in many people's minds as one that could challenge for the race lead. It started on the second row, remember, is 40 odd laps down now, and very slowly indeed making its way back to the Kessel Racing garage. A team which has such a big name in endurance motor racing must, the guys involved must have their head in their hands thinking, what have we done to deserve this luck? So the airline plugged in, the dolly jacks are going to go back underneath the car and they'll be spun round and backed into the garage. I mean, did they know that that was going to be the outcome? Having done quite a lot of repair work, or
I wouldn't have thought so,
surely the hope was that it would fire back into life.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. I don't think that under any circumstances you'd send your car out on limp mode, and it certainly looked like he was limping around. Whether the car itself was in limp mode or the driver was taking it very, very easy, it certainly looked like more issues or the issues of the new brake.
Yeah. Tight into the chicane between Ralph Bone and Horst Felbermeyer Jr. Ralph in the Porsche, Horst driving still the Felbermeyer liveried KTM Crossbow. And that will have been the KTM going a lap down to the Porsche. And the 8 car of Marco Frezza, who stays in the car with the right in the middle of the dashboard, by the way, a rear-mounted camera that, well, a rear-view mirror in one of these Ferraris, more or less useless because the firewall that sits right behind the Ferrari prevents you from looking out the rear screen. That massive V8 that sits right behind the firewall, rather obstructive in terms of rear view. So instead, they stick a camera on the back and images portrayed on the dashboard for you to take a quick look at the last point as you turn in to crucial corners like the chicane and through Virage Dupont towards the end of the lap as well. The GTE cars, as part of the World Endurance Championship, carry exactly the same device. We are an hour and 35 minutes in, and the man who started well in the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf now joins Lucas. So you're down in the Wolf Power Racing crew. Let's hear from Fabian Dance.
Yes, we'll do, Fabian. That was exciting racing as always in TCR. How was your stint?
Yeah, that was the start was really exciting. I think it's a 12-hour race, and there was a lot of trouble in front of me. I just wanted to not destroy the car in the first 2 minutes. I saw that happens in Hockenheim. It was not that fun. And yeah, it's a long 11 hours to go. So
before the start, we heard some teams worrying about the front tire use. How was it in your stint in terms of tire wear?
Yeah, the tire wear was okay. I think the last 2 or 3 laps now were a little bit tricky, but it's not that bad. It's maybe 2 seconds off pace, and that's okay, I think, yeah.
Could it get worse around lunchtime when temperatures are even hotter?
Yeah, that will be worse. I think so. We will see.
All right, Fabian, thank you very much.
Fabian Dance from the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing crew, and the 112 is now in the command of Reece Lloyd, running in third position, in fact, 4th in the TCE race, because you've got the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier, which has just come into the pits as high up as 3rd now in the TCE part of the race. Obviously, that'll drop Guillaume Romain down the order a little bit. Reece Lloyd will pop back up to 3rd as he crosses the line this time. But Stéphane Parén for the AC Motorsport outfit, Belgian squad, French driver. Heard from him on the grid with Lucas at the start of the day. The 188 car leads by just under a couple of seconds, and I think that could be an interesting battle now between Perrin and Victor Fernandez in the RC2 junior team Cupra Leon Competition.
And it's something, Johnny, that you have to be completely and utterly aware of driving a front-wheel drive TCR car. The front tyres and the way they wear, of course, that front axle is driving the car and steering the car, so you ask a lot of the tyres. So, as Lucas mentioned there in that interview, when the temperatures start to rise and at times it's only coming up to midday, we're probably going to see the height of the track temperature towards 2 p.m. And that is when you're going to have to be very, very careful putting on those new tyres. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to burn them out. You don't want to have, burn them out in the first 4 or 5 laps and then spend another hour fighting understeer. You've got to be very, very careful in how you behave in those front-wheel drive cars. And that's going to very much come into play and very much be an influence on the outcome of the TCR class.
Just to clear up any confusion regarding the yellow font on the penalties page of live timing and scoring, by the way, that is just to say that it's either a brand new penalty that's been issued or one that's just been served. So I was getting overly concerned that they'd maybe cut short some of those penalties, like the 188. The 58 did serve the full 30 seconds for the overtaking under a yellow flag, and the false start penalty, which was 10 seconds for the 188, has also been correctly observed. So that can be wiped from the record now. Ivo Breukers sitting in the 101 in complaintive mood, sort of trying to get into the zone. He's just trying to be as patient as possible. They've had a tough weekend, and the team now chasing yet another issue. But at least the car is back in the pit lane after Luke Breukers left the circuit close to the chicane, exactly as Marco Fretzer had done earlier on in the race in his Ferrari. And carrying some battle scars as well around the front wheel arch, I noticed, Joe.
Yes, already. I'm intrigued as to what the problem is, and I'm not sure where the battery is housed in those Cupras, but the bonnet of the car is up, the rear hatch is up, and there is crew at the rear of the car inside the car, and I'm wondering if that was a complete electronics failure. The car remaining on the pit apron, not being shuffled into the garage, and they've already changed the driver. And I've just, Seb, our cameraman, just didn't hear what I'm saying and trying to get in over the shoulders of the, and that's where the battery's housed. Yep,
yeah,
there it is,
in the back, yes.
Well,
and
so and there's lots of connections there, Johnny. That if you've had not so much a rebuild, but we're just about to go ahead and see that's the radio. That the pit to car radio there, just at a massive wiring loop.
Let's see if we can get an update, Joe, from Ivo, who's still sitting in the car. Here's Lucas.
Yes, he is still sitting in the car. They were just trying to start it. At least that worked. Ivo, what is the issue at the moment?
All the power went away. We had no power at all, but I think we have power again. So when I don't know if I can start the car. And then we off again. I think the relay was damaged. So.
Okay, well, I think we need to skip this interview for now because they're trying to bring it back on track, which is fair enough. There he goes.
From interviewee to driver in one very small step indeed, and away he goes. I think he was getting some radio messages as well in the helmet to say, time to go.
I'm surprised Lucas just didn't jump in the passenger seat to continue that.
Just carry on chatting on the way round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see, though. It's great to see that the car has fired up and that 101 is back in. They've had some rotten luck, and I'm pretty sure that if we'd had a morning warm up, that problem would have been encountered and probably rectified before it manifested into a complete failure. But I'm not suggesting that we should have a morning warm-up. I'm just saying that circumstances that prevailed were to massively disadvantage the Red Camels team there, didn't it?
Well, especially because it's been a full overnight job. They didn't get back to the hotel, most of the mechanics, till 4:15 this morning. The drivers were able to get to bed at about 1 o'clock, but as you say, there's then no shakedown after all the hard work you've put in. But Ivo's not wasting any time. He is really trying to get those tyres up to temperature and pushing hard into turns 3, 4 and 5. He's always been an entertaining driver to watch, Ivo Breukers, and wanting out pretty wide out onto the Mistral for the first time. But good to see that car pretty close to race pace again. Let's hope that these latest issues have been solved.
Yeah, fingers crossed. They were on the back foot from the very start, weren't they? And they were having problems all day yesterday. And again, pressure's off. All they can do now is just continue going round and round and optimise. Nothing to lose now. Might as well drive flat out for the next 10 hours and 18 minutes. So the pressure's off to an extent. And I've often wondered what the driver's mindset is, that once they're in this situation, does it make the job easier? When you're handed a car like Ivo is in this situation, that they've lost a lot of time. There you go, Ivo, out you go. Is that easier to deal with than being handed a car that has got like a 30-second lead, and you're expected to keep that car within that, in that 30-second lead? It's I'm sure there's a lot more pressure on you to actually do that.
Hearing some more news from the pits regarding the 979 Speed Lover Porsche, the 992 iteration, so running in GTX, remember, rather than the 991 class. And the brand new Porsche for 2021 has just suffered a rear left puncture for Jackson Verhoeven. So that's been changed very quickly. Jackson, the son of Jean-Pierre, who are both racing today. And Jackson's back in the race, running second in GTX, 10th in the GT Series. And fantastic to have that Porsche on the grid. We'll, around the whole of Europe and, well, worldwide, we'll be having grid fulls of those cars as part of the various domestic Carrera Cup championships. But brilliant to have one this early on being sported in the 24H series by the Belgian team Speed Lover, who do run a number of Porsche Cup cars in Carrera Cup championships as well as here. There's not much left of that rear left, Joe.
No problems there. Is that the tyre that's come off the Speed Lover
off the 979, yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like that's a kind of standard tyre failure rather than the ones we had earlier on in the race, which came from damaged wheels, which popped very easily popped the Hankook tyre. That's gone on the inner wall, hasn't it? Yeah, so because of the camber being carried, yes.
Yeah, I wonder. You know, lots of constant radius, long load-bearing corners here at Paul Ricard, and if you've got that set up slightly wrong. Well, a few years ago, didn't we have an issue with punctures here for that very reason?
Your memory will be better than mine. Do you know, I think this is possibly the first 24H series race I've covered at RICARD. I know you've been to a number of them to cover, 15, 16, 17 running of the 24 hours, but I don't know. What does your memory bank say?
Yeah, I kind of have this visual memory of a car trundling onto the view on the pit road, and with a puncture, and we had like a spate of them.
Yeah. But as you say, I mean, it's a clockwise circuit round here, but don't you half know it, because there are so many long radius right-hand corners, constant radius right-handers, particularly the double right at Beausset. And it's tricky through turns 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. And then you've got the turn in the chicane as well. So just standard tyre wear, quite possibly, for the 979. And we've got an update as well from the 978 Porsche, also at Speed Lover. Here's Lucas.
Yes, we'll try to get an update on the 978 in a minute. First, we'd like to talk to Jean-Pierre Verhoeven of the 979 car, the new generation Porsche Cup car, which came in a minute ago with a puncture. Jean-Pierre, any idea what caused the puncture?
No, not yet. Yesterday we had the same thing happening after about an hour and a half. I had a slow puncture. This seems a little bit more dramatic. So just don't know what is causing these punctures, to be honest. I mean, obviously the car is normally fitted with Michelin tires. This is the first time we're setting it up on Hankook tires. Hopefully it's just an anomaly, but we have to keep a close eye on it and make sure it doesn't happen again, because it's just wasting time.
So as far as you can tell, there was no contact with another car?
No contact. At least not that I'm aware of. And especially since we had the same issue happening yesterday, I think it's just the wear on the tires.
You did the start stint, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
How was life out there in the new car?
I was a bit careful starting. I mean, after all, it's a 12-hour race, and I've done a few, endurance races, and everybody sort of tries to get ahead in the first corner, which to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. After all, it's 12 hours. So I let them go and then try to get into my pace, and managed to stay out of trouble in the first corner, and had a fairly good stint, I think. We're in a reasonably good position, and if we can make up some positions, we should be able to finish on the podium. Obviously, if the car stays in one piece and no more punctures.
Not the easiest start for the Speed Lover team. Do you have any news on your sister car? What is going on there?
Yes, apparently there's a problem with the shifting mechanism. So it's stuck in a gear, and it doesn't come out of it. They're trying to fix it, but I have no idea if that's going to be possible, or what needs to happen to make it run again.
And do you know if it's on the mechanical side or on the computer side?
I have no idea at the moment. No.
We're going to check on the
car, and
we're going to check back in a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Jean-Pierre Verhoeven chatting about this brand new 992 generation of Porsche, which features a widened turbo spec body, something shared with the RS versions of the road-going GT3, but as the road-going version, of course, is released for customers, the new wave of Carrera Cup begins this year as well with this fantastic looking, I mean, very striking 992 generation GT3 Cup car. And some headline news, not for the first time, Joe, to get the car into the 24H series straight away. We think about new generations of Porsches being run in the past by Manthey Racing. It was a couple of years ago in 2019. It seems to be a kind of well-placed championship to debut cars.
Yeah, it's also a great championship for manufacturers to test under race conditions their new iterations, and certainly that hopefully that will continue, and we'll get to be the first people to see new iterations of GT cars. Perhaps more importantly, Johnny, we've got the first 4 cars in the field all in the pits pretty much on the same lap.
Yes.
47 laps completed and everyone in for fuel. The 91 car remains in fueling, whereas the number 18 and the number 11, that's the Retronic Audi, who was in second place, I believe, now showing in, still in second place, but showing in third place, Middle Cap Racing Ferrari. That car has already left its pit box, having fueled, taken on tyres, and a new driver, Matthias Vibo at the wheel of that number 11 now.
701's back in the race. It's been a 90-minute pit stop for the second of the Vortex V8s, the Vortex 1.0s as they're called, from the Vortex V8 team. Bastien Gouret, new driver now at the wheel of 701, but good to finally see that car back in the race. We've only had an hour and 50 minutes of running, and for 1 hour and 32 minutes that car's been in the pits, sadly, after some contact at turn 1, but not in the opening lap incident. That came later, a contact with a GT3 car, an unidentified GT3 car. But yeah, Joe makes a very good point with Ralph Bone coming in from the race lead, Elliot Earhart, which is being serviced by the team now. The 18 car actually about to reach the end of the pit lane and head back up to race speed, with Michael Doppelmayr taking over the 18 car.
Now remember, Johnny, that we were speculating as to where the MP Racing Mercedes would pop out. They're out of sequence with the cars around them in the field, and because of that pitting under green, which we're also seeing the cars around them having to pit under green, but the cars around them, they pitted earlier on in the first of the Code 60s. What might be to the disadvantage of the MP Racing car was that 30-second penalty that it was given. And so we wait for the pit stop phase for the leading bunch to kind of fizzle in, and both the number 18, the number 11, they're on their outlap. The Ralph Bond car, the number 91, still showing in the fueling area. That might be on the pit road at the moment. And while I'm talking, Johnny, the storm, the 101 Red Camel Storm, continues to pour down, with the team being given a 60-second time penalty, and the rule that they broke was working and repairing the car outside of the pit lane. We saw the crew going to the back of the paddock and getting involved with trying to get that car underway. It was then towed into the pit garage. So a 60-second penalty for them.
Oh dear.
I'm sure that it's they'll just take that on the chin. They're going to have to.
Well,
nothing
yeah,
else to do, really.
if anything, it's the smallest of their problems so far, I suppose. Bad luck following more bad luck, sadly, but that's just the way motor racing can go at times. Going rather nicely though for ST Racing with their BMW M4 GT4. Let's head to that team with Lucas.
Yes, and I'm with Ben, the team manager of ST Racing. The car is back on track now, but there also was a lengthy pit stop. Ben, what was the reason for your pit halt?
The reason's endurance racing. We had a front right knuckle failure, but we accepted the brake and we fixed it in 27 minutes. So it's too bad it happens, but for us, learning endurance racing has been an adventure, and we'll have to change parts more often, that's all.
Hard luck sometimes, but I think for you as a team from abroad, a great thing to come to the south of France and to race here.
Just to be here has been amazing. It's logistically, it's a nightmare for everybody to get here from Canada and the United States. But that's why, you know, when something breaks, we're discouraged, but we've come all this way and we're going to work as hard as we can to get the car back on track.
And have you been home after Mugello and before this race here at Le Castellet?
I've been home, California for a test. We'll be leaving here Sunday and going to Texas for an SRO event with 2 other cars. So COVID has restricted us in terms of the ease of travel, but we're able to travel all over. So it's been an adventure, and we look forward to our next event.
Yeah, the amount of paperwork you needed to do over the past weeks must have been amazing.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The amount of paperwork that was needed over the past few weeks must have been incredible.
We have the best logistics manager on the team, Sabrina D'Amico, and she organizes everything for everybody. It's been, like I said, it's difficult, not impossible. I encourage anybody in North America to come and try this series. It's a great experience, and we're continually learning. We've had some great luck, and now 2 events in a row, some bad luck. So that's racing. It goes either way. You never know.
Delighted to have you here. Great stuff. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, and no doubt about it, they will continue to be persistent, and we'll get results either today or in future race meetings. But that's quite an undertaking, Joe. You know, I was thinking that maybe there was the scope to stay in Europe for a period of weeks if you've got a couple of meetings, say a month apart, but not a bit of it. The team have been back. They've been outside of Canada as well, to California, and in Texas next week for a test. So busy times despite the restrictions.
Well, the distance from Canada to California, especially if it's Southern California, I'm not quite sure where he was, but that's probably equidistant to travelling from Canada to Europe. So yeah, they're pretty much the jet set, and you know, it's got to be said, Johnny, that they've probably travelled the furthest. Looking down the order, the rest of the field hailing from mainly Europe. So that team, exceptional effort in actually getting here, and it's been an exceptional effort, especially currently with the COVID restrictions all over Europe, and especially France. They're having a bit of a struggle at the moment with getting things under control, and we wish everybody well there. But again, it gives us an opportunity to just give a round of applause to the 24-hour series that will continue to arrange these races for everybody to compete at and for us to talk about. And our next trip is to Hockenheim, which is in exactly a month's time. 22nd of May is the date of the next round of this series, another 12-hour race. And again, staying on the European continent, and I can't see it getting any easier, Johnny, in the space of just a month. I think we're in this situation now of restrictions and travel restrictions around Europe for a few more months yet before things start to change. And we wish everybody well, and a big, massive round of applause to everybody at the 24-hour series, and all of Ola Dollerman and Peter Fry, who are our main contacts. And we talk to Peter. I talk to Peter relatively often, and we're all looking forward to being able to travel unrestrictedly around the world. And I'm sure everybody joins me in wishing that to be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, looking forward to Hockenheim in 4 weeks' time. The event ran last year as an 8-hour event, or might have been a split 12-hour actually across a couple of days, but slightly unusual result in that it was a 991 class Porsche that took victory in 2020, with the NK PP Racing by Baz Kooten Porsche victorious from another Porsche Cup car, Duvo Racing, who are in action today. There'll be a few more GT3s in this year's entry, I'm sure. But it's an unusual split. I think actually I think it's possibly 5.5 hours and 7.5 hours, or a bizarre half-hour split anyway, unlike the Mugello we had four weeks ago, which was a 4+8. I'll dig out the schedule, the calendar, the timetable for that weekend later on today. But you and I remarked at the Mugello weekend, again, it's a different context of racing. For the Hockenheim event in a few weeks' time. Meanwhile, work continuing on the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and wow, they replaced body parts on this car a little while ago, but sadly they've had to take many more off now, and the attention is the engine bay, drivetrain, This is a big job, Joe.
It is. It was a big job after, and you know, that car took a massive knock to that left rear corner. And again, the way that we talk about this all the time, you know, it might look aesthetically unpleasing, but the way that the energy transfers through the car, and especially on the drive wheels, that energy transfers through the drive shaft and into the gearbox, and that can cause and even, you know, engine mounts becoming cracked and insecure, and all sorts of things can manifest. And I'm pretty sure that that's what we're seeing here. And for me, Johnny, that looks like that could be a gearbox change going on that number 8 Ferrari. I suppose we'll task Lucas to stick his nose in there and make some inquiries.
Well,
that could well be the extent of what's going on there. That could well be even an engine or gearbox change.
He's not far away. You have got something to report, Lucas. Is this related to the Kessel Racing Ferrari? Excellent. Go ahead.
We are in the pit box of Kessel Racing. Obviously, I don't want to bother the mechanics too much at the moment. I need to find someone else to talk to. However, the first thing I saw was a drive shaft being delivered, so you're definitely right there. I just need to check on the gearbox thing, but I'll try to find something out in a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot to be investigated there, and that's assuming the team know what the problem is, of course. They may be chasing it at this stage as the KTM Crossbow arrives at very high speed into the chicane on the Mistral, and all the weight shifts to the front of the car. Its nose dips as I think still Horst Feldmeier Jr. is at the wheel of that car. Let's just have a look. It's the Reiter Engineering car. No, now with Nikolai Elganayan having taken charge of the 724 at the last stop. The Ginetta from CWS Engineering is in the fueling area, as is the ST Racing BMW. So the GT4 car that runs in second place in its class and the second placed TCX machine, both pitting on the same lap. And mechanics just dangling their way, draping their way across the back of the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. You have to intimately know how one of these 488s is put together. Joe?
There's the clue, Johnny.
Yes.
That's a brand new, just out of the wrapper gearbox for a Ferrari 488. And so my assumption was in the right direction. I could just see by the extent of the work going on there that there was something major. And incredible that they repaired the car, went out, and then what they found was the gearbox wasn't working. And I'm pretty sure, as we've described there, that was caused by that shunt at the first turn.
So, Lucas, another crucial part arriving in the garage at Kessel.
Yeah, absolutely. Just about 10 seconds after I headed back to you, the new gearbox came in. So you were dead right there. This is very unfortunate news for Kessel Racing. However, it's great to see they are still repairing the car. No chance at all for a proper result today, but I think they are very much trying to get this car back on the road, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I'm full marks for full commitment to this race, very definitely. And they're not giving up yet at Kessel, and I'd expect nothing less. 2 hours of the 12 done, and the chance, therefore, to reflect a little bit and also bring you the current standings after 51 laps, because Matusz Weibor for Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha, after a really good opening couple of stints from Josef Kral, keeps that number 11 Ferrari out front, and actually by 47 seconds over the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche being driven by Daniel Allemann. So we've had a bit of Ralph Bohn in that car. Now Allemann taking over the Swiss in the otherwise all-German lineup, and the Renaulters being held back with, well, Alfred and Robert Renault being relatively cagey to Lucas as we kick things off, suggesting they would be involved in the third and fourth stints, but not necessarily telling us which way round they would be. Third position, and a leader for a good while, David Gosner, who is at the wheel of the MP Racing Mercedes, but that car is now back into fueling. A couple of laps ago it was still third, however. Rutronic Racing's number 18 Audi R8 is being driven by Michael Doppelmayr now, and is in fourth, ahead of the 724 Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow that leads the GTX category. The number 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes is sixth, ahead of the Car Collection Audi number 88. and leading its class, Porsche Lorient Racing's Porsche Cup car, number 911. Ninth position for another Porsche Cup car of Duvo Racing, so that's second in class, and right behind it is the GTX entered 979 rather, Speed Lover Porsche, the brand new 992 generation of the GT3 Cup car. The 401 Pro Sport Performance Aston Martin leads the GT4 category. That car started from the pit lane. 712 Vortex is 12th ahead of the ST Racing BMW, which is second in the GT4s. A very much recovering number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is 14th. That's had about an hour in the garage being repaired after a turn 1 opening lap crash. 15th position for the 978 Speed Lover Porsche, getting those two Speed Lover Porsches mixed up. But 978 is the 991 class version, and it's 15th ahead of a also recovering 701 Vortex. And in 17th position, 17th and final place for the GT Series, the Marco Frezza Kessel Racing Ferrari, which is having a new gearbox about to be fitted. In the TCEs, the AC Motorsport Audi number 188 leads the class by only 2.1 seconds from the 108 Cupra Leon Competition from RC2 Junior Team by Cabra Racing. Third position, the Altarama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Golf, number 112, ahead of the sister car number 1, which is fourth. The Nordschleifer Racing JS2R Ligier is fifth, supported by the all-French lineup, and currently at the wheel of the 226 is Daniel Wajinski. TTS, Tic Tap Totcar Sport 123 is in sixth position with their Cupra TCR. Seventh position for the 101 Red Camel Jordan Stott NL, another problem for that car which has just been solved. And finally, the 278 CWS Engineering Ginetta is in eighth place. So that is the order of both the GT and the TCE series races, 2 in 1. And courtesy of Webheads, the drone, which has been busy from the start of the race, down at turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, giving us some wonderful coverage of several cars heading through turn 6 now. Amongst them, the 401 Pro Sport entered Aston Martin, the Vantage AMR GT4 of Rodrigue Guillon, who is side by side with one of the Volkswagen Golfs from Autorama. It's the 112. So that's the Aston putting a lap on the Golf just before the braking area for the chicane. So 2 hours done, Joe. We've got a little bit more of an idea of who's in the fight. Sadly, a couple of GT cars have fallen away and very early on. A question of what might have been for the 92 Porsche, because the other car, the sister machine, number 91, is definitely in the hunt.
Just noticed, I don't know if you've mentioned this, Johnny, while I had a little toilet break there, but the 58 Mercedes back in the pits, did you mention that?
I didn't mention that, no.
Ah, right, brilliant. I've just noticed there, into the pits has come the 58, and it's had a change of driver. It's in and it's out. Now, I'm pretty sure that David Gosner stayed in the car after the pit stop, and that would explain why the cars had to come in, because David would have been then exceeding his 2 hour limit.
Yes, good point.
So I don't know why that wasn't done at the earlier pit stop, but that car now has had an extra unnecessary pit stop to change the driver, and why they didn't do that at the time that they pit stopped and took on a full tank of fuel, and at the same time change tyres and driver. You saw that car just take on fuel and go back out. Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe they did that, and then they've come in and changed tyres and driver and took on a little bit more fuel and topped up the tank and gone back out. But I'm puzzled by that, and it's subsequent to that, it's dropped that car down to 6th in 3 AM and 7th overall.
A key moment there, Joe, because Matusz Weibor, who drives the race-leading Ferrari, has just lapped the third-place car of Michael Doppelmayr. So that means that we've only now got 2 cars on the lead lap, the Matusz Weibor Ferrari and the Daniel Aleman-driven Porsche. Straight to Lucas in the pits.
Thank you, guys. Let's answer some of Joe's questions with David Gosner, who just got out of the number 58 MP Racing Mercedes. David, our commentary crew was just wondering about your strategy. You spent 2 hours in the car, had to come back to the pits early now because of your driving time, I think, wasn't it?
It was really fun. 2 hours the limit, and we make the strategy. If 1 hour is if 1 hour is too hard, I go in the box and my father goes in. But I feel well, and I try 2 hours, and nice.
Why did you decide? Why did you decide not to change tires at your first pit stop?
First pit stop, I didn't take the pit stop.
You just went straight. Why did you just went straight out again?
I changed the tires in the box, in the start line. I changed the tires.
Okay, let's come back to the start. A lot of confusion down there in turn one with quite a massive collision. How was it from your point of view?
The start was a little bit confusion for me. I tried to push hard, and they don't let me space enough. And in the first corner, the GT3 is turning inside really hard, and I push him. And I was thinking, thinking now it's over. And the steering wheel is even always on the left, and I was thinking, fuck, now it's finished. I have a flat, but I think the car is well, it's nothing, it goes perfect. I go, now I go. And then turned 2 hours like the wheel in the left.
Okay, and what is the rest of the...
Sorry for the other one, that's racing.
And what is the rest of the driver's schedule for today? Who is next, and when will you get back into the car?
Father inside 2 hours, after my sister, and then me.
Right, enjoy the rest of the race, David. Thank you.
Apologies for the language used there by David Gosner, explaining sort of what had happened down there. Italian is first language, so he is using English as very much second language, but interesting nevertheless to get a viewpoint on his opinions down at the first corner. Pushing like crazy, Joe, from the off, and as we said, they are questionable tactics at the start of a 12-hour race from David Gosner.
And the other statement of nobody made room for me.
Yeah.
You know, driving into gaps and expecting everyone to compromise what you're doing is perhaps something that kind of works for you in a 10-lapper, but certainly in a 12-hour race, and especially at that very tight first sequence of corners here, that's really always gonna not really, 9 times out of 10, that's not going to work. That's only going to work 1 time out of 10 with that kind of sprint race sort of mentality.
Yep. Well, hopefully lessons are learned from what happened, and they've had to take a penalty anyway because of the overtaking under the yellow flag, so that's put the 58 car back. And I assume, because we've had no other messages regarding penalties over the start, maybe it was all judged to be a racing incident, and I can see why as well, because it's sort of one minor thing that leads to a slightly larger thing, which leads to then 3 cars making contact at turn 1. But to actually apportion firm blame to any of the parties involved is tough to do. It's just one of those almost classic motorway incidents that starts very small and ends up in a massive impact.
Yeah, it's kind of the butterfly effect, isn't it?
Butterfly effect is a good phrase, yeah.
Where did it start? What was the actual start of that? And you can't really pinpoint anything because it was a number of elements that the planets aligned, and like I said, 1 time out of 10 you may get away with that. And I was fully, Johnny, I was kind of expecting something to happen at that first turn, purely down to the nature, the bottleneck. You used the term bottleneck, and that's a great way to describe it. And so it didn't come as a massive surprise that we had first corner incident here. It doesn't matter whether it's a 12-hour or a 3-week race. You're still going to have a load of racing drivers driving into that bottleneck and wanting to be the first one out of it. So, yeah, pretty standard fare, I think.
Well, apologies again for the language used by David Gosner. We shall move on. The number 11 of Matusz Vybor for Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha, out front then by 3/4 of a second from the Daniel Alleman Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and they're still very definitely in the hunt with Michael Doppelmayr of Rutronic Racing and the Audi number 18 in third. Nikolai Elganayan, now, is he able to offer the same sort of speed that Horst Felbermayr Jr. was, or are we going to start to see Stefan Gurig close in? Well, there's about a 50-second gap between Elganayan's Reiter Engineering KTM and the SPS Automotive Performance car of Stefan Gurig. Interesting to see Stefan driving a Mercedes. He's no stranger to GTE machinery and Ferraris, and I think sometimes Porsches actually, as part of the European Le Mans series. He was entered in last year's 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. Didn't go too well, I seem to remember, for their team. But Stefan Gurig should be pretty happy so far with that 5th place running for SPS, who are long time entries into the 24H series. I remember there was a Mugello 12 Hours when SPS had about 3 AMGs entered into a race a couple of years ago. But they're also often seen in the International GT Open as well. Car Collection Motorsports Audi of Pierre-Yves Pack now running in 6th place in the 88. And as far as the TCEs are concerned, we've got AC Motorsports Audi still leading, but now only by 5.2 seconds. The lap times are, well, still favouring the race leader. Let's just have a look. 2:17.7 and a 2:17.9 as their best times. Last time around, Stefan Perrin was about 0.6 of a second faster than Victor Fernandez. So if anything, that gap's going to open up very slightly. It is dependent on how much traffic each car encounters, though, on recent laps. So we'll watch that gap with interest between Stefan Perrin and Victor Fernandez to see if it's altering. Third position is Welshman Reese Lloyd in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, and you've got Norwegian driver Emil Heyerdahl in the second of the Golfs. So about 90 seconds separate the top 4 in the TCE series currently.
Might be a good idea at this point, Johnny, to just to tell everybody who is watching, and as we just ticked by midday down in the south of France, coming up to midday here in the UK, they can be part of the team, part of the podcast. We're always communicating with the collective, and today's handles, the hashtag, as ever, is hashtag This Is Endurance on Twitter, but at RSL_studio. Johnny Palmer's handle is at Blackpool Johnny. I'm at Bradders3078, and joining us after the lunch break will be Peter Snowden, and Snowy's Twitter handle is at Snowy Racer. Please feel free to ask any questions. Please feel free to add any observations that you might have noticed that we don't. Everything's pretty dynamic, and we don't always get it right in what we see or what we call, so any help is appreciated, and it's great to have everybody along and watching and listening with us today.
Race 4 position now with Nikolai Elganayan. I was talking about maybe Elganayan being caught. Well, it's exactly the reverse. He's just taken 3rd position from Michael Doppelmayr. The start of the lap, 1.4 seconds between the two of them, and now 7:24 gets ahead of Doppelmayr into the braking area. 3rd place for the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. Now, Josef Kral, a very good opening couple of stints in the middle cap racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Let's hear from the earlier race leader with Lukas Gajewski.
Scuderia Praha having a bit of a rest at the moment, and Josef and me, we just decided to join them, although we're not having any chairs left, but that doesn't matter. Josef, what a frantic start of a 12-hour race that was.
Well, I think that the most, I don't want to say fun part, but the busy part behind me. But for me, it was a nice start, quite smooth. I managed to get a nice get out from the line, and then everything was smooth. I was just pushing, and everything went nice.
And did you see anything of all the stuff happening behind you
Yeah, just a little bit, and I heard it on the radio. So I want to see it. What happened? Hopefully everybody's fine, which I heard that everything is fine. Unfortunately, one of our Ferraris, one of our colleagues, basically, I would say, they are now repairing, which is shame. So they are not in front with us. So it's shame that we don't have two brands in the front. But that's life, and it's still long. So I hope they will repair it and they will continue in the race same as us.
And yesterday we already spoke about your new teammates for the 24H series this year. You are so experienced in this championship, but that really does change a lot when you drive together with two new drivers.
Yes, it does. I think that the car what we have now is more set up for them, and I believe that it will suit them for the rest of the race, because my part is still quite small comparing to the part of my two teammates, Miro and Matusz. But what they are doing, they are doing really stunning job. What they did in Mugello was something what no one really expected, and here in Paul Ricard they are doing again fantastic job. So I just hope that everything is smooth and that we are lucky enough to finish the race.
Do you already have your schedule set for the rest of the race? Who goes into the car at what point?
Yeah, well, more or less, we try to keep the rotation as always the same, and it's me, then Matusz, then Miro, and when everything will be smooth, I hope that we will keep it like it is.
And will you always do double stints?
Not really, or maybe we'll see, but probably not. It's not in the plan, because here when you have a limit for the driver to 2 hours, it's not really worth it. So basically we just try to keep the rotation, and we keep going forward. And once it's smooth, we will probably keep it as it is.
Because at your first pit stop, you only went in for fuel, didn't you?
Can you?
Your first pit stop, you only went in for fuel under code 60.
Exactly, but it was on the edge, because in the end, I was already reporting that the tires are really on the limit, and the last lap we got slow puncture. But it was in the time when we had a empty fuel tank, so it was just perfect timing. So with a low pressure on the rear tire, I came to the pit. We refueled the car, and I came here, and there was no air in the tire anymore. So we were really lucky at this time.
Josef, thank you very much. Have a bit of a rest together with the guys, and then I'll see you later on track.
Cheers. See you later.
Right, certainly very chilled out at this stage, Josef Kral, and we'll see him back in the middle cap racing Ferrari a little later on. But Matusz Weibor still pounding round at a good pace. He's only a second, maybe a second and a half away from Josef Kral's speed. So Matusz Weibor, who's fairly early on in his racing career, proving that he's almost as quick as what is Josef Kral labelled as a semi-pro by Creventic with the two AMs alongside. But Matusz, a bit of a secret weapon for middle cap racing, I'd say, Joe.
Yeah, very impressive at Mugello, and if he continues lapping at that pace, he's going to be equally as impressive here at Paul Ricard. Gap already out to, let's call that 49 seconds over the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Daniel Allemann at the wheel of that car following along in second place, and then a great run, I've got to say, from the number 724, first in the GTX class, third overall for the KTM Crossbow, Nikolai Elganayan at the wheel. And let's not forget, Johnny, that at last year's 12 Hours of Monza, that car led overall after 4 hours, purely on merit. So it's not a massive surprise. It's very rare that we see a KTM Crossbow as high up the grid as we're seeing now, but a great effort from that team. And Johnny, if I can just add what we were talking about, the 58 MP Racing Mercedes, I was a little puzzled as to why they had come in for fuel and then gone back out, then come in early and changed driver. But our very own race tactician, Paul Truswell, has helped me on that one. He's explained it that it's kind of a good strategy for the AM Advantage car. AM Advantage is a subclass of the GT3 AB. You have a 120 litre fuel tank. It's a long pit lane. The AM Advantage gives you 120 litres at every stop. So the AM Advantage class can add 120 litres at every stop. So they're better off trying to optimise the fuel consumption and stopping as infrequently as possible. So it's basically that it's more of a conventional stretching that fuel window as we continue through the race. So we may see the MP team continue to do that and stretching out the fuel window and then tripping up the driving time, I would think, is what we saw there.
Yeah, and they've obviously worked through the simulations stint to stint to work out that that's a very advantageous way of approaching the race, purely because, as you say, they're in the separate division within AM known as AM Advantage, and there's no restriction on the amount of fuel you take on board, at least when you pit under green flag conditions. You've done well to remember that result overnight at Monza, but spot on indeed it was that Reiter Engineering led after, what had we had, 4 hours on the Friday at the 12 Hours of Monza last year. This was in July when Stefan Rossina, Laura Kreihammer and Eike Angermeyer were driving the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. So it is capable of staying out front, but after 4 hours of a 12-hour race. And the sky's the limit at the moment for Nikolai Elganayan, who's now up to 3rd position for the KTM Crossbow. Next car to catch is Daniel Alleman. Now that's going to be tougher because we're looking at a gap of nearly 2.5 minutes, in fact, to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And psychologically, very important for Herbert Motorsport, the number 91 car, rather than the 92, which is just heading into the final corner. 91 to stay on the lead lap for as long as possible. Yes, we haven't got the interval that we had at Mugello. After 4 hours there, we parked the cars for overnight. So the priority is just staying within touch of the race leader for as long as possible today, rather than staying on the lead lap after 4 hours, as it was the case last month at Mugello. But Alleman is just about doing enough to stay there, I would say. He's lapping kind of at the same pace as Matusz Weibor. They were only separated by 1/10 of a second at the end of the previous lap, lap 63. And it is now only 2 cars that are on the lead lap, with Nikolai Elganayan and Michael Doppelmayr lapped just 10 minutes or so ago by Matusz Weibor, who's about to cross the line again for the 64th time. And now we've got a drama for the 909 Duvo racing car. That looks suspiciously like another tyre going down on a Porsche Cup car, Joe.
Yeah, left rear as well, and it is indeed. It'll be interesting to see if it's the inner or outer edge that's filled on that car.
It's crabbing though as well, so that's more than a tyre, I think.
Yes, perhaps it is. It does look like it's crabbing. It's on the first part of the Mistral, so it's just out of the Le Col sweep, the left-hander, and it's also it's just veered off to the right. That's crabbing at quite an angle, Johnny.
Massively so.
That's got a suspension failure. That's what that tyre smoke was coming from. The rear suspension has collapsed, I would say, and the car very, very difficult to drive. It looks like the driver who's in that 909 at the moment, Johnny.
Stanislav Sidoruk, the Russian driver. Yeah.
Is he familiar with the layout here? Will he go to the right now and go through the back entrance of the paddock? Looks like he's missed it. Looks like he's continued on. He's already gone past the chicane there, the chicane node, halfway down the Mistral, and making his way to Seen Corner. Is he around about that point of the rear gate, or has he exceeded that? Has he gone by it?
I think it's just passing it now, actually, and that was the choice to turn right, and he's chosen not to. Either he doesn't know about it or thinks he can get it home more quickly by... Well, I mean, how much steering input is he having to put in there?
Yeah,
45 degrees. Or so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful oversteer.
I mean, this guy's got a future in drifting, I think, to be able to cope with that constantly. But the rear left is basically a third steering wheel because of suspension that has got... I think the tyre is still fully inflated, although it may not be by the end of the lap.
Toe link broke.
Yeah.
The toe link is broke, so the wheel is at a different toe angle. The right rear looks like it is scrubbing at 45 degrees to the direction of travel.
Yeah.
The front wheels are steering 45 degrees into the angle of the car, and that's all being caused by that left rear coming adrift.
The next corner is going to be a challenge, Senior, to work out just how much steering he needs to put in, because the car's desperately trying to go right, and he's trying to input enough steering to make it go left sufficiently. But it's brave for taking on the next half of this 5.8 kilometre circuit.
It was
as we say,
in class. It was second in class, John.
And Duvo are no strangers to running consistently in the podium places for the 991 class. I'm sure this isn't the first rear toe link that has gone and the team need to sort out, but is that a sign of hitting the curbs a bit too much, or has he had contact with another car? We only caught that incident part way through when it was rounding turns 6 and 7 and just all manner of tyre smoke pouring off the rear left Hankook, but not a tyre issue, we're going to suggest. Looks like it's still fully inflated, and
he's not in any risk of losing that second place at the moment, Johnny, as we've only got 3 cars in the 991 class, and the other car in the class in third is currently still in the pits. That's the Speed Lover car, the 978 that we heard had a gearbox issue that they're trying to get to the bottom of. So very much worth repairing that 909. He's took a shortcut, hasn't he? He's took the shortcut on the old Grand Prix track. He's gone backwards on that, has he?
Well, he's in the pit lane already, so that is amazing work if he's done all of the corners. I think he's missed out Bose, and there probably is a cut through immediately after the right-hander at the end of the Mistral to avoid the double right-hander and feed back in. So some good track knowledge later on. And yet the Hankook on the rear left is absolutely fine. I mean, well, I say fine. It'll be scrubbed to like a 50p piece now. But the far greater issue is the rear toe link. Oh, and there's just a load of shredded metal that pours out of the back of the car as well, Joe.
That looks a bit like aluminium shredded.
Yes.
I don't know where that is from, but the mechanics go to work straight onto the left rear of that car. And everything under there, remember, it'll be absolutely red hot. You can't put your hands, an ungloved hand, onto that brake disc and it'll take the skin off. It'll burn straight through the flesh. So you've got to be very, very cautious when you're a mechanic. You want to dive in. You just want to put your whole body in there and get on with the job. But you've got to be very, very careful. And once you get close to that brake disc, you'll certainly feel the heat on your face. But the driver out, and he's it's one of those things, you know. It can happen to anybody, that a bit, and it looks to me very much like a suspension. He's kind of indicating something to his teammate. Not quite sure what the hand signals meant.
Well, it was either I was on the very limit, sort of sliding wide, and something broke, or I got contact from somebody. But it was very difficult to read the hand signals, and hopefully Lucas isn't too far away to get a first-hand report from Stanislav Sidoruk on exactly what happened. But the rear of that Porsche basically turning into a lathe. And you imagine the friction forces going on there. You just do not want to be sticking your hand in without gloves on. And even with gloves on, it's a frightening moment. But the incompressible jack stands now go underneath the car to give it that greater height that's required. And now they can start to take components off and work out what needs replacing.
Oh, that looks like a top link on the top wishbone there. Good old Sebastian Meyer, our best cameraman in the world, sticking his nose right in there, getting that camera right in there, giving us an idea of what that could be. I saw a link at the very top part of the suspension, which was kind of loose. It looked like there was a rose joint there that I saw where it perhaps shouldn't be, and Seb right in there now, losing his signal on his camera as he does so. But Seb right in there now gives us an idea of what we're looking for. Spring looks intact. The shocker looks where it should be. I think it's more the top wishbone, maybe. Bottom arm looks good. I wonder if the toe arm, the piece of suspension that regulates the toe angle of those rear tyres, it's what snapped. That would explain why the wheel just went out of kilt and started to operate in the wrong angle completely if it snapped, and it just flopped and put steering into the rear of that car. I think that's a job that is not going to take them too long, and I'm pretty sure we'll see that car back out soon.
Yeah. Well, the bits of metal which ended up on the garage floor, as you say, very soft metal, the aluminium, so hopefully any components there that need to be replaced can be done so easily, and fingers crossed it's a problem that they've sort of factored in to the necessary pit work at some point. You know, there's a contingency for that, rather than having to tackle an electrical problem somewhere in the loom, which takes a long time to chase. That should be easier to to find exactly what needs sorting, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that the car returns to the race very quickly indeed. We are 2.5 hours in to the 2021 edition of the 12 Hours of Circuit Paul Ricard. 24H Series visiting this track 4 years ago, and before that, that was actually the third 24-hour race at RICARD in a row. So we did 2015, 16 and 17. This is the first ever 12 hours run by Creventic at Paul Ricard. In fact, the first ever full 12 hours in the history of this circuit that has existed since 1970. So we're breaking new ground in season 2021. This is the second round of the European part of the season following Mugello a month ago. Little more from Lucas now in the pits.
Yes, with Stanislav, who I'm sure is able to tell us what happened to the dual racing Porsche. What happened, Stanislav?
I think the road broken and the road punched the tire, and that's all. So I didn't touch anything. It was normal, but it's racing.
So no contact to another car, it just suddenly happened?
Yeah, it suddenly happens. Maybe it's old, I think.
And I think on the way back to the pits, you took a shortcut, you took a shorter route. How did you know that existed?
Yeah, I just watch the map and make a research before racing.
And tell us about your travels. I understand it was very, very difficult for you to come over from Russia and to enter France.
Yeah, it was actually not easy. We changed the tickets for 3 times, but at the end, Russian Airlines help us with to be here. And we take a flight to Milan, and came here by car.
All right, Stanislav. Thank you very much, and all the best for the race.
Thank you. Bye.
Stanislav Sidoruk, who says all on its own, the car failed on the rear, which was my suspicion just from him describing it to his teammate. Now, I wasn't sure whether that was Sergei Peregudov or Andrei Mukovoz, who was suited but without the helmet on, so there was obviously no pre-plan to switch drivers. They were happy to continue on with their stint, and then this problem hit. So the car's been in for nearly 7 minutes now. It'll be a bit longer before Duvo Racing return, but as you say, Joe, still hanging on to second place in the 991 class because of all the bad luck for Speed Lover and their number 978 that we've heard plenty about, and Dominic Bastian.
Yeah. For as far as Duvo's concerned, their competitors, their main competitors for that place, having worse luck than themselves, and luckily that's a suspension issue that can be rectified relatively quickly, and we'll get that car back in the field. Just watching there the Aston Martin Vantage of Pro Sport, Roderick Guillon now at the wheel of that car, having taken over the car from Nico Verdonk, and that car currently leading GT4. It's completed 63 laps. Next car in that class way down the field, remember, the GT4 BMW M4 of SD Racing. Chandler Hull now at the wheel of that car on 53 laps, having had those problems that brought that car into the pits. So the GT4 battle spaced out, but the Aston Martin running in the top 10 overall, so that's a great run for the Pro Sport team, and especially Roderick Guillon, who's the driver behind that whole operation, really. He's what's put that together, and Roderick has come on leaps and bounds, and Nico Verdonk, his driver coach and mentor, he's trained hard. He won't be offended by me saying he's slimmed down. He's got very fit. He's realised that to drive these cars and optimise yourself as a driver, you have to be pretty fit, and he's rose to that challenge, and it's great to see Roderick still getting involved and out there at the moment.
I reckon he started his racing career here at RICARD. Certainly that was his first ever 24H Series race when he competed in the 24 hours in 2016, racing a BMW M235i in those days from the QSR Racing School entry, and was sharing with Jimmy De Bruyke and I think an all-Dutch lineup elsewhere, but Roderick from Belgium, and racing with Nico Verdonk, as you say. But yeah, never really looked back since 2016, when he also did a couple of Porsche Challenge Benelux races, but a regular fixture in the 24H Series, and in more recent years with Pro Sport Performance, and with the help of Nico Verdonk, as you say, not only as a co-driver but as a driving coach outside of the car as well.
Yeah, myself and Trussers had the opportunity to work closely with those two guys at the at Spa in the Fun Cup race.
Yes.
2 years ago now, and it is a great event that, and it was great to see from the other side of the fence being part of that team that ran those two drivers, and it was great to see Nico acting as a driver, coach, and mentor, and being close at hand to see that actually in operation.
Well, it's a cool car as well. We know in the collective there are many fans of Aston Martin, and sadly with the closure of the factory program as far as the World Endurance Championship is concerned, we have to look now to customer run cars, at least in the European and the World Championship. But Aston are still around, and notably as well with this relatively new GT4 version of their Vantage AMR. So brilliant that Pro Sport actually brought two cars to this event with the idea of only running one, but they have had to revert to the spare car, and it is going nicely. 18 Rutronic Racing Audi returning to the racetrack from the pit lane, which is exactly where Lucas is with another interview.
You talked quite a lot about the KTM of the GTX class for a reason, of course, because this man, Horst Felbermayr Jr., really put on a show in the new KTM. That was a brilliant stint, Horst. Please tell us about it.
Yes, we found a very good setup in the training, and it makes a lot of fun in the car. I enjoyed it really much. The team did a very good job, and now I was 2 hours in the car, and I had also battles against the cars of GT3 class, so I enjoyed it really much.
Now, how close, if we consider the BOP and everything else, how close is the car here compared to the car at its maximum?
No, it's the BOP for us. We are too slow, so we have a good setup. We have a good driver line, so the BOP is for us on the lower side. So, but the fight against the GT3 is anyway very good.
And last weekend we saw the GT2 European Series for the first time. Can you compare these two cars as well?
I never drove a GT2, so I cannot compare.
So actually, to us as the viewers, they look quite similar, but they are entirely different cars.
Yes, of course, they're completely different from the horsepower and from the setup and from the downforce. So.
And it's great to have you back in endurance racing, because you did a lot of sprint racing over the past years, and now you're back in endurance.
Yes, and I like it. To have a long race, it's so much fun. You have the whole team behind you, and it's a good way to drive.
Still a very long way to go, more than 9 hours. What about the reliability of the KTM? Is it already able to withstand all the 12 hours?
I think yes, and we have it in our hand, I think. So there are no faults on the track, and so we keep the eyes on for our competitors and be safe.
Great stint, Horst. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Keep your eyes on the prize, and Horst Felbermayr Jr. knows all about that from his many races to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But as Lucas makes the point, he's had a bit of a departure to more sprint racing in recent years, but now very much returning to the longer stuff with this 12-hour race. He's got teammate Nikolai Elganayan, the American semi-pro driver, at the wheel currently, but it's a very strong lineup actually, 3 semi-pros, and Horst Felbermayr Jr. theoretically is the weak link there, Joe, but that's very, very unfair, because judging by the last couple of stints he's just done, he is well on the pace. 2 Audis virtually side by side, arriving at the chicane on the Mistral together. 88 ahead of 18. This is not a chase for position, but nevertheless, we've got Sven Herberger in the 18, and the 88's being driven by Pierre-Yves Pack, and the 18 wants the lap back again, it looks like.
Yeah. It looks like a race is broken out, my friend.
It does.
It absolutely is. We'll keep an eye on that as the 18 gets onto and around, or does it? No, it doesn't. Scott's back in. Or does it get ahead of the 88?
It did, yeah.
It has. I think it's gotten ahead of the 88 there, Johnny.
I think what happened was into Beausset, Pierre-Yves Pack just pushed a little bit too hard, missed the apex of the corner, and that left the door wide open for Sven Herberger. As I say, it doesn't give him 4th place because Herberger's, well, 2 laps down, I think, and into the pits for the 88 as well.
Yeah,
but
the 88's into the pits.
In reality, there's 2 laps between them. The 88 is better placed, 4th position, whereas the 18 car is having to scrabble back some of its lost laps from earlier on in the P. So Sven running 9th, and the 88 car now pitting from 4th position.
Yeah, didn't fight too hard there, did they? And also into the pits has come the car we just a moment ago been talking about. It's the Aston Martin of Pro Sport. Rodrigue Guillon bringing that car onto pit road and jumping out. His helmet showing signs of his nationality, Brazilian, based in Belgium, Rodrigue. And he's handing the car over to, I didn't see who that was, but it's already fueled. The tyres going onto the car, and it's a 4-stud or perhaps 5-stud on that Aston Martin Vantage. I can see Lucas down there. He might be able to give us a bit more.
Well, I'm going to suggest... Yes, go on, Lucas.
Yeah, just to let you know, it's Kurt Hansen who stepped into the car. That's it.
Fair enough. That would have been my guess as well, because we'd already had a bit of Nico Verdonk at the start. Yeah. Rodrigue Guillon with the thumbs up, stepping out of the car, and the third driver in 401 is Kurt Hansen. Another AM-rated driver, but still with a lot of pace to offer. And let's see whether he can keep the 401 car in the class lead for GT4. An 11th position in the whole of the GT Series race.
They've just got to keep on the track.
Well, yes, keep it on the straight and narrow. Yeah. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Joe. Stay out of trouble.
Yeah, you've just got to stay out of trouble. That's the thing.
I'm just noting that the TCE top 5 have actually got ahead of the 401 when you combine both races. So they had to start from the pit lane, of course, and there may still be the odd bit of ironing out that needs to be done with the car that they'd never planned to race anyway. So that has allowed the AC Motorsport TCE Series leader through, Stefan Perrin, together with Victor Fernandez, Reece Lloyd, Emil Heyerdahl and Daniel Bajinski, who are your top 5 in TCE. But then is the GT, that's where you find the GT4 class leader, and in second position the ST Racing BMW of Chandler Hull, man from Dallas, Texas. Every credit though to Victor Fernandez's driving. He is keeping Stefan Perrin within not quite sights, but he can sense that the AC Motorsport Audi is nearby. They're probably occupying the same sector as they head around the lap with only 20 odd seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, 22 seconds gap, Johnny. That's not enough time really to afford a mistake like a little spin or something that could really sort of cause a problem. And it's down to Victor Fernandez, who's keeping that kind of pressure on. It's all about maintaining the pace, not getting dragged into anything, and just keeping that gap, keeping the pressure on, and maybe just forcing Stefan Perrin to, to be overly cautious. And Stefan, of course, though, very experienced driver in that Audi RS3, and it'll be hard for it to force an error from him. So very early stages though, Johnny, with just over 9 hours remaining in this race, they'll be keeping to their pace, keeping to their strategy, and just seeing as we get towards perhaps the intensity of the final 2 hours of any endurance motor race.
John Bruneau, who's now been put into the 278 Ginetta, by the way, from CWS, producing some good lap times. And obviously, there's a spinner, the final corner. That's the Ligier from Nordschleifer Racing. About to say that John Bruneau having to adapt a little bit, I suppose, to the car that's been fixed, but actually it shouldn't display any differences from yesterday when he was driving it. Daniel Bajinski, though, Joe's had a moment at the final corner, Virage Dupont, and it means that the Ligier is off the track but facing oncoming traffic, and I think that's going to be difficult to recover without a code 60.
And great for John Bruneau to see that, because that's the car that is sharing the TCX class with the Ginetta. So as that car remains beached, remember the Ginetta that's just gone through already encountered problems with a wheel hub breakage, so they'll be wanting to regain that time on that Ligier, and that Ligier at the moment looking like it's speed. It looked like a harmless spin just through 180, and it's pointing in the wrong direction, as you say. Very, very tricky final turn. So easy to get the power on a little bit too early and cause the wheels to fire up and spin you out. And it looked to me as though he's definitely stalled the car for sure. And you could see by the electronic display of the positional lights were flickering on and off, and that kind of indicated that he was maybe going through a recycle and a restart and a Control-Alt-Delete in that number 226 Ligier. It's not moving though, is it?
It's not at the moment. So Marshall now down at the scene whilst the decision is made whether we go code 60 or not. Let's head to a team we've been talking a lot about, Pro Sport. New driver in is Kurt Henson. Let's catch up with the guy who's just clambered out of the Aston Martin.
Yes, with Rodrigue Guillon, and we were just watching the screen over there and saw the spin as well. Rob, he guessed it's going to be code 60. We'll see in a minute. However, first of all, let's talk about your stint, Rodrigue. After all the issues you've had yesterday, we hope you enjoyed your time out there.
Yeah, of course, I enjoy a lot my stint. I grow up every lap. It was better than yesterday, so I go faster. And I was constant every lap. So and Nico take a very good start because unlucky we start from pit lane by a crash yesterday of a pilot. But we'll fight. It's 12 hours, so we'll fight to the end. That's the principle, to finish. And of course, the first position is better than second.
And is the car working properly, or do you still have any issues, any leftovers from yesterday?
No, the car is very good, balance very good. All is fine, the brakes, everything. And for my stint, it was with not new tires. So my second stint with new tires, I will push more. And to stay, I think we are, don't know how many laps in front of the BMW. I think 6, 7. So we continue like this.
And Johnny just told me it's code 60 now. Any issues for your strategy? Does it help you, or is it a bit of a disadvantage?
No, we let the third pilot continue. We have enough gap in front of the BMW, so we just continue like this.
Rodrigue, on your overall, we can see the Brazilian flag, we can see the Belgian flag. It is great in these times to have so many nations, so many teams, so many drivers coming together in the south of France to race together, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. That's very good track. I love it, this track. It's one of my favorite. Very speed and technical. And yeah, of course. And my two flags is, of course, I'm born in Brazil. And I live in Belgium since 34 years. So that's why you see also my helmet, the two colors of my country, Brazil and Belgium.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Rodrigue, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So Rodrigue Guillon, as Joe described, from South America originally, but now very much at home in Belgium, and therefore you would think automatically his favourite track might be Spa, but labels Paul Ricard as one of his favourites because of the technical nature of it. And that's the whole point of this place, really, is to be able to test cars and drivers. The Ligier spinning at the final corner and needing some outside assistance then to be returned to the track. And we're under I think only a second code 60 of the race, Joe.
Yeah, we are, Johnny. And I'm intrigued as to why the Ligier has not been able to restart. However, I shouldn't be that intrigued, as I've worked on many race cars, and I know that race cars do not like to restart when they're hot. That's why, when every time we pit stop, it's such an intense time, because when you switch a race car off, there's heat soak everywhere, and that's pretty much what we're seeing now. With the car has made it back. It's been recovered very, very efficiently by the track staff here at Paul Ricard, and that car already being wheeled into its pit garage. So I'm expecting this code 60 not to last very much longer, Johnny, and maybe a few cars missing the opportunity because of their track position. Two Mercedes AMG GTs streaming at the pit lane. I did notice it was the 58, which is the MP car. Thomas Gosner has managed to get in under purple conditions, but I'm afraid we're about to go green pretty soon.
The 20 car was the other Merc coming down pit road for SPS Automotive Performance. So Stefan Gurig from third position as things stand into fuel. But yes, you're relying on the Code 60 staying out for a little longer. And with the cause of it having already been recovered, we are back to green now. And it's sort of a double whammy that, Joe, because not only now is the bulk of your pit stop with the rest of the cars out on track going at green flag speeds, you can also only take on half your fuel allocation. So might you have even been better to stay out until the green arrived? It depends how low they were on fuel, I suppose. But, you know, just go around for another lap, wait for the greens, and at least you can come in and take a full tank of fuel on board. Yeah,
this is exactly what I mentioned in my latest column in the Creventic magazine that you can find online at the 24hseries.com. We saw this happen at Mugello. We see this happen pretty much at every 24H Series race, Johnny, and that's what I love about the Code 60, because if it's a full course caution or we put a safety car out, then it's pretty standard strategy. You just pit, get in the pit, stretch the pit window. But here, you have to consider with the Code 60, how long the Code 60 is going to last. Where is your car on the track? Is it near the pit entrance? If it's not, and clearly the number 20 and the number 58 Mercedes, they must have just been past pit entry when that Code 60 came out. So they've got to trundle round at 60 kilometers an hour all the way around to the pit entry. By then, the problem causing the Code 60 has invariably been recovered, and the Code 60 is not going to last very long. And what you can see there, the Code 60 and pitting under Code 60 is going to disadvantage those cars purely because they're only allowed to take on 50% of their fuel allocation. Now, on the flip side of that, if you can get in and get 50% and get out before it goes green, that's great. That'll work for you. But right now, those two Mercs are in the pits getting fuel while everyone else is at full racing speed, having gone back to green.
And by the way, if you're interested in reading the 24H Series magazine for this event, or indeed any other this season, if you go to the 24hseries.com website, menu bar at the top, click on calendar, and that'll give you a list of all the races taking place this year. Just scroll down to 12 hours Circuit Paul Ricard, and there's an option on that page for the magazine, which is effectively an online version of the race programme, isn't it? You can't get them out to fans on site, so instead it is made available digitally. I think that was even a thing before COVID that Creventic liked to do, provide a PDF version of the magazine, the programme, so that it could be read if you weren't at the event as well. And yeah, one of the big selling points of that mag is the Joe Bradley column. Is it still called Soap Opera Behind Garage Doors, or Behind Garage Doors? What do you call it these days?
I think we shortened it to Behind Garage Doors.
That's right.
I did start with the title of the Soap Opera Behind Every Garage Door, behind the Soap Opera Behind Garage Doors, because, you know, having been around motorsport on various sides of various fences, I can assure you that behind the scenes in every race team, there is a massive soap opera of many sorts going on. Characters, personalities, you know, and that's the part of the sport that I really love. It's the people part of the sport. I love the mechanics of it. I love cars, obviously. I love driving, but I also love being part of a race team, and it's and especially an endurance race where, you know, everybody is pushing all the time, and, you know, it becomes, after a 24-hour race, after a 12-hour race, everyone's tired. You can imagine how everyone's feeling in the Red Camels Jordan pit, for instance, having been up until 4 a.m. changing an engine, and then when they get to the end of this race, all of those emotions come flooding back, and it's I love that part of it. The people involved in this sport is what really intrigues me.
Slight off-track moment for the SPS Automotive Performance car at turn 4. Now Stefan Gurig staying at the wheel of the 20, but questionable track limits, you might say. I think he would argue he was slightly out of control at that point between turns 3, 4 and 5, but did have to straight line the second element of that. We were also questioning whether one of the Porsche Cup cars was a little bit slow a moment or two ago, and I was trying to work out which machine that was. 978 Dominic Bastien back into fuel and the pit stop. So it may well have been 978 rejoining the race after a lengthy pit stop for the American. And Bastian, yes, returning to fueling area and the pit stop, but let's hope that this one is a lot quicker for the second of the Speed Lover Porsches. One, remember, runs in GTX, the other in the more obvious 991 class. Milan Doncha has taken charge of the 88 Audi, so the Car Collection Motorsport R8 should start to really fly now. He's just about the quickest driver in the 88's lineup this weekend. Semi-pro, as is Robin Rogalski. And Rogalski, a bit of an unknown entity. He's going to be quick, I feel, the pole, but we'll wait to see how quickly he takes to the Audi R8 in race format, having driven a lot of R8 GT4 cars in the past and actually been a champion in the Seyfarth Cup that used to run as the main support category of DTM in recent years. Out onto the Mistral goes the 58 Mercedes. That is in 6th position with Thomas Gosner at the wheel of the MP racing car. But Nikolai Elganayan on this lap has got back in front of Stefan Gurik. Now that was because of the pit stop for the 20 Mercedes, and it puts the Reiter Engineering KTM back into the podium spots, Joe. Still going very nicely for the Crossbow.
Yeah, very, very good drive indeed. And we mentioned earlier that Horst Felbermeyer was possibly the weakest link in that team. Well, you're in a very strong position if that's the case, because you couldn't really, I think that's a wrong use of the term, to be honest, because we saw an absolute sterling drive. And we've mentioned last year we saw this car lead overall in Monza. That's a big ask at this point of the race, with the being 2 laps down on the 2 cars ahead of him, and those 2 cars being the Scuderia Praha car and the Urbith Motorsport car. That's a big ask, but you know what, anything can happen, Johnny. You've still got 9 hours and there's still a lot of race left, and I think we're about to go for a lunch break, aren't we?
We're not far away, Joe. Yeah, our TV coverage will take a pause for an hour, but before we do that, let's head to Lukas Gajewski for one final update from the pits.
Yes, just before lunch we need to speak to Daniel Waschinski, who just got out of the Ligier, which is behind us in the pit box. Daniel was just shaking his head. Daniel, what happened to you out on track?
I don't know what's happened. We have a small car. After 2 hours, it was perfect for the general. For the general. And I don't know. I drive with TCR before me, and just before the last corner, there are 1 GT3 who passed. It was perfect. And after very well on the last corner, okay, I am in middle the track. I take the corner, and I don't know, the GT3, the Mercedes, the green, take me the back, the wheels back. Well, at the moment when I put full gas, I have to turn, you understand me? I don't know what he thinks. He have a GT3, he can wait the straight light, half a second, and he pass, cool. Now he destroy his car, he destroy my car. It's not serious.
Daniel, and after the spin, you sat next to the circuit and you couldn't get the car going again for a moment.
Because I have a problem, the motor, the unit power function, but the traction, I think, is breaking, and I can move. I put the first gear, but the car can move. If I move, I come more quickly in the box, you know.
So what do you think needs to be done at the car? I think it's the left suspension that needs to be changed.
I don't know exactly. I don't have a time because I'm a little bit nervous, you know. Okay. And I go to it, but look the car, and okay, then I go to the race direction because it's not normal.
Daniel, you did great. All the best. Thank you very much, and hope to see you out on track soon.
Have a nice day too.
Thank you.
Well, Daniel Waschinski clearly making his thoughts felt, and by the sounds of things, race control will be getting a knock on the door fairly shortly as well. So contact with an unidentified GT3 car in the final corner, and I think the point Daniel making was, why not wait a couple of seconds to do the overtake on the main straight rather than in the corner itself, because the Ligier does need to turn in at some point. It can't just disappear. And we've seen a couple of incidents involving GT3 cars, namely at the start, but also the Vortex one of the Vortex cars claiming it got collided with by a GT3 machine, and now another problem in the final corner as well. That is the nature of multi-class endurance racing. Everyone has to look out for each other, of course, and we will continue our coverage with no doubt more events, yet more stories to emerge when we return at 2 o'clock Central European Summertime. Thank you for your company over the last 3.5 hours, and I'm very much looking forward to getting straight back at it. The cars will remain out, of course. We're under full green flag conditions, but join Lucas Gajewski, Jay Bradley and me, Johnny Palmer, in just under an hour's time. We'll see you then. Another hour is done, and this means the return of our TV coverage to this year's 12 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard, the second round of the European part of the 24H series and round 3 in total when you factor in the Dubai 24 hours back in January. So we have now completed 4 hours of the 12. 1/3 distance will feel like a significant margin, a significant step has been made. And of course, the race, rather needlessly so, has been somewhat more eventful than I was expecting. We will get to that if you're just joining us in a second, but best place to start is the current standings. We have ticked over the 100 lap marker, and the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche now leads with 106 laps to its name. It's Robert Renauer in for his first couple of stints there. Miroslav Vibor, who drives the Middle Cat Racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari, is in second place and trails the race leader by just over 2 minutes. So there is a firm race leader here by over a lap now. Milan Doncha, who drives the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, is in third position, car number 88, and fourth place for Thomas Gossner. The MP Racing Mercedes still there or thereabouts, inside the top 4. Fueling area for Sven Herberger, who's just brought the Rutronic Racing Audi in from fourth position, so fourth and fifth have switched around. In sixth place is the 724 Reiter Engineering GTX entered Crossbow, and doing a stint in that is Eike Angermeyer in car 724. And second place in GTX, this brand new Porsche, the 911 GT3 Cup, but the 992 generation from Speed Lover, 7th. 8th position is the SBS Automotive Performance Mercedes, car number 20. In 9th place, it's the 991 class leader from Porsche Lorient Racing. 10th place for the GT4 race leader, the Pro Sport Racing entered Aston Martin Vantage AMR, car 401. Then one of the first of the two Vortex V8s, car 712 in 11th. 12th position for the 909 Duvo racing car, which had that spectacular suspension failure not long before our lunch break. 13th position for the 438 ST Racing BMW from GT4. 14th spot for the second of the Vortexes, car 701. And in 15th place, it's the recovering Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 92. And at the wheel of that, long way back, of course, Stefan Aust, 15th in the GTs. 16th position for now returning to the track, Eric Muez in the Speed Lover Porsche. And Marco Frezza back in the pits. That Ferrari's been there for another 2.5 hours. You'll remember it had a lengthy spell, first of all trying to get back to the pits, then some repair work. It had an outlet which became an inlet where the car was crawling. And we haven't seen the Kessel Racing Ferrari since then. A disaster of an event so far for the Swiss squad. In TCE, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi leads the way, with Stefan Perrin having got out of that car, and it's now David Dermont doing the driving. Ruben Fernandez for RC2 Junior Team by Cabra Racing still has the Cupra Leon up in second place. Third position and fourth for both of the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golfs, number 1 ahead of the 112. The 123 TTS Cupra is in 5th position of Spain. 6th place for the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra TCR. That's currently on an out lap. And the two TCX machines are 7th and 8th in the TCE race. The CWS Engineering Ginetta and the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier JS2R. But that car is still in the pits. And as we headed for the lunch break, Daniel Wajinski was describing at length with Lukas Gajewski what had happened to him at the final corner. The car needed to be recovered under the second code 60 of the race, and I don't think it hasn't moved for a fact since returning to the pit lane. Code 60 wise, we're not actually doing too badly. It is still just the 2 full course cautions that we've had. One very early, 23 minutes into the race, when Colin White's Ginetta ground to a halt, and the part relatively easy to fix. Took 15 minutes for the team to get that car sorted and back out into the race, but the recovery took best part of 10 minutes to get it to home again from turn 6. And the second code 60 that we've had for the 226 Ginetta, as described, right before our pause for lunch at 10 to 1 this afternoon. And that needed to be crossed from one side of the track to the other on a tow rope. and the work continues at Nordschleife Racing. We'll hear from Lukas Gajewski in a moment down in the pits, but a slight change around in the commentary box for the next couple of hours. Joe Bradley's taking, well, his traditional slightly longer lunch break. It's going to be about 3 hours by the time he comes back, but delighted to say that fresh from NLS action last weekend on the Radio Show Limited Network, it's Peter Snowden joining us in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Johnny, and nice to be back here again. Say not NLS, and you and I last worked together for Elms at Monza last October.
That
so
was a
nice
long
to be back
time
again.
ago, wasn't it? Yeah.
Talking Mr. Bradley, he is known. He does like a long lunch, so it's only fair. It's only right. It is what happens. You just mentioned about lead changes there. That was I think just before we went off air, or you and Joe went off air. I think it just happened literally in one of those classics of live broadcasting. You get one break, and the nanosecond off you've gone. There's a swap for lead, and that's the Herb of the Porsche taking over from the middle Ferrari there.
Yeah.
So that's happened. All sorts of. I was watching the beginning of the race earlier on today, and I made some notes as you do because I'm just sad like that, and just had my anorak on at 8:30 this morning, and when did the grid walk with Lucas.
In fairness, if you're going to be calling a couple of hours of the race later on, it's probably best to just note down a few
I know
things.
it's called prep. It's unbelievable. It'll never catch on.
No,
never catch
not with
on.
me.
But there was one thing I noticed. I made some notes there. As I said, one thing is, over the years that I've raced, I've seen many a thing on track, sometimes even wildlife. I'd never seen all the trophies on a plinth on the start of the track and having to drive past them. And I've got this feeling it's all right for those guys at the front, but I'm sure they're going to be told in the driver notes of the briefing and the memo from the team directors. But I can just imagine the guys on the radio saying, don't forget that there's a whacking great plinth at the front of the grid. And I've got visions of the cars further down the lap or the grid starting to weave and warm the tyres up and suddenly take out all the trophies. It didn't happen, but it was the strange thing going through my mind thinking, be so easy to be told about it and even easier to forget.
I think incorporated into that plinth are a couple of slots to drop in some yellow flags either side, so you wouldn't have a very good excuse if you did miss those two stonking great yellow flags. But I agree with you, it's very easy to be blinded by the cars in front, and you've got to hope as well that that plinth isn't forgotten about, because 2 green flag laps, as soon as the cars leave the grid for the first time, it needs to be cleared for obvious reasons. And then once we'd gone round for the second of the formation laps, a little bit of carnage ensued on that as well. For which I haven't seen any repercussions, and we've had plenty of penalties for other infringements as well. It's easy to call, and I know you've seen the incident at the start, easy to call that actually as a racing incident, and one incident very easily leading to the next.
I think that was kind of my view on it, that yes, you can't win it at the first race. The first corner, it doesn't make any sense at the beginning of a race there. It's 12 hours, but it did all kind of, just as you say, kick off to the left-hand side. And the AMG was over there. We only saw the head-on shot, but as he tried to come back, you could see the sort of knock-on effect. And unfortunately, the number 8 Kessel Ferrari was the victim and the big loser on that. I'm glad it got to continue though, because that is just disheartening at the beginning of any race, let alone 12 hours. We're taken out before turn 1.
I know, yeah, horrendous. And actually, that Ferrari, I thought it had completed one lap in 4 hours, but according to the timing screen, it still says 0 in the laps completed, which is...
Well, we saw that agonising footage, didn't we, of it sort of limping round. Obviously, it was more than just a puncture, as you pointed out, Johnny. That wheel that a camber that you wouldn't expect to see unless it was a TVR Tuscan 20 years ago. And something wasn't right, the rim was split. But I think more to the point you spotted when he found that gateway back into the back of the paddock there, it was sitting there, and it was sitting on its sill. That was the problem. It was grounded. Unfortunately, the best thing to do with that was take it over a smooth racetrack, of course, as you said quite right. I think it parked on gravel. And as you said, the air jacks under it, and then we've got go jacks and all sorts under it to pick the car up. And I just sat there. I think you said something about I think it was yourself or Joe mentioned the leading Mercedes when they had to serve its 30-second stop and go, and it will seem like 3 hours. From a driving point of view, having just started the race, being right up at the front there in that Kessel Ferrari, and suddenly having to limp it round, does it get back? You want to get it back as quickly as possible, but you know the quicker you go, it's going to do more damage. It's more collateral. We've seen that with other cars on just punctures. We've seen that on some of the Porsches, haven't we? But it's just sitting there, and that you saw him open the door and the body language of, but you know you've got to get it back, because you know the mechanics will have the opposite view. They'll be completely motivated, and they'll be wanting to, let me at it, because they want to make it work. And the 12-hour race, if they spend 2 hours working on it, it becomes, as Bruce and I said quite a bit last week with some of the cars in the NLS race, not just a 4-hour race. That's much a precursor to the 24-hour race. It's still data acquisition. It's still lap time, it's seat time, it's all worth it something. And what can we do? And you just never know. It's a long, long race, 12 hours.
That's the thoughts of Peter Snowden. We'll get back to the order in GT and TCE in a moment. But hello again to Lukas Gajewski, who I trust is fed and watered after lunch, with the first update from the pits.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a brilliant lunchtime, except for the Herbert guys. This in the back of shot is the number 92 car, which has been in the wars early on today. And as you can see on that front bumper here, there has been another incident on the track. And I understand they don't have any more splitters left in the team, Herbert. It was already the third splitter that got damaged during that incident, and this is why the car has now retired. I think it's already getting dismantled to be loaded into the truck. However, over there we can see Alfred Renauer. He's ready to jump into the number 91 car, which still leads this race. So down at Herbert there is now full focus on the leading car.
Lukas Gajewski with the update, and the Felbermeyer sponsored and liveried Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow is definitely a car of note, by the way, because this is still running in third position in the GTX division, but managing to beat for real pace a number of the GT3 cars in the order. Now, this can't be a GT3 car because there is no street car alternative, no road-going counterpart, but nevertheless, still punching out 207s, 208s at times. Mightily impressive from Eike Angermeyer. And who do we have in the wheel earlier on today? Horst Feldmeier Jr. did the opening stint. Nikolai Elganayan has been most impressive as well as one of the other semi-pros. So really good for them to be up in third place and putting pressure on this car, the number 91, which has come in for another stop. So it will have been in the fueling area, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It's a delicate operation, Peter Snowden, to actually get to the fueling area this weekend. Creventic have always done their fueling away from pit lane. It makes, from a logistic point of view, easier for the organisers, but also from a safety point of view, it means you can knock about on a nice day like this in the pits in shorts and t-shirt without fear of needing fireproofs to wear. But I mean, the pit lane entry here at RICARD is pretty narrow and historically has always been so. Very tight indeed then to get to the back of the paddock to the fueling bit.
It was another one of the notes I made earlier, actually, just looking at that when Lucas went down there and had a look at that at exactly the same time. I just thought, oh, that's as you said, it's narrow. It's historically narrow, as you said, it always has been. But it was also acutely tight. But then it's which way you go. It's right for refueling, left for the pits. And it is only a set of cones, and there's, just as you say, there's just like almost a pit board on with a bit of lettering saying which way. What first occurred to me was, as Lucas commented on when he was down there, visibility in a car with Hans device, full face helmet, Hans seat, cage, net, windscreen. These race cars are designed to have, we see the on-car cameras, onboard cameras. It's a letterbox view you get basically because it's designed to be working on the track. So parking in sort of shopping malls and things, as Bruce and I often call the NLS one, the template we got last year for doing the refueling behind the pits at Nürburgring for those races, exactly as the Creventic have always done. You haven't really got much periphery vision. You can't start to turn and look. You can't do the shoulder check as you do on the motorways to check for the outside lane.
Yeah.
You can't do that in a racing car. What occurred to me then was, naturally, well, that's going to be interesting when it gets darker. Now, I know we're finishing at 10 o'clock European time, but that's going to be, there's only about an hour of sort of darkness, isn't it? But it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, also the point you make about visibility. You're strapped in so tightly into these cars as well. You can't actually move. There's no way you'd be able to do an over-the-shoulder check, and most of the time you just get firewall anyway, particularly in these cars that are mid-engined with the big V10 or V8 right in the middle of them. Tyres we're always going to be a discussion topic throughout the course of the day. It's getting warmer, possibly to the height of the ambient temperature now at Circuit Paul Ricard. So a good time to chat about Hankooks. Let's head to Lucas.
Thank you, Johnny. I'm with Giulio, who is the marketing manager of Hankook. He just walked into me and said, can we talk about tires? Well, yes, of course we can. So, how's the current situation on track?
Hello, everybody. First of all, of course, thank you all for being here. Once more, put your hand together for Creventic guys, which made these events being possible within this COVID situation spreading all over Europe. Of course, we are happy to be here and proud partners of these guys. And we're looking for an interesting race so far. We're also looking to some new strategies from the teams, because we know here that the Paul Ricard track is not that demanding on wear, but still demanding on stress. So we already experienced this morning some teams going for the second stint, so a double stint with the same sets. And I think that with the last part of the race with cooler temperatures, they might be tempted to go once more with the second stint. My engineers keep talking with them, so there is a constant flow of information, and I would like to publicly thank the teams for doing so, because this is a winning partnership, of course. But we are experiencing also some new things that haven't been popped up yesterday. So I'm curious to see how we will go through the evening, but we are keeping an eye on it.
We have seen some punctures on the Porsche Cup cars. Was that just a coincidence, or is there anything difficult considering that specific type of car?
For sure, the Cup car is a specific car. But once more, there was an extensive exchange of information during the past 2 days and also today. We've seen that at the start of the race, there were a couple of code 60, so teams were tempted to go longer with their stints. And even because, as I said, the wear was not that much, was not that evident, but the stress on the tire is there, so you always have to keep an eye. You know, the tire is the only thing that keeps changing on a racing car. It's the only elastic part of a car, so it depends from the type of car, from the type of driving skills of the driver, from the type of the circuit, the temperature of the air and of the tarmac, and of course, the pressure you put it, and the setup of the car. So all these parameters keep changing, and you need to keep an eye on it. So if you want to keep to have a longer stint, you need to give up on some other things like angles, like pressure, like performance at the end. It's always a nice balance, but they know what they are doing.
Temperatures haven't really changed since the start at 10 o'clock this morning, but of course there is 1 hour and a bit that we are going to run at 9 time. So what are the changes tonight for the teams?
Once more, tonight the temperatures are going to be cooler. There will be not such a big difference, honestly, from nowadays, which is 1 p.m. and tonight. So I'm guessing that towards the night, they will go for longer stints. But once more, giving for granted they cannot change the setup of the car because it will take them too long, they can work on the pressure of the tires, tire-wise, of course. So once more, you want to go longer stints, slightly more pressure, which means always less performance. It's a team choice, but you know, you have to keep an eye on both aspects.
So that's the Hankook tire update with Giulio Rizzo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe talk to you later, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great to catch up again to find out how much the conditions have changed, because last night we found as soon as the sun went down and the ambient temperature really did drop off very quickly. Track temperature is going to be a little bit behind that and slower to respond because it does retain its heat, and this is quite new asphalt as well. I think they resurfaced it for the return of Formula One. Last season, or was that the season before? Time is flying now, but yeah, there's been a couple of Grand Prix around this place since they went back to RICARD. So the track surface, generally speaking, is very good all the way around, although it is of slightly different ages, and you can tell the change of colour, of shade of the asphalt in various places, and that line between the two can become fairly treacherous as well. But more so in the rainfall, of which we have none predicted, thankfully, today. Weather conditions looking very good indeed. Blue sky above, and just the odd bit of cloud here and there, but generally speaking, for April in the south of France, very pleasant indeed. Alfred Renauer, who now is at the wheel of the race-leading Herbert Motorsport Porsche that took the lead whilst we were away, for that hour or so. Josef Kral nearly 3 minutes away now from the pace-setting Porsche. Middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha, though, still with a lot of competition to bring, because Josef Kral is a master when it comes to driving these Ferrari 488s, and I've been very impressed with Matusz Vybor, the son of the father and son duo, Miroslav and Matusz, who hail from Slovakia. Their company is Middle Cap Racing. That's the reason why the car and the team have taken a new name on board for this season. And the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, no stranger to a Creventic race. Taken many victories, actually, in the past as well, but not with this driver lineup so far. Eike Angermeyer in the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow, then to Audi's Rutronic and Car Collection. And there's a nice fight shaping up, as it has been for a lot of the weekend, actually, between the Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs in the TCE series. They're only separated by 1.5 seconds. I remember they ran together through choice during night practice for a lot of the time as well, pretty much nose to tail for those two Golfs, with Fabian Dance in the 112 and Konstantin Kletzer in the number 1 car. But it's encouraging to be, Peter, this far into the race and have fairly close TCR cars. They're designed for sprint racing, we've said that a number of times, but have adapted to much longer distance racing here. And actually, we've got a lap apart between the two leaders, which isn't much at all when you consider we've been racing for nearly 4.5 hours, and the two Golfs separated by nothing at all.
As you say, right up at there as well in the top 10, quite incredible. Great also to see on that note the GTX car, the Eike Angermeyer car in third place overall, which is quite extraordinary. But it's quite similar to NLS, isn't it? VLN that was that we gravitate towards the GT3 cars, SP9 is called there, and we tend to do that. But there's all these other cars as well. As you say, we saw a little bit earlier the Colin White car, a humble little Ginetta G55, which we look at as from English national racing, a British GT car. As you quite rightly said, it dominated for a few years now, the G50, then the 55 and the Super Cup cars. But that car back out again, and it just goes to show it's the beauty of endurance racing. It's multi-class. It is very easy to gravitate towards a GT3 car because they're up at the front, they're dominant, they're noisy, they're big, they're loud, they're race leading. But in the top 10, top 10 and finish or top 10 position, shall we say, at the moment in any race of this length is more than credible. It's quite something to have on your CV. And in this, we've got GTX cars and TCR cars. It's brilliant. It's great to see.
A very good mixture, isn't it? And it's always an eclectic grid sported by the 24H series, and testament as well to the amount of organisation and pre-planning in order to actually get to this venue. You've got some French teams in there, Porsche Lorient Racing, for example, doing their first 24H series race of the season, and it is easier, obviously, for a French team to travel around their own country to the South Coast and to compete. But then there are others, namely ST Racing. We reckon they will have travelled the largest distance. Canadian team, some American drivers in there as well. And they have been home and back again to Europe a couple of times. We were hearing that from their team manager. So a real achievement, really, to be able to move around the globe as they do, considering the amount of pre-planning and form filling that needs to be done right now. Through the gears goes Fabian Dance in the 112 VW Golf. And with the car immediately in front, Ruben Fernandez having just made a stop, that will definitely close the gap. TCR's tending to make stops after 90 minutes if it stays green. They can eke out the fuel mileage a little bit by the odd code 60, but we really haven't had many of those. As I said, 2 after nearly 4.5 hours of running, and that's partly due to the track in this place. There aren't gravel traps, there's plenty of runoff, so if you do have a spin without incurring any damage, you can recover very easily without the need for a caution. It was when we had the Ligier stranded on the outside of turn 14, which was tricky to recover if we'd stayed green, and indeed under local yellows. So no choice really for the race officials but to go code 60 on that occasion. I think I just spotted the Duvo Racing Porsche re-emerging.
You did the
back into
909 car just coming out of the pits. Good call, Johnny. I just saw that at the same time, and it's not quite sure who's in that. I remember we watched that. The Luxembourg entered car.
Yeah, Sergei Peregudov had brought it in. It's been in the pits 7 minutes, so that was a visit to the garage, and now back out again. And Stanislav Sidoruk takes charge of that car again. Weird moment for Stanislav earlier on when the rear left suspension collapsed. We think, well, Joe and I thought it was maybe a toe link, but it actually started to eat away at some of the soft metal in the rear left corner and just left corkscrews of that on the garage floor. And he reckoned no other car involved. He was just turning in, and bang, it went.
I was watching and listening at the time of that this morning when you were doing that part, and you were quite right, Johnny. It was a great spot of yours that the driver, I can't remember who it was that got out of it at the time in the pit lane. He was talking to his teammate, and you could see that what's always been referred to amongst drivers, race instructors, whatever, that they call the invisible steering wheel. That they always sit there and do this, and they're always describing overseas. Watch it, any touring car, GT race, drivers are always doing it. But just like you, I clocked straight away that when he did that, it was just like it was so sudden. His body movement, I think he was conveying to his teammate. We only saw a bit on camera as Lucas went down there. It was basically saying it was sudden. It just happened. It was on its own, and we hadn't seen any interaction, anything else in between. And sure enough, like you though, I was slightly concerned at the shards, the corkscrews of metal, as you said. And I think you used a great phrase. Well, you used lots of great phrases, Johnny, but it had turned it into a lathe.
Yeah.
And Joe was describing not wanting to get in there, even with gloves on, mechanics gloves, whatever. There are other brands available. I didn't mean that, but there is a version called that, just to make sure I'm not advertising. But they protect from heat, but not shards of metal and getting your hands in there. And everything is red hot. And it just... what was interesting was you both spotted, or both said it was crabbing on the way back to the pit. It appeared to be getting worse as well. It was almost the slower it went, it seemed to be getting more and more toe out. So I'm not quite sure what happened there with that one. I don't know whether Lucas managed to find out whilst I was coming into the studio. But it's back out there again. So that's the important bit. It's a long race. It's attrition.
Totally, yeah.
Although we did have a lot in the first hour that surprised us all, didn't it? It was just, hang on a minute.
Well, very good car control from Stanislav, who is now back at the wheel, incidentally, and he'll be delighted that the car is pointing in the right direction now. Well, hopefully it is. And he's not having to put in all that extra steering input down the Mistral straight.
Well, you suggested at the time that he'd got a possible future career in drifting, and my first thought was, sign him up for historic racing. Silverstone Classic, guy would be mega.
Spend the whole lap sideways.
Lap sideways. He's just normal in historic racing.
Exactly.
Silverstone Classic, book him up. Put him in a D-type.
He'll be well up for that, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Driving a Porsche Cup car, though, today, and Duvo Racing still hanging on to their second place despite that difficulty just before the lunch break. And Lucas Gajewski buzzing in my ears. Another update. Tell us from which team? Or perhaps not.
Sorry, Tony, here we are.
No, go ahead.
The 101, the Red Camel Jordan's car, has just come back to the pits. I think they've done a couple of laps only since their last longer pit stop. So issues keep coming. We'll try to find out what it is. However, now we are waiting for the leading car in TCR class, the 188 Audi. David Demont is about to take the steering wheel, and well, there it is, arriving here at the pit stall. And in a minute, I'm going to try to get to the driver who's now stepping out. I think it is Mathieu Detry who's now getting out of the car.
188 was brought in by David Demont, actually, so he'll be getting out, and maybe Detry back in, because it might be that they've reached the end of the rotation now, Lucas, and Stefan Perrin has also had a stint as well. You spoke to him on the grid, I remember.
Yes, and Stefan is over there doing a video with his smartphone, so he certainly isn't getting in.
Okay. Process of elimination, and we get there in the end. Thank you, Lucas Gajewski. And you've got to be patient with the wheel gun action here. Battery-powered wheel guns, but 5 studs to loosen and then tighten up the other side of the pit stop. And a bulletin issued before the event, which was also the case at Mugello as well, that you can't take things like wheels out too early into the pit lane itself, the working area. There are sort of 3 indicated areas in pit lane. You've got the pit garage itself, which has a red line on the floor at the front of it, and only so many personnel can cross that red line into then a relatively narrow section of maybe 1.5 meters between the red line and the white line. and personnel can wait there until the car is on its way down pit road. And then you've got the working area, which is between that white line and the fast lane, and a set amount of team personnel can cross that in order to do driver change. So you're allowed one driver assistant to help with belts, to loosen and to clip them together, and also to change tyres as well. But everything, the equipment required for a pit stop can't be out in the working area too soon. It has to be as the car is heading down pit road, essentially. Robin Rogalski, the man from Lubeck in Poland, is now at the wheel of the number 88 Car Collection Motorsport Audi. And Robin, brand new to the 24H series. He's also not got much experience behind the wheel of a GT3 either. So I'm going to be watching these times come in. Fascinated to see how he gets on. And this could be a big future ahead for Robin Rogalski at Car Collection Motorsport as we head back to the pit lane and to Lucas.
And David Demont, who, as we said, just came out of the number 188 Audi after his stint. That was exciting. And I think you really enjoyed your time there, David.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. A little bit too hot in the car, but that's normal. But we have quite a good pace towards the other ones. But okay, it's a long race. But for the moment, the car feels really good. The car is stable for half an hour, for 1 hour and a half. So for the moment, no problem. Let's cross fingers, and we will see in 8 hours now.
Yeah, just about 5 hours or so in the books already. And it's still such an intense fight in the TCR class. So many cars still fighting for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. If you see in qualifying, we're only 6. Okay, a part of that, we're only 6 but it's such a level. You have 6 cars in 4 tenths. So Mathieu did a terrific job for the qualifying, and now we are on good pace. So it's really, really difficult. It's fighting, always fighting.
And please tell us about tire wear as well, because I think temperatures are now at their maximum for today.
Yeah, I think so. Now it should be cooler and cooler in the day, but yeah, we try to manage as much as we can. But for the moment, we are really lucky with the tire management. So let's see for the future.
And have you now cycled through your driver's lineup for the first time completely? Did you now get all the 3 drivers in the cockpit for the first time, and now it starts again?
Now it starts again. Mathieu is in the car now.
All right, best of luck. Thank you very much, David.
Bye.
Yeah, Mathieu Detry, who was the qualifying driver yesterday in the 188, back in. He did start the race. Stéphane Perrin did the middle stint, and then David Dumont brings it to a close. So you start again now in the same order. David Demont, who has raced on a couple of occasions, a couple of seasons in the past in the Porsche Super Cup Championship that supports the F1 Grand Prix. He was racing with Lechner in 2005 and Mühlner Motorsport in 2006. Done the Spa 24 Hours a number of times as well, as you would expect from any Belgian motor racing man or woman. Worth his salt to have competed in that very well-known endurance race on a couple of occasions with Pro Speed and with Gravity Racing International. So great CV David Demont brings to the AC Motorsport crew for 2021. Stéphane Perrin's sort of team. I mean, there are a number of big movers and shakers within AC Motorsport, but certainly Stéphane Perrin is one of the big wigs there and does the driving as well, the Frenchman. But Mathieu Detry is down as the semi-pro, and we're likely to see some very good lap times now from Mathieu, who leads the class, and by 1 minute and 15 seconds. That amount of time could condense a little bit, depending on how long they took in the stop. Just wondering whether the timing screen is showing a real-time gap now between the Audi and the Cupra Leon. We'll give that a couple more minutes, I think, just to settle down. But the AC Motorsport from the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing crew are close enough, I would say, to still make that very unpredictable. And the VW Golfs from Altarama Motorsport are right there in 3rd and 4th as well. Less than 15 seconds between each of those cars for 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. By the sounds of things, there's been a drama on the run onto the Mistral straight, because turn 7, the left-hand kink, yes, here we go, two cars involved, the 911, which was leading the 991 division, the Porsche Lorient racing car, and the 108. Now, these two cars aren't even in the same race. Remember, we've got a GT Series race and the TCE race going on at the same time. And I don't like the shape of that steering, Peter Snowden, on the 108.
Exactly what I just spotted. There's a lot of left lock on there, more than you'd expect on a racing car.
Yeah.
So it looks like that front suspension or front steering certainly has been damaged there. It looks remarkably like we only saw the aftermath, but it looks remarkably like those two have had tried to share the same piece of track at the same time, which usually doesn't work. And there is a little bit of evidence of something rolling across the track. That looks like a piece of air ducting or something.
Cooling,
from,
maybe, yeah.
a bit of cooling from radiator, which then would again suggest, if it's brake ducting cooling, it's damage at the front of the car, which will relate to that front right corner on the TCR car that we saw.
We've gone code 60, unsurprisingly, with at least one stranded car on the racetrack, and this might mean a sudden dart to the pit lane for one or two cars. Lucas, who have you got?
I just noticed the Kessel car, the Scuderia Praha car, the number 11 Ferrari, being in the pits. It just took off a couple of seconds ago, so I think they got a full load of fuel. However, of course, they saved some seconds under code 60 during their tire change. So that might have been a bit of an advantage for the Scuderia Praha car here.
So still trying to piece this together between the 108 and the 911. So Frederic Leliev from Porsche Lorient Racing and the 108 from Felipe Fernandez. And these are crucial cars because the Porsche Lorient Cup car was leading its class and the 108 second in the TCE series race. And it's certainly bent the steering, broken a steering arm quite possibly, because the front right is way beyond the lock would normally allow, I would say. Can't see the front left to see how that compares. But it suggests to me there's been frontal contact from the Cupra Leon with, I don't know, which bit of the Porsche. I mean, we'll grab a sight of that once it gets back to pit lane. But it's an unusual place to clash through 6 and 7. Maybe a misjudgment of speeds between the two of them. And two cars off track, now just one with the 911 rejoining. But again, not a sight we want to see in such a long race, Peter.
Not at all, Johnny. And just that little bit of the camera shot we saw from behind looking down there, that's in Sector 2 where the 108 is that's off at the moment. You say that the front right, looking at well over 45 degrees, turn to the left, more steering lock than you'd expect. But it's a very quick visual, so don't quote me on it. Maybe proved otherwise when we see the car move shortly. But looking underneath the car, the front left looked to be pointing either straight or to the right, which would indicate that front right's got some pretty heavy damage. Indeed, we've got a head-on shot through the trees now,
and
the front left is absolutely straight. So the front right, if you're with me, is completely wrong there. So that is not good.
Yeah, not good at all. And the recovery is going to take a little while. Now, this does provide an opportunity, certainly for Alfred Renard in the race-leading 91 Porsche to come in. Josef Kral's also in and out. And Lucas Gajewski has more news.
Yes, with JM Littmann. He's looking at his car. The Ginetta is back in. Why?
Well, why not? You know, it's... I wanted to get...
It does that.
I wanted an ice cream. It's very nice weather down here. Coming out of the chicane, I felt that potentially I had a puncture, and turns out it's probably a front steering rod snapped. I think we got a slight issue on the rear, but to be honest, we're just trying to protect the car and get to the end. We're only racing our friends in the Ligier, and they've had a few problems as well, so it's about getting to the end, and we're enjoying racing. It's a beautiful place. You know, I'm with my friends, we're having fun, and here with my friends with Creventic, and of course, co-sponsoring the event with Sport 21 and Webheads. I hope you enjoying the drone cam.
Say again, sorry?
Are you enjoying the drone cam stuff?
It's fantastic, isn't it?
That's it. Great work by Creventic doing that. And hey, we're out.
Right, thank you, JM.
Yeah, JM Littmann kind of helping Creventic with that drone coverage, basically helping with the sponsorship of the drone, which is based all weekend down at turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, and providing some amazing images, not only today, but last night during night practice. That whoever was flying that drone needs to be in the stunt races that they do for drone cams, because got very, very close to some of the cars, particularly during the Code 60. And those images as the sun went down will live long in the memory. If you weren't able to you weren't able to be with us during the night practice sessions, then very easy to find on your favourite video stream service to revisit that after this race, of course, not today. Do it tomorrow, and you can catch up with the qualifying and the night practice sessions that you may well have missed.
109 in the, is that the 109 or 909?
909.
909. I just saw the 09 bit at the end into the pits as well. Just very quickly while we're there, Johnny, I noticed as we just a little bit of footage there, the 112 Volkswagen Golf in the TCR class, the Autorama motorsport car coming into the pits. As it came in, they were just showing the sort of slow-mo footage of it coming into the pits there. Heavily blanked off radiator grille on the front of that, which surprises me in these temperatures.
Yeah.
I'd have thought in this heat you'd need a lot of air through it, and if anything was to go into twilight and it gets cooler, that's when you put it on. But it's that classic racing car scene of rows and rows and rows of gaffer tape on the air intake there. I was really quite surprised at that. Go Jacks on the way to the 108 car there. Marshall's working fervently on that. Stop-go penalty there for the 88 car. That's the Audi in the pits there. That's Robin Rogalski in the car collection motorsport car, number 88 Audi. All right, that's sitting there at the hashtag This Is Endurance labelled stop-and-go area. I'm sure that's the last thing they want to be seeing.
Yeah.
It isn't a good legend. It is an endurance sitting there waiting for a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for any driver, as Joe referred to earlier. It feels like 30 seconds, but 3 hours. So
now
number 88 Audi on its way out there. I'm not sure what the infringement was.
I can tell you.
For that, Johnny. And it's going not to its pit, it's going straight out again.
Overtaking another car outside track limits at turn 2, which is not the left-hander at the start of the lap, but the right-hander. Maybe shortcutting that right-hand bit and nipping by another car. Well, it was pinged for that. Only a 10-second penalty for that infringement. And so, the nice thing about the regulations in the Creventic Championship is that you can soak those penalties up in a normal stop. So you can come in for fuel. You can also stop in the penalty box as you go through and write off that 10-second penalty, as is the case for the 88. And also the 58 has had to come in to serve a 30-second penalty for causing a collision at turn 15. Now, does that suggest that maybe that is linked with what happened to the Ligier? Because we couldn't tell you which GT3 car was involved with Daniel Wajinski before the lunch break. Well, it happened at turn 15, so maybe the 58 has been caught making the contact with the 226 Nordschleifer Ligier. Whilst I ponder that, let's head back to Lucas in the pits.
Yeah, I was just pointing at the damage done to the 911 car. You can see it here behind the rear left wheel. There has been a bit of a touch with probably the Cupra car. And I'm just going to try to find the driver who got out of the car, and maybe he can explain us what happened.
Excellent. I may well also have a bit of access to some sneaky video regarding what happened on the Mistral straight coming out of turn 7, and we can describe that to you. But the 108 car is now on the back of the rollback and about to head towards the pit lane once again. And that's going to be a fairly lengthy time in pit road as they, well, at least fix the steering, and there may be other things as well to straighten out on the 108 car, which started the event as a really nice Cupra Leon competition, making its debut at Mugello 4 weeks ago. But we've never seen a Cupra Leon in this championship prior to the last round in Italy. So full marks to all involved, the RC2 junior team, for getting that car into the championship.
You say that, Johnny, but it may not be that long in the pit lane, actually, because there's no real bodywork damage to that. So I just wonder if we saw those two cars off. I never want to speculate because we haven't seen the beginning of the incident. We just saw two cars off together pointing in odd directions, one with some steering damage. It would be logical to assume they've had some contact, but let's not just blame them for that. But if it hasn't, if it is just contact on the front there, it looks like it's just broken a steering arm because there's no major bodywork damage to the front of that Cupra. Nothing really obvious there. I was expecting to see panel damage, bits of carbon fibre missing, anti-dive plane splitters, you name it. It's all intact. There's a little bit of rubber by the look of it, so it looks like it has had some contact with something that may be pretty sure. We're taking a long shot through the trees there. There was a tree kind of in the way. So that may be an easy fix. Of course, I set the mechanics up there for now. They're all sitting there going, have you seen what's happened to this? Did you not see what happened? Well, no, we didn't see what happened. We just saw the aftermath. So the eternal happy optimist in me as a driver that always wants to get back out there and get onto the track as soon as possible, is let's hope it's just they've probably got they've been down to Halfords and got the tow rod, track rod, tow rod, whatever out of the toolbox. It's there, it's ready to go, and they're just it just clips on, doesn't it?
From a mechanic's point of view, I mean, they'll be looking at the pictures that they can get access to in the garage, trying to ascertain what needs doing so that everything's laid out on the garage floor before the car arrives. But that can be quite tricky to do as well, particularly from a fair old distance. But the focus, no doubt, will be the front end, the front axle, those steering arms. And
gone green again, Johnny.
We have gone green.
Yeah. Just you were saying there's some great footage there from the Webheads drone there, and something absolutely unique about this circuit are these blue lines, mostly blue and red lines at the side of the circuit. You can always recognise Paul Ricard there. It also can be a bit of a magnetic draw because they're parallel lines to the side of the circuit. And you mentioned about some of the track limits being exceeded on turn 2 there, hence the penalty for the Audi we spotted, didn't we, in the pit lane, number 88, wasn't it? Because there is no physical barrier. The old school, you'd have a track, a white line, maybe, a bit of grass. Where's got that these days? Not manywhere. Places like a few touring car circuits, maybe, Donington in the UK. But we've got these constant runoff areas, but here they're painted with these parallel blue alternate lines. Say, uniquely distinctive, marks out Paul Ricard instantly on any photograph. You always know where it is. But it's actually quite deceptive. It's almost magnetic. It pulls you over to it, and you sort of, have you broken a limit, have you not? And it's only the ones at the side of the track, on the outside, that you'll see, that have got a little thin blue line, so white line, marking the blue ribbon, and then it becomes solid blue with no white lining at the edge. The white lines are the limit of the track, as they are anywhere in the world. That is the line. And we're over to Lucas in the pits.
Yeah, let's get an update from Porsche Lorient Racing.
Yes, and from Frédéric Lelivio, who was in the car when the collision with the Cupra car on the Mistral Straight happened. Frédéric, thank you very much for talking to us. Can you please tell what happened on the Mistral Straight?
It was in the turn 7, and I was on my line at the end of the turn 7 on the blue mark, and I didn't see it, not at all. And it picked me up on the left rear car, but I didn't see it in my mirror, and well, that's all. And I am sorry for him, because if he cannot go on, I'm sorry, but I didn't see it.
We saw some bodywork damage on the rear left area of your car. Everything else is fine?
Yes, everything is fine. My car is not very damaged, and we can, I think, continue the race.
And it's your home race here at Circuit Paul Ricard. It's your home race here at Circuit Paul Ricard at France. Special emotions for you?
Sorry?
Special emotions for you for your home race?
It's always nice to drive in his own country and on the Paul Ricard, which is a very nice race circuit.
Thank you very much, Frédéric. All the best.
Well, interesting to get the point of view of the Porsche driver there, Leliev, heading back into the garage. Now, one or two of these cars carry onboard cameras, and of course on the live stream we are able to head to those now and again. But there's also one or two live streams knocking around on the internet which are just permanently locked on to those onboard cameras. So I've wound back on the spool at the 108 car coming out of turn 6 and 7 to get a bit more of an idea of what happened. And for a number of laps, Peter, the 108 Cupra Leon, which you would expect would be slower than a Porsche Cup car, had actually been tailing the 911 machine for quite a while. Now, obviously, we've got drivers of differing abilities, different speeds, no matter what car they're in. And it is, I suppose, down to Felipe Fernandez to find a safe way through. I think it's fair to say that Liev has had a little bit of a moment coming through 6 and 7. He was off the racing line. And then as they come through 7, the collision is made front right of the Cupra, which would explain the steering damage, and the left rear of the Porsche. It all happened in very slow motion. The Porsche's pitched into a spin. It's sort of sideways across the nose of the Cupra for a little while, and one pushing the other down the straight, and they both end up on the right-hand side on those blue stripes that we were talking about. An awkward moment, certainly, and a strange one in that you've got a TCE car catching a GT.
Well, I think that's exactly the point. Perfect summary, Johnny. It's exactly what's happened there. You wouldn't expect the TCR car to be catching the Porsche. That's probably put the TCR driver in the Cupra a little bit out of his comfort zone, as in, oh, what's quite going on here? You're trying to process that as to what's happening. But as you said, with the Porsche, 2 turns ahead, which in quick succession, there's a double right and a left. Into the first part of the right, he's a little oversteer moment in that Porsche. That's cost him a bit of time. And I think just on the run, on the exit, which is onto the left-hander, onto the Mistral, I think, if honestly, it's just one of those perfect storms where the TCR car didn't quite mean it. I think that little moment's just the Porsches just foreshortened that gap. He was ready to have a run, and it's just brought him almost into it, not blaming the Porsche. And it's just one of those perfect things, a perfect storm of, as we said earlier, 2 cars trying to go for the same piece of track at the same time never works. And I don't think it's deliberate on either part. And it's just, it's quite difficult. We said about this many a time with the multi-class element of endurance racing. Everybody's respectful. Everybody looks after. And here's some damage on the front right of the Porsche. On the Cupra. It's a fair old clump there. No wonder it's done the steering arm on the 108 Cupra. That has, that's the RC2 Junior Team car. That has really done quite a little bit of damage on there. That, I think, will probably just tape up the headlamp and all that's complete. But there's splitters there. That's all complete. But it has done the steering arm. The tyre's still inflated, so it can't have been that bad. It's taken the hit mostly on the bodywork and just done that steering arm, unfortunately. It was just, I think, awkward is possibly the best description of it, Johnny. It's just one of those things that they're trying to get out of one another. And we just heard the Porsche driver interviewed in the pits there, and he just said, I'm really sorry if he can't continue. I just didn't... I didn't see it in my mirror coming up behind. He was keeping to the right, and he just came out on that exit a little bit quick and just clipped the Porsche. I think, really, he just wasn't anticipating the Porsche going quite so slowly on the exit, but that was a result of having a little oversteer 10 seconds before, and it's just that little loss of time. And it's let's hope both cars can continue, because nobody wants to see that, but I would put that down. If I was a racing steward, which I'll never be, if I were, I would say that was a racing incident, and it's unfortunate, it's awkward, as you say, but there's nothing malicious, there's nothing stupid going on there.
You've always got speed differentials to think about in a multi-class race, but that was kind of in reverse just because the Porsche, for whatever reason, didn't pick up onto the Mistral straight. I think if the Cupra had pulled alongside, the Porsche would have done it for pace on the main straight, but it was just that almost as if Frédéric Lelièvre didn't have the confidence going through the corner, maybe because of the moment he just had, and he was still recovering from that. And then a slight misjudgment from Felipe Fernandez, which resulted in some damage. But I mean, normally you label those. If it's a car going to the back of another, it is hands down the fault of the car behind, because they can adjust theoretically. But that was just very difficult to read for me from both parties.
Totally agree. It's exactly the same as the principles on the road, isn't it? The car, if you run to the car in front, it's your fault behind. The same principles apply on the racetrack. There's no claims bonus, doesn't affect quite on the racetrack. But again, as you say, the Supra there would have been sitting behind thinking the Porsche's going to get a good run onto the Mistral, so I need the best exit I can get, because it's going to, as you say, outdrag me.
So you're expecting the acceleration from the Porsche, and it didn't happen.
That's exactly the problem, because it's multi-class, but you're expecting that car to go. You say Frédéric not maybe having quite the confidence because of that moment. He's still catching up on that. He's processing that, saying, oh, that was a twitch, that wasn't good. Supra thinks, great, I'll sit behind him. Maybe I can get a tow down the Mistral into Scene and up to the S's. Let's see. And all of a sudden it's like, crikey, he's going a heck of a sight slower on the edge than I was expecting. And oops, it's facing the other way. And it's that simple. I think we're overanalyzing it. It's done.
Well,
it's happened.
Easy to be wise after the event.
And been there, done that.
Yeah,
in both situations.
yeah, and that's why we like motorsport, because of the jeopardy involved. Sadly, the RC2 Junior Team will spend a bit of time in the pits. The Porsche Laureate racing car can continue. 911. Yes, Philippe Paulette now has taken charge after Frédéric got out and obviously chatted to Lucas about the incident. Philippe Paulette stays as the class leader. So they haven't lost a great deal, actually, in the Porsche Cup car, number 911. But it'll be a little while before Felipe Fernandez or a co-driver of his heads back into the race. Alfred Renauer for Herbert Motorsport remains the race leader, and now by 3.5 minutes. So if he's able to extend the gap by another 25 seconds or so, we might be looking at 2 laps as an advantage for the Herbert Porsche over the rest of the field, which would be a wonderful place for them to be in this early on in the race. Herbert have built themselves a reputation for being very good on the strategy. More action from the Webhead's drone cam down at the first part of the lap, by the way. Aston Martin 401 from Pro Sport Performance, heading through the right and the left there. Pro Sport Racing, as they're called these days. The Aston Martin Vantage AMR driven by Nico Verdonk once again heads on to the first part of the Mistral, and behind is the 701 Vortex with Philippe Gruau now at the wheel of that. That's one of the 2 Vortexes that had the most trouble, because the 701 also suffered from some contact after, by the sounds of things, a GT3 car didn't quite judge the braking ability of a Vortex. So sort of a similar situation as we had onto the Mistral a moment or 2 ago, with a faster car behind, the Vortex in front, and the 2 made contact, resulting in some damage to one of the rear wheel rims on the 701. And it spent a fair bit of time in the pits as a result. 4th place in GTX for car 701. SPS Automotive Performance, with their number 20 car, now has Valentin Pierberg at the wheel of that. Pierberg has been a champion in the past with Tom Onslow Cole in the International GT Open. They won that at Pro-Am level. Pierberg, a former champion a couple of years back, and with SPS Automotive Performance, a key name in that team. Good to have SPS back in a 24H series race, and I was really hoping then that the 979 had seen Pierberg approaching. Thankfully he had, so good heads-up driving there from Jean-Pierre Verhoeven in the Speed Lover Porsche. That's the 992 generation of Porsche. Brand new car, again, debuting in the 24H series this weekend. And a GT3 overtaking a GTX, thankfully safely, but there was just a little bit of doubt, I think, in each other's minds there at turning point into the chicane. The Guillon branding on the side of the Aston Martin. Rodrigue Guillon, of course, we caught up with him a little earlier on, being the Brazilian-born, now Belgian national, who races for Pro Sport Racing, but it is teammate Nico Verdonk at the controls currently. And the 701 Vortex has managed to get by the Aston Martin, as we would expect. GTX car a little faster than the GT4 leader. And second in GT4, sadly for ST Racing, their car has been in the garage now for over 2 hours. It was Chandler Hull who was last at the wheel of the ST Racing BMW, but I think a number of different issues have meant that that car is now spending a long time in the garage being fixed. I'm not quite sure when we will next see the Texan, Chandler Hull, or indeed whether they decide to switch drivers. Samantha Tan hasn't had much time behind the wheel in that Canadian prepared BMW M4. I think the 2 Golfs are still running pretty much nose to tail from Autorama Motorsport. Now the gap's opened up a little bit now to nearly 16 seconds, but those cars are up to 2nd and 3rd in the TCE race, and the race is still led by Mathieu Detry. Robin Rogalski, the 20-year-old from Poland, first venture into GT3 racing this weekend. It'll be quite a step up, won't it, for the young Polish driver, having done Audi R8 GT4 racing for the last 3 years, but there's a big difference between a GT4 and a GT3.
Huge difference. A GT4 car, very much a customer car, entry level. We've seen it in various national championships and different things across Europe in particular, and worldwide. But you say that jump from GT4 to GT3, it is mighty. It's whenever you talk to F1 drivers, I remember talking to Alan McNeish once when he drove the Toyota F1 car, that the power wasn't the issue, it was the braking, it was the aero. And when he first tested it, I think it was RICARD actually, and he found himself accelerating up to the braking point again. That's the difference in the GT4 cars. The GT4 car is a racing car, but it's very much more akin to a production road car with a lot of racing components put into it. And
Yes.
that's not knocking it. It's absolutely great. A
But it's
GT3
a sort of
car is more of a
uprated road car,
correct. It's a
rather
very good way
than
of putting it.
a purebred, thoroughbred racing car as these GT3 machines
Now,
are.
the purists will tell us that a pure racing car doesn't have doors and a roof.
Yeah,
but that's
there
one,
is that opinion out there as well.
That's one school of thought, but I find cars with a roof and doors far more interesting to race and look at and follow.
I think there's space for it all.
Go and discuss. Am I too early to start?
That might take the next 7 hours to do, but that's fine.
That'll get the Twitter feed alive,
We've
won't
got
it,
the
at
time.
least?
We've got the time. Lucas Gajewski, our man in the pits, with another quick story.
Not yet, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for Felipe to tell us what happened from his point of view. Just a second.
Okay, no worries. So that's the 108 story that you're trying to get the other side of. Well, we've heard from Porsche Lorient Racing, and then we really should need to hear from RC2, the junior team, to get the other complexion. There are always two sides, at least two sides to every story.
Absolutely, because at least two sides being exactly the phrase. We had a quick look at the camera there, Johnny, before we went to Lucas, and we didn't for a minute, the 108 car. I've got to say, I know it's a 12-hour race with 7 hours to go exactly as we're coming up to a matter of seconds away, 7 hours to go. So we're not even half distance yet. But there was no exactly sense of urgency under that 108 car. There was a mechanic underneath it, sort of doing something with the steering, we know that, but there was sort of mechanics standing around. I'd have thought there'd been a bit more urgency to get that car into the race. It might be misleading in as much as they've gone off to get the parts and that's what they're doing at the back of the garage. So it didn't look like it's been worked on feverishly, shall we say, but I'm sure it won't be in the pits for very long. It'll be out again, and it'll be good to see that car, because that was running second in class,
Yeah,
wasn't
it
at
was.
the time? Yeah.
And obviously those places will be dropping down now purely because the TCE series is so close. So both of the Autorama Motorsport Golfs have got in front of the RC2 junior teams, Cupra Leon, and also by is the TTS Cupra of Jorge Belloc Ruiz, the fellow Spanish entered Cupra, formerly, of course, Seat, but Cupra is its own brand these days, a bit like, think Fiat and Abarth. You've got Seat, which is the sort of family car market, if you like, and Cupra, the much more sporty badge that is put onto the same machinery, but something a bit more fruity beneath the bonnet as well. So we've got two Cupra TCRs in the race and this new Cupra Leon. And so therefore it's dropped from second to fifth, and how quickly your fortunes can change in the blink of an eye. I should, just going very quickly back to Robin Rogalski, make the point that he did do 6 GT3 races last year, but in a Mercedes for the TalkSport WRT crew. So does have some experience of all that extra aero when he ran in a GT Championship, Sprint GT Championship last year. But this is his first experience of a GT3 Audi, having taken the title in the Jan Seyffardt R8 Cup in 2019. So we'll know the car or its dimensions, but with the flared wheel arches, all the extra dive planes, aero, the massive rear wing on the back of the car as well, that's certainly going to take some adjustment, purely because the amount of speed you can carry into the corners, the faith that the tyres will stick and the aero will turn the car in. One man who doesn't need to be introduced to that is Alfred Renauer. He would wager he's just about as quick as Robert Renauer, but the lap time suggests his twin brother is marginally faster. But Alfred Renauer still a major linchpin in this team that have taken several victories through the years in the 24H series. Ralph Bone, who started the race, Daniel Alleman, a second stint for him, or two stints actually, stints 3 and 4. And Alfred Renauer, I reckon, in for a double before we'll then see Robert Renauer once again. Robert doing the qualifying yesterday to put the car on the front row, and they'll be making sure that there is sufficient drive time left for Robert so that he can close out the race. What we tend not to get in 24H series racing, and some people are very grateful of this, is that if you spend all race long building a 3.5 minute advantage, there's no safety car in 24H series racing. What you get is a full course yellow, or a code 60 as it's called here. So theoretically, that massive margin that you spent all race building up should be retained, even if a couple of cars have a clash like we had a few moments ago.
Yeah, and the just watching the man on the movement in terms of just times is the second place car, number 11, Joseph Kral. 2:05s. I know it's not a lot. He's only well, they're 2 laps down, aren't they? But we're not even half distance. We're only just under 7 hours to go. So who knows? That could go. We've seen this so often in GT racing. It's just building it and building it. Kessel got the biggest job probably on the grid at the moment from that incident at the very, very start, literally into the first corner.
Yeah.
I don't like the phrase turn one, but into the very, very first corner.
Yeah, it's tough around here because they're not all named. But I do like to.
But my French isn't very good at pronouncing all the different names.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, it is. It's Esses de la Verrerie, I think you say, and then we got Virage.
You made a better fist of that than I would. I'm not sure it's quite spot on, but it's a lot better than I would have done, Johnny.
Thank you. Virage L'Hotel's not on there, but the hotel nearby gives the next sequence of corners its name, just labelled as chicane.
This is the 1970 map I put up for you, by the way. Just now,
right,
I'm joking.
Gotcha. So as it broke ground,
exactly.
That's probably not even as the circuit ended up being built.
It's a rendition of what it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, I always try and label Virage du Lac, which is the penultimate corner because of the lake right by turn 9, and Virage du Pont, pont meaning bridge. And that's exactly where the track goes over a bridge because the access road is immediately underneath there, coming out of, on your map, turn 10. I think it's actually turn 15 in the configuration that we are running.
See, I'm going to stick with the easy ones. So the turn 2 just called chicane.
Yeah,
Mistral straight.
easy.
I can do those. That's easy. You see, so leave the clever ones to you,
All right.
the wordsmith, and I'll do the easy ones. Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. See, love it when a plan comes together. That's called teamwork.
If you write Bose down on a sheet of paper, just write it BOWSAY, and everyone can say Bose.
Are you suggesting with the high-tech MacBook here we get a crayon out and draw on the screen?
Yeah,
exactly.
With all
the highlighter. Yes.
With all of the English phonetics over the top, so that we don't hammer and smash the French pronunciations. Apologies to all involved. Everyone should know senior corner though, which is at the end of the Mistral Straight. Full commitment. Yes. Peter Snowden is giving me a hand signal, which I fully agree with, but cannot possibly be repeated on radio. Now, you're not approaching senior corner quite as quick as you might be if it was the full Mistral in action. These cars slowing at about halfway down to negotiate the chicane, but still in a GT3 car, you're not hanging around.
You want to try it in a Group C car. It gets your attention. I knew you were going to ask this at some point. No, I've never raced at Paul Ricard. I've done loads of testing. It's one of those few sort of anomaly circuits, I call it. I've driven there lots. Just never actually done a race there. Just never quite happened. But seen in a Group C car with a manual gearbox and arriving, it's hold your breath and hang on.
Yeah.
Great fun in GT cars as well. We did quite a bit of that as well. So, but back in the day, it's funny you were saying a few minutes ago. Forget the Polish driver you mentioned that's just 20 years old.
Rogalski, Robin Rogalski.
Robin Rogalski. And I was just thinking, that's when I would have been driving RICARD. When he was possibly a baby or not just quite born. It's like, thanks.
Yeah, sorry to remind you about that.
It's just that it's that life, isn't it? It's that qualifier. That's where we are. We reached that point. I started very young as well because I'm not that old now.
No.
Just go with that one.
Fine. I won't add any more words to affect that sentence. As we concentrate on the middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha, Josef Kral Ferrari. Hard to believe that Josef's now 30, turned 30 last year, but he has raced at GP2 level, let us not forget, for Supernova Racing, for Arden, for Barwa Adax. GP2, the precursor to Formula 2 these days, but came out of the Formula BMW programme in the mid-noughties, 2006, 2007, was racing at the Formula BMW World level with Muka Motorsport, and has lost none of his speed. Just about the fastest driver of the three entered with Scuderia Praha this weekend. So Herbert lead, Kral in the middle cap racing Ferrari second, and then the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow third position for the GTX leader. Let's head for the pits.
Yeah, we're just checking with Ole, because as you can see, we're still next to the number 108 pit box. Wasn't able to get Felipe out of the truck for the moment. I think there is still a bit of frustration kicking in. However, Creventic might just find a way to cheer them up, because here is Ole with some crabs.
Yes, we have decided to deliver some complimentary crabs to all teams as a small gesture of thanking them for being part of this beautiful event. Well, let's see to find someone.
I think they're all busy down here.
All busy down here. Is your team manager upstairs, or? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think we might leave you to it, because I don't think our camera signal will we'll keep on going. But
we'll deliver it with great care. Thank you, Lucas, and enjoy. I'll have some for you later. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, guys, give us a few more minutes to check on Felipe. I think he really needs to calm down for a moment. I think I'm going to head next door because there is Red Camel Jordan's, and that car is back in as well.
So Felipe Fernandez, I'm sure we'll chat to Lucas, but we'll give him a few moments, and that's perfectly understandable because of the incident that happened on the Mistral straight. But it would be great to get his thoughts, reflections on the coming together at turn 7. Pierre Caffer, who has been installed now in the number 18 Audi. This is the Routronic Racing by TECE entry, and Caffer, who was on qualifying duty yesterday in the second of the two 30-minute sessions, a former Sebring 12 Hours winner, remember, and you mentioned the name Alec McNish, Snowy, a little while ago. I mean, he won that, I think 2004 was the Sebring 12 Hours winner, to give you an idea of quite how good Pierre Caffer is. Still racing Audis these days as well. That was in an LMP1 Audi. The 712 car, which is Pierre Fontaine in his Vortex 1.0, 11th position for the GT Series car. Door up and being towed back to the paddock, I assume. These Vortex cars look fantastic, but it's fair to say, Snowy, they are susceptible to the odd reliability drama.
It's not fully developed yet, is it? It's not not quite. But that's the point of endurance racing. That's what you're doing. It's there to improve the breed. Nice shot of the Aston there. Being an Aston man, always good to see one of those like that. I know it's the spare car that I'm guessing the original car doesn't look quite so pretty as that one does after its incident yesterday. But the Vortex, as you say, it's in the kindest, most benevolent way, it's work in progress, isn't it?
Yeah,
It'll get there, but we all have to start somewhere, and that's the point of going endurance racing. They
look superb.
They
do. As striking as the KTM does these days, and it's the new KTM, remember, for this season in the Felbermeyer colours, but the two bright orange Vortex 1.0s from the French squad, Vortex V8. With every niggle, with every slight issue, they learn what went wrong and how to cure it, but also to prevent it from happening again in the future. And I mean, this place is punishing for a designed GT3 car that may have taken, sort of 3 or 4 years in development. They are a small company, and the best way to make a car work is to just continually make it break, I suppose, until all of those problems have been ironed out.
Absolutely, and these manufacturers, they're putting in millions upon millions, tens of millions to develop these cars and sell customers' cars to pay for the program. But you say it's a manufacturer-led, and it's that's how they do it. I remember many years ago seeing or hearing of when the Audi R8s were at Le Mans, so let's say 20 years ago, and they started with the diesel program, and they had engines in nacelles on tests, and they'd have computer programs of Le Mans simulations in wet, dry, changing, whatever conditions, and they were running engines on 24-hour cycles, just going around and then stripping them down, analysing them. And this is 20 years ago as to what they were doing, just to see these things. So, Vortex, it's a little independent. What was interesting on that 712 car, it was being towed back in, as you said quite rightly, behind a quad bike. But it's on all 4 wheels, it's not under its own power, but there was no external damage to it, nothing facing the wrong way, so nothing's... So hopefully it's something as simple as a mechanical, a belt, electrical. I know that's not going to be easy, so an alternator belt's come off and it's not charging or something. It's not easy, but it's not race ending, let's hope. So hopefully I will see that 712 Vortex into the pits very shortly, and we'll keep an eye on that, and then it's back out again, we hope. I'm waiting for the 108 TCR Cooper to go out as well, the Felipe Fernandez car that is still in the pits, isn't it? It's been in there a bit longer than I anticipated.
Yeah,
Porsche
sadly.
taking a shortcut there through first chicanes.
The Vortex has made its way back, by the way, so I think they didn't necessarily do the full end to the lap via the quad bike, and you can there's a number of different cut-through routes that you can take to make the in-lap shorter. That tends to mean that the lap you've just done as a shorter lap doesn't actually count to your tally of laps around Circuit Paul Ricard, but at least you're home again, and the team can start to work on fixing the problem. Volkswagen Golf over the line, which is Konstantin Kletzer, third in the TCE Series race. Still keeping within 20 seconds of the sister car of Fabian Dance. And they're ultimately trying to catch Mathieu Detry, but at the moment, that is a gap that is opening up by the looks of things. Let's have a drill down into the times. 2:19.0 for Detry last time around, and yeah, the two Golfs are in the 2:20s, so by about a second a lap, Mathieu Detry is increasing the margin at the front of the TCE Series race. Jorge Belloc Ruiz in the TTS Cupra doing 2:21s, so about a second slower than that actually. So if anything, the four cars in the TCE Series getting slightly more strung out at this stage. What it will require is some of the semi-pros to take charge of the two Golfs and the TTS Cupra to try and switch that back the other way, and there's ample opportunity for that to happen.
While she's noticing that, Johnny, the number 58 MP Racing, the Mercedes AMG, pedalled by not one, two, but three Gusners. Corinna, in this particular case, has just entered into the pits. That's our 8th place car. That's just into the pits now, so one of our top 10 cars in. Unchanged at the front still, though.
Yeah, unchanged at this stage, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds separating Alfred Renauer from Josef Kral, with Eike Angermeyer. I wonder if even he is surprised about the pace of the KTM, up to 3rd place overall in the GT Series part of the race. We haven't had an update from Red Camel Jordans.nl for a little while. Sadly, their car's been in the garage for nearly 50 minutes. Let's hear from one of the Breukers family.
Yes, sadly a very familiar picture now in the meantime. Luke Breukers is with us. Look, this weekend really has gone from bad to worse now.
Yeah, it has. It's really a pity. We did not expect this, and now we first started with the electrical issue. The power went off, and now we seem to have suspension issues. So yeah, this is not our weekend, and we hope to be back at Hockheim with a better car, and we hope we can finish the race. That's our goal now, and yeah, there's nothing more we can do. So yeah, that's basically it now.
Mechanics still working hard to fix the car, and I think as long as the wheels are turning, you will drive.
Of course, of course. As long as the car is running, we will drive. That's our passion, and yeah, let's hope half an hour or something that we are back on track. But right now we just don't know, so we'll see.
And I think that's really the spirit of Creventic and the 24H series that many teams also have adapted over the years. However, it's been a very eventful race in general, with many accidents and especially technical problems today.
Yes, I saw at the timing screen a lot of people in the pit, so I don't know, maybe it's just a weekend of bad luck. So sometimes you have good weekends and sometimes you have bad weekends, and this for us is a bad one.
And we shouldn't forget there are still, well, almost 7 hours to go, so if you get it right, there is still a lot of driving time left. Luke, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I suppose with every bad luck story, you're going to get people with very good luck at this stage, and those that, you know, have just not put a foot wrong to this point. Herbert Motorsport, no stranger to that approach to a race in the 24H series. They just seem to be able to, for the main part, pit at the right time, put the right driver in for that stage of the race. And the key thing for them actually is that Ralph Bone, Daniel Alleman and the two Renauers offer such consistency across all four drivers. They did have one or two off periods last year where they struggled at times for a race win, but looking to be far back on it now, and definitely one of the favourites for the title. They lead this race by, well, it's not going to be too long before it's a 4-minute margin. Josef Kral is doing his hardest to try and close the gap, and it is coming down a little here and there, just dependent on what sort of traffic Renauer is catching compared to Josef Kral at any one point. Of course, once the Porsche's got through maybe a batch of TCR cars, then Kral will catch up, but then have to get through that traffic himself in the next couple of laps as well. So it's a yin and yang affair. There is a fight for position out on track, though, as Pierre Caffer has been closing in on Eike Angermeyer for the last few laps. Now, this is a GT3 car up against a GTX machine, but it is for position. And to be honest, Eike Angermeyer wasn't going to stay out front for too long. He wasn't going to force an issue necessarily for Pierre Caffer. Saw the faster Audi coming and gave him plenty of space at turn 5.
Just offered no resistance, no point. It's 7 hours to go, as Lucas has just said quite rightly. Just get out of the way, let him get on with it. And you know, you don't want to be intimidated by a driver, but frankly, you've got somebody the calibre of Pierre Caffer behind in an Audi. It's probably just to say, I don't like the after you Claude bit in sort of motor racing. That's not what you're about. It's not what you do it. But it's absolutely the right thing to do. And the team, if they hadn't told him, I'm sure they would have done. But exactly the right thing to do there. And those lovely colour schemes on that KTM. But to me, I keep mixing it up because to me the blue and the yellow are Swedish colours. And it's a Dutch car, and I keep thinking it should be orange. It should be orange. It catches me every time. You were talking about that earlier yourself and Joe. But no, good little move there by Pierre Caffer, which puts him up into 3rd overall now. So the GTX car now into 4th place, obviously. But it was he didn't half hunt him down, didn't he?
No, it was great to see.
Only got to look at the times there, though. Angermeyer's previous lap was a 2:08 and Pierre Caffer's was a 2:06.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, the blue and the yellow, the famous Felbermeyer colours that have been seen at Le Mans a number of times. We're really missing Horst Felbermeyer Sr., who we lost just over a year ago. But Horst Felbermeyer Jr., his son, unsurprisingly, is in the racing lineup for that KTM Crossbow. But it is 22-year-old Eike Angermeyer, the Austrian driver, who's currently at the wheel. We can head to the pits again to get more news from Lucas.
Well, actually, not to the pits, but to the back of the pits towards Kessel Racing. You can see the guys packing up. So that's the day done, unfortunately, after the very early drama at the start of this race. Now, if Seb, our cameraman, is able to take a look into the pit box, we can actually see the fixed Ferrari down there. I think they just changed the gearbox in order to have everything ready again, but they are now packing up. Day done, unfortunately.
A chance to peer into one of the garages here at RICARD. Thank you for that, Lucas. And the two-level nature of the garages, which is very cool. I've been here for European Le Mans Series weekends when the car is downstairs, if you like, and the back section is where the Pratt perch is, where all the strategy's been worked from.
Yeah, it's literally got offices sort of built into the garages, but it's a very impressive setup. But it's hardly surprising given it was developed and paid for all by Mr. Bernard Eccleston.
Yes.
And it was an F1 testing facility, and he made it probably arguably one of the premier testing circuits for F1 and others to use, and it's a great setup. I remember turning up here with more latterly GT3 cars and stuff when we were doing that kind of testing, and it was almost quite normal. It was almost like you sort of do local stuff at Donington or somewhere in the UK, then you'd go to RICARD. Spent many an hour going around there, but never actually raced the circuit, which is always frustrating. That's what you want to do, but that's part of the remit, isn't it? Going round and round and round. It's called testing, and it's data collection, as we've said. Well, that's what you do.
You're still a young man in your racing career, so there's still plenty of years left yet to get a good deal around the RICARD circuit.
You've been eating that sugar again, haven't you?
Especially now it's back on the F1 calendar. Who knows who might give you a call?
You never say never, eh? Never say never.
Quite right. Golf heading down the Mistral Straight and heading for Senior Corner we were waxing lyrical about not too long ago. And this is the number 1 machine, which runs 3rd now in the TCE part of the race, benefiting, of course, from the dramas for number 108, the RC2 junior team for the Cupra Leon. And that promoted both Golfs, the Fabian Dance-driven GTI and Konstantin Kletzer. Engine note you could hear of his car in the background. And Jorge Belloc Ruiz, now with, a lap and a half to try and find on those two Golfs, I reckon. 20 seconds between the two Autorama machines by Wolf Power, sponsored by Wolf Power again this weekend. And start of 2019, they had a really good season with a number of wins for that particular team. This year has started in a rather staccato fashion. Pace has been good. They've not necessarily had the luck come the races, and actually their bad luck began at Mugello well before we'd got to the race point of the weekend with a crash at one of the very fast right-handers at Mugello, heading from the second sector into the third. Arrabbiata, I think. Arrabbiata, the second turn there through that sequence, which is where Lance Stroll had a huge off in last year's Tuscan Grand Prix, snapping his F1 car in half and causing a fire. Thankfully, Lance was able to escape unharmed, but it was the same corner that accounted for one of these Golfs 4 weeks ago. Removed the entire engine from the Autorama Golf, so they were out on the spot, unsurprisingly, but did run with the number 1 car. The 112 was an instant retirement. So back onto the Mistral straight for Konstantin Kletzer. Another update from Lucas.
Yes, from ST Racing with team manager Ben. Ben, the car looks ready to race, but it isn't. You're packing up.
We had a terminal engine failure. No fault of anybody. I think it's just a small little part that failed, and you know, that's motorsports. We'll drop Paul Ricard in the championship, and now we got to complete every other event.
And the car has been in the pits for, well, a couple of hours even. So did you try to find the issue?
Yeah, we took it apart. You know, there were some codes. We looked at what we tried to do, but it's a head gasket in the end. The engine overheated in the back straight. We lost an accessory belt. Water pump failed. So it is what it is. It's racing. It's motorsports.
And we feel especially sorry because you have a very international driver lineup. They came all the way to race here under these very difficult circumstances, and now it's an early end.
You know, you keep saying that, but it's only a 5-hour flight from North America to Paris. It's really not that bad.
It used to be 3 hours on Concorde even.
That's it. Anytime we've done North America to Dubai, that's a 16, 17-hour flight. So honestly, yes, we come all this way, but if you've ever raced in North America, everywhere is 5 hours flight. So it's not a big deal. We'll pack up, go home, and be back in Germany next month.
That's a pleasure. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, taking it in their stride, ST Racing, and I suppose that the one positive to take from it is the fact that Creventic regulations, the point scoring system in the 24H series, do allow you to drop one round, but you're dropping it at round 2 of the European Championship, round 3 of the International Series, and you can't afford really any more slip-ups because there aren't enough races to take another drop score along the way. Hockenheim in a month's time, as was talked about there, and then we head into 2 back-to-back 24-hour races at Portimao and at Barcelona. It'll be a second visit to Sicily and the Coppa Florio, 12 hours at the start of October, and then the one that I'm sure ST Racing are really looking forward to, much closer to home, to Florida for the Sebring 24 hours. We know all about the history, 60 years and running, more than 60 years now, of the 12 hours of Sebring on that really historic concrete. But it'll be a twice around the clock affair when Creventic visits there in November. And not quite a home race meeting for ST because they are proudly Canadian, but much closer to home nevertheless. Good point made though about 5-hour flight. You know, it's certainly coast to coast in the States takes you 5 hours, so why not right across the Atlantic?
But it was that classic sort of sanguine North American relaxed. You know, it's
not a big deal.
What are you talking about? You said as you so rightly just said, when you travel any races from North America, everywhere's 5 hours.
Yeah.
You know, Dubai, yeah, that's a bit different, but it is for everybody, apart from obviously locals. But the rest of us in Europe, and even that's just as long for us, really. So, yeah, 5 hours, no big deal. And what a great attitude to have as well. Of look, you know, it's a relatively small, inexpensive component. We've traced it, we've done it. Pack up, go home, relax. Come back next month. We'll just drop this round. That's what team managers and owners and drivers do. It is what it is. What can you do about it? Park it, no pun intended, move on.
Yeah.
Next round, just look forward. Always look forward.
And they will, I'm sure, interrogate that engine and find out the finer details of what's gone wrong.
In a chair under a spot lamp now.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
yes.
magnifying glass.
Yes, with the ECU plugged in. You will talk to us. Yes.
Yeah. And maybe go back to the supplier, ask a few questions as well. But strange that, you know, if it's an engine temperature issue, then you'd expect a number of alerts on the dash before it stops. And obviously that didn't happen. But anyway,
it could be something as simple as a sensor. You know,
yeah, if the sensor's gone, then you're not going to get the alert.
Exactly, you're not going to get the alert. So it's that simple. We don't know. I'm not saying that is the case, but it so often can be.
Three-wheeling its way through turn 6, the tightly sprung VW Golf. Great to see touring cars cocking that rear right wheel through 6 and then the opposite through 7.
The number 1 car, no less.
Yes, so the champions of last year, Autorama Motorsport with Volpower Racing, and that heads down to the chicane on the Mistral, and is there any sign of that car starting to close in on its teammate? Well, not last time around. Fabian Downs proving to be a touch quicker than teammate Konstantin Kletzer. Got Swiss in the 112 and an Austrian in the number 1 machine. And Jorge Belloc-Ruiz, who was doing a bit of chasing not too long ago, is now into the fueling area for the TTS team with their Cupra. So obviously we've got to the point where sort of 90 minutes into the stint, the TCR has had to pit. Awkward when you compare the fuel mileage with the drive time in TCE, because the cars can generally do, as I say, 90 minutes, but as a driver you can do as much as 2 hours. So there's then a decision to make whether you get the driver out early. I mean, that seems to be the sensible decision for me. So you don't run the maximum amount of drive time purely because the fuel mileage is the bit you get to first of all. Switch the driver around, but what it does mean is you're not getting the most out of each driver in terms of drive time every single stop. But apart from, I mean, you could maybe pit a little earlier, but you're looking at a 30 or 40 minute pit stop window then to adhere to the drive time limit. So it's a tough decision to have to make, and the rules are written in that complicated way because there is a decision to make on the strategy, and different teams will take different approaches to that. The SPS car, meanwhile, of Valentin Pierberg. How is he doing for drive time? Coming up to the 90-minute marker. So this will be the second fuel stint for Valentin. And they're looking about another half an hour before he'll have to exit the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes.
And just looking at the pace of our leading car there, the Herberth Motorsport 911 GT3, Alfred Reina in the wheel of that. His last lap's a 2:05.2, Johnny, and that's his best lap of the race. Is a 2:04.3, so he's still less than a second off his fastest lap of the race, which is pretty impressive this far in. 5 pit stops for the Herberth car, and all credit to the Middle Cap Racing Ferrari in second place, the 488 GT3, which is an Evo 2019 car. That's had 6 pit stops, so it's quite impressive to be up there in second place overall. Most of the front-running cars have had 5, the exceptions being the second place car, number 11, Joseph Kral in the middle cap Ferrari, my apologies. It's a Porsche that's leading, had 6 pit stops. The next one is the GTX Crossbow of Elke Angermeyer, that's now down in 7th place, running very strongly in 3rd place for quite a long time. That's been superseded not only by Pierre Caffer just a few minutes ago that we talked about, who put in a stonking 2:04, I think, to get that done. 2 seconds of lap there. Robin Rogalski in 4th place, and Valentin Pierberg in 5th place now. That's putting the Crossbow right down into 6th place. I say right down. That's now means it's not that far off. It's 3 minutes off. It's a lap off the similar car, the 979 Jean-Pierre Verhoeven car. Of course, it's not. It's Mad Schielhaug in that car now, in the 724 GTX. But 2 of them running in 6th and 7th, albeit a fair gap between them. A good minute or so between the 2 of them there. Porsche it is at the moment. Porsche at the very top of the field. Ferrari interloper there, as in non-German. Porsche's in the lead. Ferrari 2nd place. 2 Audis, Rutronic Racing and Car Collection Motorsport in 3rd and 4th. We then have the Mercedes of Valentin Pierberg in 5th place. So German cars to the fore, as is often the case in GT3 racing, but we do see those Ferraris there. You often see the odd Lamborghini Huracan, not got one of those in the series this year, unfortunately. The Aston a little bit further down, of course, the Aston being the Pro Sport car, Nico Verdonk, that Johnny mentioned a little bit earlier. That car sitting down there currently in 13th place. That car was replaced. It's a spare car. After an accident yesterday.
Yeah, bizarre incident, and we never actually saw, sadly. We could only describe it from Pro Sport's point of view, but they reckon they were entirely the innocent party, getting attacked by another car. I forget even which class it was in, frankly, let alone the number of the car itself.
Just for my prediction, by the way, the 108, the Cupra, the Felipe Fernandez driven car as it was at the time, it's still in the pits. That's been in there quite a while now. It's been in there probably about 45 minutes, I would say. I think it came in at about 10:02.
Yeah.
So that's 40, 50 minutes has been in there. So my prediction, obviously the curse of the commentator there suggesting that there was relatively little damage to it. It's just a broken steering arm. They'll be popping that on quite quickly. It's perhaps that's why there wasn't the sense of urgency that I observed, because it's they've got an hour's work to do, so just get on with it methodically, logically, process and do it. So perhaps there was further damage underneath it. I did say it had taken a fair hit on the bodywork at the front when we saw it coming off the low loader on the flatbed into the pit lane, and there was quite a lot of damage there as it collected the back of the Porsche at the beginning of turn 7, wasn't it, onto the beginning of the Mistral straight. So that cause, I hope that does come back out again, because it did not look like it was race-ending damage. But you just never know what the collateral is. Of course, that being, what we're thinking of, we're talking about the Porsches being damaged at the back, and it's a gearbox or a mid-engine car, Ferrari, etc. Of course, it's a TCE car, isn't it? So it's front-wheel drive. So that heavy thump on the end of the hub there that's broken the steering link, has it sent an impact down the drive shaft, damaged the gearbox, and all of a sudden you've got a load of collateral damage that we haven't even thought about.
Yeah. They are very definitely the driving wheels, and steering.
Well, it's one-wheel drive in this case.
Steering and driving wheels don't necessarily like to be punched in a completely different angle, and very, very quickly indeed. And yes, the steering was broken. Quite possibly the drive on the front right is as well. I'm not sure whether it was just a turn of phrase from the ST Racing gang, or whether they haven't quite embraced the new regulations for this year, but I'm hearing there are actually no drop scores in the 24H series for 2021, so they are going to have to carry a big fat zero from Paul Ricard, sadly. Whereas in the past, there has been, I think, one drop score permitted. That is not the case any longer, so it could still be costly, and even more impetus, therefore, to do well in the remaining races. Hockenheim, Portimao, Barcelona, Enna-Pegusa for the second year running, and Sebring at the end of the year. But there's still plenty of points on offer, and the point is, if bad luck can affect your race today, then it can definitely affect somebody else that you're battling for championship points for later on in the season.
Well, that's something to think about on the short 5-hour flight back, isn't it?
Absolutely. Does it mean slight change of focus? Perhaps. The thing is, you just take every race as it comes, and you try and get the most points out of it as possible. And it's best not to focus on what's happened already. Just like you said, focus on the ground in front.
It is what it is. What can you do about it?
Not a lot.
Learn from it. Move on. Hope it doesn't happen again. As you said, they'll be interrogating that engine and finding out what's happened. He did seem to infer that it was a relatively small component. I think they knew the answer already. Perhaps just didn't want to say on air. And we all know these things. Something simple can happen. A clip or a ECU or something can just change. So Marshall just picking up bits of debris from looks almost like a bit of tail light or air induct intake front on something there. Just running across with his hand, being picked up from the side of the track. Not quite sure which corner that was on, but a little bit of damage. Something's come off something there. Might just have come loose. So in half an hour's time, just under 23 minutes time, we'll be at 6 hours in, 6 hours to go, half distance.
And if you made it this far, that's all of a sudden, one of the big hurdles already jumped is the fact that we've got half distance. We're still in, hopefully, a good position. And we know where we're going from here, because it's exactly the distance we've covered already. Let's hope with even less Code 60. We've actually done very well in that respect, though, to have got this far with still only the three.
Three now,
we have had three because of the contact between the Porsche Lorient Cup car and the 108 Cupra Leon. But 3 cautions in 6 hours is very good going, and due in part to the nature of this track.
And all 3 of those have only amounted to 20 minutes out of 5.5 hours already, which is pretty impressive. But you're absolutely right about that tipping point of halfway through, whether it's a 6-hour race or whether it's 3 hours, goes without saying. For fairness, we've got to say for 24 hours, 12 hours. But there's that psychology within the team, that mentality. It's unwritten, unsaid, unmentioned. It just happens. You sort of, right, we're over halfway now. You never give up. You don't have to give up. You don't want to give up. You don't want to have to give up. But 2 hours in, Kessel had to go home. Not very happy about they've changed the gearbox on that car, apparently, according to Lucas.
Yeah.
But that's just ready because it's there. Facilities are all set up. Why not do it there rather than do it at base? Job done.
Well, I think actually as they changed the gearbox, they had full intention of getting the car back in
and
the race.
discovered something else.
And there's another issue, and they're so far behind. Just think.
But you're
just
absolutely
write
right.
this off.
It's that psychology amongst the whole team from the top down. It is. That's sort of right. We're over halfway now. We've got to get to the finish, and why that is the case, I don't know. Because you start the intention of finishing, but there is that halfway point. Like we've got to do it now. We've come this far. Exactly, we've come this far. It's a very strange psychology, but it's no different to the beginning. You don't start and go, we'll do the first 4 hours and we'll go home.
See how we get on.
See how we get on. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, especially in this format of the race as well. Unlike Mugello, it's not a split race. Full 12 hours all together. Never been done ever at Paul Ricard before, even in other championships as well. The first ever 12 hours all the way through. Let's get another update with Lukas Gajewski, our man in the pit lane.
Thank you. Already quite some time ago, we have seen the 712 Vortex car being pulled back to the pits. And let's check with Arnaud, the team manager, what happened to the 712 car a couple of minutes ago.
Yes, the 712 has a little contact and broke the transmission. We repair in the pit lane in 10 minutes, and all is okay now.
Car is back running, everything fine at the moment?
Yes, all is okay. The second car is will make a pit stop now with Bastien Gouret. And we hope finish the race without other crash or contact because it's a long race.
All right, thank you very much, Arnaud.
Yeah, so a little tough down at Vortex at times, but nevertheless, that we are definitely seeing steady improvement from the French squad. And the crucial thing is keeping those two cars, the 701 and the 712, out of the pits for as long as possible. Yes, they might need at times slightly longer stops than other cars in the race, but you keep them pounding round and the result will naturally come. So they both run in the GTX category. One is third and the other one is fourth in those classes. Philippe Gruau has just brought the 701 car in for fueling. 712 of Pierre Fontaine is on to lap 121 now, and about 45 minutes into his stint. So pushing on, and there is still scope to get both cars on the podium in GTX. That'll be the aim at this stage. The problem is the other two GTX entries are doing so well. They're up to 6th and 7th in the GT part of the race. The KTM and the 992 generation Porsche of Jean-Pierre Verhoeven. Now, they've not been without their difficulties. They had one puncture, and there was a puncture yesterday as well, but I think actually just the one puncture in the race has been the only difficulty and hurdle to negotiate for Speed Lover. Otherwise, great sort of metronomic reliability from this brand new car. Nobody quite knew whether it was going to be capable of pushing out the reliability required. As up the inside there to retrieve one of its laps on Joseph Kral was Pierre Caffer in the number 18 Rutronic Racing Audi, side by side into the braking area there of the chicane. And Joseph Kral is not an easy man to overtake, particularly as he had the advantage there, 2 laps in front of the Audi. But again, menacing in the mirrors, I'm sure, and Kral just thinks, I need to get rid of this guy. He's going to cause me too much of a problem.
Yeah, but that's where somebody of his calibre will know what he's doing. As you said, we saw that set up in 5, 6, 7. He got a great run onto the Mistrals. We saw that that didn't quite work out for the Cupra and Porsche a little bit earlier on. He had a great run, sat behind, got the toe, used the back marker. And yes, Kroll, as you said, he's not the easiest person to pass, but he didn't need to defend it because he's 2 laps down. So all he's doing is, what's the point in risking anything? It goes against your instinct as a driver of somebody in the same class, and it is the car that's running in 3rd place, you're running in 2nd place, and it is quite difficult actually to sit there and say, I'll let him by, but you're 2 laps down, so it doesn't matter. He's got to do it 2 other occasions as well before it comes for position, and that's where you've got to use your brain and use your head, use the experience, and say, let it go and sit behind him. But the point is now he can sit behind him, let him do the work, let him go through the traffic, and not let that gap go to him building up to taking that next lap down where it does become a problem. So in some ways it's your advantage, but it is it's so easy to say, sitting here talking about it, watching it on a screen or a timing screen, doing it in reality when you're sitting out there in the sun driving a beautiful 488 Ferrari GT3. You don't want to let an equivalent car past you. It just goes against your nature. But the right thing to do for Josef Kral there, let Pierre Caffer through. It makes no difference on points. And he can actually, if anything, sit behind and watch and learn a little bit now. See how the Audi works. See what he does. Let him find his way through the traffic and just sit with him. Sounds dead easy sitting here, doesn't it? Yeah. It's
but
not
also,
in reality.
I mean, it's having to be wise enough to realise that actually if you start defending, you're going to lose time, and it's needless because all you've given Pierre Caffer back again is a matter of metres. And he's still actually a lap and sort of 9/10 of another lap behind you, bizarrely. So
precisely, pride before a fall. Why do it? Just sit there and watch, listen, learn. You've probably got more to gain by sitting behind it and just watching it and not letting him unfold, extend that second lap he needs to take still, because he's got one in hand still. So if the team on the radio, I'm sure they're saying to him, not only let him by because he's a lap down, he's actually 2 laps down. So one's kind of irrelevant. Let him have the one back. What does it matter? Let him do the work in the traffic. Sit, watch, and listen and learn. And we're 15 minutes off halfway through a 12-hour race. A lot could happen yet. They're going to be on track for as long as, if all things being equal, until the pit stop. In reality, they all change anyway. And the point is, you do that and chase it, and then say the Audi pits in 2 laps' time, and you've sort of defended it or had a little bit of contact, and you think, why? And it's that's where the thinking drivers, you say, put the experience to it and just say, let it go.
Yeah. Pick your battles is the old phrase. Matus Vibor to come next, I would say, once Josef Kral does come to the end of his driving limit, which will be in the next 40 minutes. And then it'll be back to Miroslav Vibor, the son and father duo. But Matus really impressed me in terms of his speed, considering he's labelled by Creventic as an AM. Remember, it's a 3-stage driver rating system, pro, semi-pro and AM. Sort of loosely linked to how the FIA and the ACO at Le Mans rate their drivers. That's with the precious metal system of platinum, gold, silver and bronze, but rather than 4-pronged, it's 3-pronged in the Creventic meetings. And Creventic also reserved the right to maybe switch drivers between ratings if they see fit. Tell you what, Pierre Caffer's not able really to shake Josef Kral because of the fact that he's in the slipstream and the Ferrari is showing good straight line speed here this weekend. So Pierre Caffer having to focus on the road in front, but he'll be very mindful of that white Ferrari in the door mirrors. We'll enjoy this scrap out on track as we head to the pits again, and Lukas Gajewski.
Thank you. We're back in the RC2 Cupra pit box, the number 108 car. As you can see, it's still being worked on, but the race is over for the guys. I found Felipe upstairs in the pit box, and when I asked him for an interview, he did like, no, absolutely not in a mood to speak to anybody from the press or the media. Very unfortunate ending. We expected the car still to be fixed for the remainder of the race, but unfortunately it's race over for our Spanish team.
Yeah, real shame. Thank you, Lucas. Work going on, but as Peter mentioned earlier on, not particularly in a hurried fashion, and they may realise the game is up here, sadly, for the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing, and it could have been a very different story indeed. They were running nice and high in the TCE series race, and how quickly fortunes can turn, as I've mentioned, on a sixpence, really, when you are trying to stay out of trouble and just clash the very slightest of touches with a Porsche Cup car, and that spells disaster. Even if they are to rejoin, they're approaching an hour now in the pits when Felipe Fernandez had his car towed, or rather flatbedded, back to the pit lane. Another 15 minutes or so will see us at that crucial half distance, and Alfred Renauer, well in the meat now of his second stint in the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 90 minutes, 92 minutes, in fact, and running for the Alfred Renauer-driven Herbert car. So we will be switching drivers fairly shortly. Josef Kral nearly 4 minutes adrift now, and of course he has the problem of Pierre Caffer, who got through And I just wonder whether Josef Kral is thinking, well, at times, Pierre, you're actually holding me up a little bit here. Eventually, that Rutronic Racing Audi will stretch his legs, I feel, just because on the lap times, Pierre's offering slightly more consistency than the man from the Czech Republic. But it is very slim margins between those two, that they still stand just under 2 laps apart. It's getting pretty close here as well between two of the front engine cars, and the 401 Aston Martin overtaken around the outside by the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes of Valentin Pierberg. So Pierberg picking the percentage chance to get by at 6 and 7. But certainly Rodrigue Guillon didn't want to allow the 22 car by easily. They are not competing in the same class, of course. GT4 Aston Martin, and the Valentin Pierberg car is a full house GT3 machine, although entered into the AM category as all of the GT3s are this weekend. Down to Virage L'Hotel goes the number 1, 2, 3 for TTS team. Spanish outfit for the Cupra TCR. 4th position for Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre. And Rodriguez Sastre ultimately trying to catch up with the podium positions. The 2 Golfs up ahead, one of which is just heading into the chicane. And that car is in 3rd position and trying to stay in touch with the 2nd place car of Fabian Dance. We're going to give Peter Snowden a little bit of downtime now. You're back in half an hour or so, and do you want to have some closing thoughts, perhaps?
Well, yeah, closing thoughts means basically that's Johnny code for go and put the kettle on and make you a coffee, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
I know how it works.
But that crate of beers will have to wait, sadly.
Yeah, that's till later. Yeah, closing thoughts. I thought the first bit this morning that you and Joe covered was exciting enough. Our bit, it's extraordinary. You don't expect this much action, and you try and say this. Bruce and I were talking about this last week to the layman, to friends or a dinner party or a pub or wherever it may be, and say, what's all this sports car racing about? Because people don't know outside of the Formula One bubble. The man on the street, as it were, and you're trying to explain that there's Golfs and Mercedes and Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and they go for 12 hours, and they go, what do you mean 12 hours? What, you drive for 12 hours? Well, no, the car does. And it's like, well, what's interesting? Because there isn't a following unless it's our little world of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, but just come and listen to this. This is what happens. There's something going on all the time. But maybe that's why we've both got issued team anoraks and just do it.
Well, bear in mind that's the whole of our audience as well, so
exactly.
We're all in the same boat.
Absolutely. Long may it continue.
Thoroughly enjoying the various twists and turns of the Paul Ricard 12 hours. Thank you, Peter. We will chat with you again in just under half an hour or so. And that means that it will remain Johnny Palmer in the commentary box, Lucas Gajewski in the pit lane, but rejoining me, Joe Bradley, after a suitable lunch break. That's about right for you, isn't it? 2.5 hours?
It was standard, really.
Standard.
Very continental, I thought, having a almost 3-hour lunch break. And I've got to say, though, we may be in the south of France, but I didn't have any wine. That would have been lethal, mate. I'd have been having an afternoon nap if I had. So it was plenty of caffeine, a little bit of bite to eat. But to be honest, Johnny, I've not moved. I've been sat watching what I thought, coming into this weekend, I thought, you know what, Paul Ricard, albeit kind of different time of the year. We usually visit this place a little bit later in the season, in the heat of the summer. It's exactly what I thought it was going to be. I didn't think the weather was going to come into play, perhaps, but I did think it was going to be a race of attrition. And I think it's purely down to the circuit and its demands. It's got long straights, it's got heavy braking areas, it's got constant radius curves that just load the car up. And then, as I said earlier, just add in the human element, and it's going to say it's going to do what it says on the tin, and that's exactly what we've got. It's as ever, Johnny, just before we went for a lunch break, as we went off air for the break, and I know you've covered this, but I was astounded as to just how the Herbert car had done that again, and they've done it once again, and they're already 2 laps up. And I think it was difference of lap times that was coming in that put that first lap, that gave them that first lap advantage, but the second lap advantage has just kind of snuck up on us, and they're doing what they they do. They're just going about their program and just sticking with it. And we heard the Rainhour twins very, very early on the grid. In fact, they said pretty much that. And if anybody knows how to win these 24H races, it's the Herbert team, and they've proved that here a couple of times before. So at the moment, I'm not going to say any more because I don't want to hex things with half distance.
No, probably best not, but we all know how good on their day Herbert Motorsport can be. When we were here in 2015, it was actually a win for a Mercedes. What are we talking, 6 years ago, for the Ram racing team of Tom Onslow-Cole, Paul White, Thomas Jaeger and Adam Christodoulou, which was quite some lineup for a 24-hour race there. The following year, another Mercedes win, this time for HP Racing, with a certain Bernd Schneider in the lineup, together with Harry Procek, who's gone on to do some decent things in touring car racing as well as continuing GTs. And then in 2017... No, beg your pardon, I've got this slightly wrong. I was right with 2015. Let's just have a look at the RICARD victors in 16, because it wasn't Bernd Schneider at all. It was the Herbert combination of Alfred, Robert Renauer, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone in 2016. And then in 2017, which was a race held in May, slightly earlier than the other two that were July affairs, also the Herbert Motorsport crew. So bear in mind, Joe, we've visited this place 3 times before, and they've already been 2 wins for Herbert. So if you know how to win a 24-hour race, you totally know how to win half of that.
Yeah, and we're seeing it again. What I described as a masterclass in race strategy and how to play the Code 60s, and it's the kind of thing. What I mean by that is, it's not an easy decision. There's so many elements to whether or not you pit under Code 60s and how you use the Code 60s. And there's all the elements of track position, etc. And they just seem to know how to get the advantage from that. And, a little bit of bit of heads-up driving. And the other thing is, Johnny, that those 4 drivers in that car, Alfred and Robert Rainauer, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, they're a little family, aren't they?
Yeah.
They know how each other ticks. They know, how to get the best from one another, and they know how to work together, and that means a lot. Just getting the team to tick, and adding that Herbert Motorsport crew around them, and you've got all the elements of how to do this properly, and that's what they do. They do this thing properly.
Well, we're on the edge of somewhat of an exclusive here, Joe, because I remember doing a similar thing to this back in Mugello, where we could officially reveal the entry list for this race at RICARD. Well, now with Hockenheim just a month away, Creventic and the 24H Series can confirm at least a provisional entry list for the Hankook 12 Hours of Hockenheim Ring to be held over the weekend of the 22nd and 23rd of May. And it's looking like a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 car lineup for GT3. It remains to be seen how many of these cars will run in AM or Pro. But what I can see here is that at the moment Kessel Racing plan to be back despite a bit of a disaster weekend, it has to be said, at RICARD. But they'll go back to Switzerland with their number 8 Ferrari, get that all fixed up, and will return ready to fight again. The Equipe Vauchour Renault, which did so well at Mugello last month, not here at RICARD, but the Dutch squad will be down, or are down, to head to the Hockenheim Ring, which is great to see. Lippert Motorsport with a GT3 Lamborghini Huracan, the Rutronic Racing Audi and the Car Collection Audi on the entry list, as is the MP Racing Mercedes, very much a German car, but run by the Italian team and an all-Italian lineup. We're going to have the Hugeli by T2 Racing Porsche, number 66. CP Racing back again with their Mercedes. They're much missed this weekend. 2 cars actually from Car Collection, the 34 and the 88, and the 2 Porsches from Herbert Motorsport that we have here today. In GTX, 6 cars entered at this stage. Remember, this is only a provisional entry list, so we should have these cars plus possibly some more by the time we get to Hockenheim. But 2 Vortex there, I'm noticing. The KTM Crossbow from Teichmann Racing, together with the RICARD, which is racing today, and the Speed Lover brand new 992 generation Porsche number 979. 991 will have at least 4 cars. The NK Tech machine of the Czech Republic, that's a new name on me. Duvo Racing for the Luxembourgish outfit, and the Speed Lover and MRS GT Racing entries from Belgium and Germany respectively. TCR, 7 cars listed at this stage. The 2 Autorama Golfs, the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, the entry from Thailand, BBR Cupra TCR number 107, return for the QSR Racing Audi number 154, the Bonk Motorsport Audi together with the AC Motorsport RS3, which is doing so well in this event, and 4 TCX cars. Obviously, the Colin White Ginetta G55 is listed there. The Speed Lover Porsche Cayman, number 206. We've got a BMW from Munkhoff Racing and the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2. What I'm seeing there, Joe, is the ability to include a lot of German teams who have found it difficult to get to other rounds, but that's the beauty of racing at Hockenheim.
And a car that I don't see on there is the middle cap car, the middle cap Ferrari.
Number 11.
Yet,
yeah.
Not an entry for Hockenheim. Not sure whether that will change. The team based in Prague, the journey from the Czech Republic to Germany. Not a tricky one. It's not that far away in relative terms. And I'm sure at this stage, with a month away, I'm sure that entry will grow. But that as a provisional entry is as good as we've got here. That's a pretty strong entry, and that bodes well, certainly around the tricky confines that is Hockenheim, and again another challenging circuit with some very fast sections of track, but also some very hard braking areas into those hairpins, and what a great track that is. It's got a lot of history. Certainly the current iteration, not as much history as the older, the long slog out into the countryside and through the chicanes. It was always a slipstreamer of a race. But I think they've captured the essence of the Hockenheim ring with the new version of the track, and it's a great facility. It's that feeling that you must get as a driver coming into the stadium. All right, it's not exactly going to be full of people necessarily, but you'll still get the feeling of coming into the stadium and being surrounded by those huge grandstands and into that infield hairpin. That's, synonymous with the footage back in the late 70s, early 80s Formula One. That's where the German Grand Prix used to be held in between trips to the Nürburgring and Hockenheim, and it's a great place. And once again, round of applause to Creventic for doing the deal and then going back there once again for the 2021 season.
There've also been some stonking DTM grand finales at Hockenheim. It's often used to bookend the season in the early 2000s. And a really, as you said, when that place is full of a crowd, even without a crowd, but particularly when it was fit to bursting, real atmosphere at the Hockenheim ring. I've missed a car, and apologies to all involved at ST Racing. It's down there in the bottom left, and I completely skipped past it. But ST Racing, who we learned earlier on, the Canadian outfit, are a full season entry. They will be at the Hockenheim ring as well. I make that 33 cars split across four classes in GT and 2 classes in the TCE series. So we'll have full coverage here, of course, on the Radio Show Limited network of that in 4 weeks' time. Meanwhile, we have just ticked by the 6-hour mark, and therefore another update on the standings with exactly the same distance still to go. Alfred Renauer leading the GT part of the entry, and the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche in a very good place right now. Actually in the fueling area, so probably stationary, but nevertheless, because they're having to fuel under green flag conditions, there wasn't a decision to be made related to a caution. You just run close to being out of fuel, get the car in and make the stop. And interestingly, Josef Kral's Ferrari and Robin Rogalski's Audi must be on exactly the same pit stop strategy, because they're also into the fueling area as well. So 91 Herbert from the number 11 Middle Cap Racing Ferrari and the 88 Car Collection Audi. 4th position, but still out on the track, is the Elia Earhart Rutronic Racing Audi R8 LMS. 5th position, and labelled as 6 laps away from our race leader is the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow for, at the moment, Mads Siljehaug, who's taken charge of that car after Eike Angermeyer brought it in. The 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes is 6th, ahead of the Porsche Lorient 911 numbered car, and it is a 991 Cup machine to be in that class, leading its division, in fact. MP Racing's Mercedes number 58 is in 8th place from the GT3 division. In 9th place, Speed Lovers GTX version of their Porsche Cup car, because it's brand new and doesn't yet fall into the correct regulations for the 991 class. So 979 in GTX and running second. Third position in class, leading GT4. We'll get to third position in GTX in a moment, but leading GT4 is the 401 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. That is currently being driven by Rodrigue Guillon. Then you got the third place GTX car, which is the 712 numbered Vortex V8. The Duvo Racing 909 Porsche is second in its class. Another Vortex 13th in GT, number 701. And in 14th position is the Speed Lover Porsche car 978. The now retired 438 ST Racing BMW is still labelled as 15th, but it'll take no further part. The 92 Porsche has been in pit road now for nearly 3 hours. And the Kessel Racing car is also a retirement, I'm afraid to say. It never really got started, frankly. It hasn't got a racing lap to its name, and they are also putting that car into the trailer. In TCE, it is a race lead for the 188 AC Motorsport Audi of Mathieu Detry. Second position and third for the Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs 112 ahead of the one. Only 37 seconds between those two cars, currently being driven by Fabian Dance and Konstantin Kletzer, and both are taking fuel, as is the TCE race leader, Mathieu Detry. So they're roughly on the same cycle as well, even though they're separated. Well, the top two are separated by over 3 minutes, but it is much closer for second and third. Fourth position for the TTS Cupra, TCR of Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre, number 123. Fifth place for the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing, but that is, I think Lucas reported it as either a near retirement or a definite retirement, but Felipe Fernandez, his car remaining in the pits. Next up, it's the Nordschleife Ligier, which had a second spin not too long ago, but is still just about on the straight and narrow. Guillaume Romain back at the wheel of the 226. CWS Engineering car, which is back in the race for Colin White, and the Ginetta G55 is second in TCX and 7th in the TCE race. And finally, you've got a now retired Red Camel Cupra for, Rick Broiker's the last to drive it, but Luke suggesting, or sounding pretty resigned to the fact that that car would be out of action from this point, the 101. It's not gone right for them from the start of the weekend, pretty much. They'll be back in 4 weeks' time, no doubt about it. So, first half done, Joe. Firmly into the 7th hour we go now. And actually, before we get a thought from Joe Bradley, we can get a word with Pierre Caffer after a couple of mega stints. He's now with Lucas.
Yes, guys, we found a couple of seats in the Rotronic pit box because Pierre just mentioned it when he got out of the car. It has become quite hot.
Hey, you wanted to have the chairs. From my side, we also could do the interview outside.
Yeah.
No, it was a pretty exciting stint. I have done a double stint, and we saved one set of tire changes. It was a different strategy, and in the end it worked out, so we could gain some time to the front again. And now I think it's 8 hours or 7 hours left, so everything can happen in this race.
It's actually 6 hours, so still half of the race to go. Herbert looking very quick, Scuderia Praha looking quick, and then there is a good battle going on for the third step of the podium. What do you expect for the next few hours?
I mean, we are fighting for the third spot on the podium, and it's back and forth in the results. And right now we try to not do any mistakes and keep the car on the track without any damages. And in the end, everything can happen, and especially in the night. It's different racing style, and we are looking forward to that.
And one interesting aspect about racing in the 24H series is that you have some drivers that you have actually raced against in other classes or championships, and then you have the gentleman drivers, and you don't necessarily know who they are. So it's kind of difficult to predict how the performance of all the cars develops over the race.
Yeah, but this is the interesting stuff. This is the character of this kind of racing and endurance races when you race with different categories. And as you know, on the Nordschleife, there are many different categories, and you need to build up an eye for the traffic, that's for sure. But on this track here, it's a very safe track, and I think it's not like 115%. So you always have some margin there, and you know, everyone should enjoy this race. So this category is made for gentleman drivers, which from my point of view is a very nice championship, the 24-hour series. And for the gentleman farer, when you try to coach them and when you try to help them, they should enjoy to drive in this series.
So, as we said, a couple of hours still left. Did you have any technical issues so far today?
No, it's an Audi, so we are not expecting any technical issues. It's a bulletproof car. It's running now since many years, and I'm proud to drive this fantastic car. And I'm pretty sure so far we don't have any technical issues, and also with this team, with Rotronic Racing, they build it up in front, they prepare it perfectly. So we need to find our spot in the strategy. We need to have a little bit of luck on our side. And of course, we should keep the car on track without any damages and any crashes.
The reason I was asking is we've seen quite a lot of difficulties over all the classes. Many technical difficulties especially. Any explanation for that?
Yeah, I think it could be because today is the hottest day so far in this week, and maybe a couple of cars get stressed with it, and especially here with less cars on the track, when you not have so many code 60 phases, you have quite a lot of load on the car, and probably maybe some guys then have some problems.
Right, Pierre, thank you very much. You're allowed to stand up again and walk into the sun. I'm going to remain seated for another couple of minutes.
Can't blame you. You've been on your feet all day, Lucas. So take a little pause by all means. But very good insight, as you would expect, Joe, from Pierre Caffer there about, well, he says, we haven't got a problem with our car, it's an Audi. But nevertheless, I think temperature is definitely one of those things that's right up there that has maybe caused some of the tyre failures that we've had.
Yeah, very brave to say that. I certainly wouldn't be brave enough to say that at this stage of any race. But yeah, I mean, moments like that Lucas has just captured there to talk to someone of the caliber of Pierre Caffer is they're golden moments. They're golden moments to get that kind of insight, and you know, giving us that insight as to you know, what his opinion was with regard to the attrition. It's something, you know, just a little bit of extra heat into the track temperature, and the engine's running hotter than they've perhaps been used to over the past few days. That it all adds in, and then, like I've always said, add in the human element, and it's quite a mix. And at the moment, Pierre's car with Ilya Earhart at the wheel, looking like it's about to unlap itself. It's currently 2 laps down from that Ferrari that it's just behind on the track, the number 11. Matthias Vibo at the wheel of the number 11. And Matthias, likewise, will be wanting to keep the Audi back. He likes that 2-lap deficit, and he likes that 2-lap advantage, I should say. And however, the Audi wants to make that a 1-lap deficit rather than a 2-lap. So that's a kind of a high-speed game of chess going on there. It's not exactly for track position, but in a way it is, because it'll take a very small mistake, and then that Audi will be back round onto the tail of the number 11 Ferrari and about to unlap itself and put itself on the same lap, and then it becomes a real threat.
I think psychologically, if Earhart can head away from Vibor at a quick rate of knots, then Vibor will be very conscious, as you say, of it appearing a lap later. And Matusz Vibor, one to really impress me in his opening couple of stints. We've now gone through the full rotation of drivers. So to father Miroslav, back to Josef Kral, who started the race for the number 11 crew, and Matusz Vibor back in for a back-to-back couple of stints to complete another 2 hours of drive time in total. Let's see whether now in a increased heat of the day, whether Matusz can again produce the same sort of average lap time as he was doing earlier on in marginally cooler conditions. We started the race 19 degrees C, but hotter at track temperature, and we've steadily built since then, as the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes elects not to take for fuel, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so
that's in for a problem, Johnny. We've just seen the team actually get ready to receive the car in the garage, not just on the apron. So that is a problem that's been reported from the driver. And the rules in the 24-8 series, the car cannot drive into the garage. That's why you saw the car stop, switch itself off, and then the crew push the car in. But problems there for the number 20, and that's not looking good. That car currently 6th place, overall 5th in the GT3 AM class. So that's never a sight that we liked. It really is a race of attrition, isn't it?
It seems to be.
It's even more a race of attrition than I actually thought it was going to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've covered the 24 hours of RICARD in previous years for the 24-8 series, but I don't think even in those years it was quite as attritional as this. And bear in mind that 2 of those races were held much later in the year, in July, when temperatures would have been skyrocketing for the south of France in the heat of summer. We're hearing from our TV crew, and thank you for the advice on this, that it's front right potentially an issue, although it looks like all 4 wheels are going to be taken off. Car deliberately stopping short of the red line, which is working area stopping and pit garage beginning, and you have to stop the car short of that, turn the engine off, and then get your mechanics to push you in. And SPS Automotive Performance did that perfectly to the letter of the regulation.
We saw on that in-lap, let's call it an in-lap, I don't know whether it was an in-lap until whatever it was that I saw, as the car braked for the chicane du Nord, which is the chicane halfway down the Mistral, there was a massive amount of smoke from the right front, and I just thought it was a locked wheel. I just thought he'd locked the tyres on the brakes. That might have been something going amiss or awry in the braking system on that car, which has brought the car into the pits on that very same lap. So we did see something there happen to that car, but I thought it was innocent. It turns out it isn't. It's something sinister.
Very suspicious and tricky to work out. Meanwhile, let's give Emil Heyerdahl a little bit of love, because he's just managed to complete the fastest lap of the number 1's race so far. So this isn't the fastest lap for TCE, but it is a personal best for that car. And Norwegian driver Emil Heyerdahl has just completed it, a 2:18.106, which means that there's still 30 seconds gap between the second-placed TCE car, which is the sister Volkswagen Golf, to Heyerdahl, and then about another 30 seconds back to the Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre car. Now, it's a bigger gap than that, actually, but the 30-second gaps are from Rodrigue Guillaume's GT Aston Martin back to those 2 Golfs. Get it straight in the end. But crucially, and we found this during night practice yesterday, Joe, that the 2 Golfs just like to run fairly close to one another. And I think the balance of their drivers across, what, we got 4 in the number 1, yes, and 4 drivers in the number 112. Actually very consistent when you think about we're moving from AMs to semi-pros and back again, but the net result is that the pace from both Golfs very similar.
Yeah, indeed, Johnny. And you know what? Modern endurance racing is a little bit different from the older style races when you had manual gearboxes. The driver could influence what was happening in the car back in, let's call it, the old days, with stick shifts and manual gearboxes, where, you know, how the driver operated the clutch and invariably be a crash box. So you have to drive a crash box, precisely match the engine revs with the road speed, etc., both up and down the box, and you would get a different style of driving in a long distance race in comparison to a sprint race. These days, not so much. You know, that element of finesse, or the need for finesse, has been taken away with computer controlled paddle shift gearboxes, even on our TCR cars. So the paddle shifts now, up the box, is controlled by the computer. So more importantly, so are the downshifts. And that's more important, because if you go for a gear, a down change a little bit earlier than the car would like, in the old days, you would get that gear and you would lock the rear wheels, and the rear wheels would then start driving the engine. And that's what you would mean by an over rev. And that could be catastrophic. Not so much these days, because the computer just says, no, sorry, you're not going down the box yet. Yeah, now you can. And so you find that because of that, drivers are able to be more towards 9-10 10/10ths driving pretty much for the duration of their stint. Add in the other drivers for pretty much the duration of any long-distance motor race these days.
Thank you for that, Joe. I'm about to head off for a little while to also take a breather, so I will leave you in the more than capable company of Joe Bradley and Peter Snowden. Just to do a little bit of technical work on air, Joe, whenever Lucas is going to come in with an interview, it'll be Peter that can hear him rather than you. So if Peter has to interrupt, he's not being rude. But we'll stay on top of all the stories that way, whether we get cars in the pit lane during a Code 60 or indeed driver changes as well, and manage to get those to you as quick as poss. Right, enjoy, gentlemen. I'll see you in a few hours.
Indeed, thank you very much, Johnny. Joe, it's back to the old days, isn't it? How many years have we done this together? 20?
About 7 months. No,
yeah, about 7 months.
Exactly. You're about to say 22 years.
No, months. I thought
years.
it was a couple of years by now. Yeah, 23 years. I wasn't going to say it, but yeah. Joe, just very quickly, just hearing yourself and Johnny there talking about the number 20 Mercedes, the SBS automotive car that came to the pits. I just watched by the live stream replay that I can do, as Johnny said, a little bit of a secret sort of video there. You mentioned about that tyre locking up, or what you thought was smoke on the right. It wasn't a tyre, as you said. It was something more sinister. There was another shot of it. You mentioned it going into the chicane on the Mistral, and that's where the smoke appeared. And then there was a long rear shot of it going down the second part of the Mistral, and there was. I'm not saying it was flames, but it was something underneath that was almost as if when you've got a puncture and the bodywork starts to grind or catch, there's something on the front right engine brake fire in that wheel well on that. That might explain why that car's in the pits. It was something a little bit more, exactly as you said, it's a bit more sinister than we expected.
Yeah, keep your ears open for Lucas, because he'll be down there into the number 20 SPS pit to find out, as we've got the 712 going very slowly. It's bypassing the chicane on the Mistral, currently down in 15th overall and third in GT. Sorry, 712 is third in GTX.
Yeah. That's the Vortex again, isn't it?
The Vortex, the Vortex going very slowly. White flags being shown on the marshal's post. So,
and I hate to say, Joe, but also potentially looks like it's slowing down on the second part of the Mistral. We've got a quick camera shot there now of the SPS Mercedes again. They're looking to put the front wheels back on it, but it's not ready. We've got Lucas down in the pits. I'm guessing he's down with the SPS automotive car. Over to you, Lucas.
The tires back on. I think the problem was actually splitter related, because they changed the front splitter of the car. Didn't want to bother any of the mechanics or the team personnel so far, but the car looks to be ready to head out again in a couple of seconds, and then I'm going to try to find someone to speak to us.
Thank you, Lucas. That probably sort of what you said, Snowy, and what you were able to check out on the replay. Maybe a suspension failure or something, and that's why they've changed the splitter, because the car's dropped down onto its haunches, so to speak.
I'm not sure it was that much that involved, to be honest, Joe. Right. Just a little bit I saw, which was highlighted exactly by you, which is exactly why I went to look at it. I think Lucas might be right on the money there. There was no puncture. It didn't look like it was sitting down on the front right. It looked as if maybe it's had some splitter damage over a curb or something, let's just say, or maybe it's just come loose. But maybe it was a splitter that had turned and was dragging underneath. It was sparks, as if something was grinding, so maybe it was just the splitter, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the splitters just fell down and they've brought the car in.
Meanwhile, the Vortex is back at speed on track, I think. The 701.
No, that's the 701.
That's 701 car, my apologies.
Yeah, 701 car, yeah. We do that all the time. It's overdue around the lap, but we know that because it's going slowly. So it's in the second part of the circuit up at the Virage Bendo, Corbe de Garlabat, on the final turn at Virage de Point. It's due there any moment now. So we'll get more update on the Vortex. GTX third place runner, as I said, as we see the number 20 getting back up to speed, and always a good sight to see a team turn that around. That could have been so different, and that car getting back out, just seeing if it's dropped a place. It hasn't. It's still maintained that fifth place in the GT3 AM class, so that car not being held up too much, and great work as you would expect from SPS.
Yes, indeed, and it's Christian Hook at the wheel of that car. The 712 Vortex is now entering the pit lane, but I think Lucas has an update for us.
Yes, with Stefan Rurik, who might be, I'm sure he is able to tell us what went wrong on the number 20 SPS car, Stefan.
Marcus, but it's not not a big issue. We get at the lap number 10 a contact with another car with the Vortex. There was a light damage on the front right front diffuser, and after the couple of laps gets the issue worse and worse, and then it's broken down completely. We do already 2 repairs between the code 60s, but now it was done and it was completely broken. Now we have to change the whole front end. Yeah, I think now we are okay, but yeah, we lost a lot of time under full speed. It is like it is, that's racing.
And it's such a shame because the race was really good so far. There was a very great battle going on behind Herbert and Scuderia Pra for the podium.
Yeah, normally I think we were able to go for the podium, but now it's done. I think we are on position 6 now and 2 laps or 3 laps down to the other competitors. Yeah, we won't check, maybe 5 hours, it's a long time, but yeah, the position is really bad now.
I was about to say, are you that sure that it's actually done? Because there are still 5 hours left and we have seen so many issues today so far.
Yeah, we try everything what is possible.
By the way, anyway, great to have you back in the 24H series by Creventic. You've done a couple of races in the past, now you're back. What's the rest of the program for the year?
We are not sure, it's up to our customers how we will come back. With only 3 amateurs, it's really difficult. Then the Pro-Am cars can go with 15 liters less fuel, the same distance than us, and that makes really difficult when you get only 3 amateurs on it.
Marcus, thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Lucas. So as things beginning to... we've got this period of the race, Snowy, where cars have got, 2-lap advantages. Can you at all, in this situation, just ease back a bit with 5.5 hours to go, or must you continue? What's the mindset? Do you